schedule. We learned so much yesterday that I'm hopeful our education up here can proceed faster, but we certainly want to hear from everybody. We do not want to cut anybody off. So we're going to have a full hearing. So we will begin with our.
You're now live.
All right, perfect timing. We will begin with our first panel. I think everybody is here, but let me just call the roll to make sure everybody is up here. Pilot travel. Yes. I better put. Shamik Konar, Knit League, Ross Corthell.
Yes, sir.
American Forest and Paper, Julie Landry. Packaging Corporation, PCA.
Good morning.
Good morning, Doug. National Association of Chemical Distributors, Jennifer, Jackie, and Occidental, Carrie-Ann Segman. International Liquid Terminals. Catherine Clay? No? Well, you know what? It may be her plane's late or Metro's on fire or something. Well, she'll get here later. And if so, we'll call her up here. I know that Mr. Konar has got to get in and out, right? So we're going to ask him to testify. If we have some questions, we'll ask him, and then we're going to send him on his way. Fair enough, and then we'll have the full panel. So with that, Mr. Konar, the microphone's yours.
Chairman Oberman, members of the Surface Transportation Board, thank you for inviting me to testify today. My name is Shamik Konar. I'm the Chief Executive Officer for Pilot Flying J. We operate the largest network of travel centers in the United States, serving the US trucking industry and four-wheel customers. We currently account for approximately 20% of the country's highway, or as we call it, over-the-road diesel supply, 20%. As well as 30% of the diesel exhaust fluid supply, also known as DEF. Similar to my colleagues here, Pilot is facing a threat of severe reduction in rail service allocations. For Pilot, the service reduction allocations are being imposed by the Union Pacific Railroad. On April 13th, we were informed by the Union Pacific that we were required to reduce shipments by 26%. In subsequent conversations, we were asked to reduce them even further by 50% or face embargoes. We're not aware of any other company being instructed by the Union Pacific or any other railroad to reduce their shipments to the extent they're asking Pilot. We understand through conversations with the Union Pacific that its allocations are based on a simplistic approach of looking at those shippers who have increased their number of shipments between January 2022 and March 2022. This does not take into account the overall number of shipments received at Pilot's facilities, which, by the way, have remained static over this period. We believe the Union Pacific's approach does not fairly and proportionately allocate the supply issues, because Pilot has not increased the total number of cars it's received every month since January. What's actually happened is Pilot has become a shipper on for some cars that we were not shippers before. So our facilities are still receiving the same number of cars. It's just the name of who's shipping has changed because we've taken control over some of the cars because of the issues we've had with the railroads, so that we have the optionality to deliver these cars in markets that they can take, right? So the total number of cars has stayed the same. We understand and appreciate that the current market conditions are imposing significant constraints on the railroads, and we're committed to help ease this congestion. However, 26 to 50% reduction in our allocations will have substantial consequences for the markets. I would like to take this opportunity to take you through a few of the consequences that Union Pacific's mandate will have on the supply chain, the availability of fuel, and fuel prices. First, let me talk about the DEF supply chain. And just as a reminder, we supply about 30% of the DEF in the United States. The trucking sector is dependent on DEF. All trucks manufactured after 2010 cannot operate without DEF. And Pilot operates, if not the largest, one of the largest DEF supply networks in the country. We have 23 rail-served DEF facilities that make the DEF, and we have 18 rail transloaders. Of the 300+ million gallons of DEF that Pilot supplies to the industry every year, 74% is moved via rail. Union Pacific's restrictions will prevent Pilot from keeping many markets adequately supplied with DEF, likely causing shortages that'll sideline trucks and reduce trucking capacity. Let me give you some context. A single rail car carries 21,500 gallons of DEF on average, okay? A single truck generally takes in 7 gallons of DEF every time they fill. This is based on our data. So that implies that a single rail car is basically providing 3,000 trucks worth of DEF fills. For some more context, basically every rail car that gets missed in terms of DEF delivery will reduce trucking potential by 5 million miles. All right, that's a really big number, 5 million miles, because you've got 3,000 fills and DEF blends with diesel at a ratio of 2.7% for 100 gallons, all right? So 2.7 gallons of DEF allow a truck to drive 100, to use 100 gallons. Furthermore, a reduction in freight transported by the UP will only add additional pressure on the trucking sector in general. The railways are pulling back. We got to move the stuff on trucks. If we can't supply DEF, there's more pressure on the sector and we let the sector down. Second, fuel availability and pricing. Let me begin with diesel. US diesel inventories today are running 10 to 15% below what they have been in the last 5 years at their lowest point. So if you take the minimum diesel inventory over the last 5 years, today we're 10 to 15% below that number. Certain markets like the Northeast, the West, and the Southwest are even in a worse shape than the rest of the country. Renewable fuels like biodiesel, renewable diesel move exclusively on rail, on ships, or on trucks, and there are no pipeline alternatives. Certain states like California are heavily dependent on the imports of renewable fuels that are generally transported on rail. Fourth, over 50% of Pilot's renewable diesel is transported on rail, and having our capacity cut by 50% would actually increase fuel prices in these states and potentially run out some of these locations. Let me now address the challenge with gasoline. In order for gasoline to meet the octane requirements required by engines, 87 to 93 octane, you have to blend gasoline with ethanol to get to that level of octane so that you could use it in a car. Ethanol, like bio and renewable diesel, basically moves on trucks, ships, or rail. In certain markets like parts of Arizona, Nevada, Pilot, in partnership with Union Pacific, has actually developed ethanol unloading facilities, and we serve majority of these markets. Cutting Pilot's ability to ship ethanol from its plant in Nebraska to these markets by 50% will substantially reduce the amount of gasoline available in these markets because we can't blend the ethanol into the gasoline, and would result in a further increase in prices during times when gasoline prices are up 48% since April 2021. To summarize, we believe UP's allocation logic is flawed, it's disproportionate, and unprecedented. If implemented, it'll have 3 impacts. There'll be a significant impact on DEF supply, potentially stranding a large number of trucks, a negative impact on diesel and gasoline supply and prices in an already challenged market, and it'll hurt our supply chain during times that we cannot afford it. On behalf of Pilot, our 70,000 trucking fleet customers, and the 1 million customers that we serve in our stores every day to keep America moving, I want to thank you for this opportunity to testify here today, to describe the situation and highlight the potential consequences if the country if this is left unresolved. As mentioned at the beginning, we want to be part of the solution. but the current situation is untenable for us. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Do you have that are served by UP?
I don't have the precise number of locations, but what happens is the UP brings in I'll talk about DEF into 40 locations in the US, and then we distribute it on trucks. So we've got 23 facilities and 17 to 18 transloaders. So once we create the DEF, we put it on a truck and take it out to our retail locations. But wholesale, it would be about 40 or 41.
$41 places that UP delivers to you?
Doesn't deliver to all of them, but about 70% of it gets delivered by UP. And one of our challenges is DEF is made out of urea. So, you know, it's tied to the fertilizer industry. And UP actually is single serve to a lot of urea manufacturing facilities. So even if I wanted to get somebody else to get the DEF, we couldn't.
Next question, are there any places where a switching order or there is some alternative could get you what you needed during this time?
Right now, UP is responsible for over 40 or 45% of our DEF supply. So if they had trackage rights, I mean, we've obviously gone and tried to talk to some other railroads saying like, hey, can you help us out? But most of them are unable to because of the constraints they have on their system, and they don't have trackage rights.
Was the message that UP sent that tell us how they explained it to you?
The way they explained it to us was they basically, and let me get the exact numbers. So they basically sent us a note saying that in the last week, you shipped about 190 cars for the week, and we want you to reduce it by 46 cars, basically about 6 cars a day. And otherwise, we're going to embargo you. They gave us a week to do it. They have not embargoed us yet, and we haven't reduced the cars because we would be in deep trouble if we reduce the cars. We have reached out back to the UP a number of times asking for either a meeting with their senior leadership so that we can explain the consequences to them. We've had our outside counsel reach out to UP's outside counsel, but really have not had any engagement back from UP at this point.
I thought you related it to they were saying the people who shipped a lot, those are the ones we're cutting. Is that the way you understood it?
Yes. So they, according to their metric, they feel like we've increased our shipments from January to March. What's actually happened is we've just taken over as shipper on a number of the cars. The total number of cars has not really changed. So, but if you look at it with Pilot as the shipper, we have increased by about 60 cars a month. But in reality, those cars were coming to our locations anyways.
I'm still trying to figure out a business model where a company says, please don't buy our product. I'm sure somebody will explain that one to me before the day is out. I meant to say earlier, by the way, that Robert Primus, of course, is still with us. So why don't I ask Robert if he has any questions, and then we'll see if there are any up here, and then we'll go forward. So, but thank you very much.
Good morning, Marty. So are we not doing the whole panel? Are we just doing just this individual?
It's going to do this witness because he has to get out of here, Mr. Konar.
Okay, sorry about that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Konar, thank you very much for agreeing to actually come before the panel and talk about this. Can you talk about sort of the downstream effect if this embargo were to take place on the industry? Like how would it affect the price going forward?
So I'd break that up in 2 pieces. One is if the embargo were to take place and we were not able to move DEF on the UP, we would probably at this point lose about 35% to 40% of our DEF supply where we do not have alternatives. And, you know, from an annual perspective, that would mean we would miss about 100 million gallons of DEF. And, you multiply that by, like I said, each rail car is worth about 5 million miles of trucking. If you lose 100 million gallons of DEF, it would be absolutely catastrophic, because we don't just supply ourselves, we supply a lot of the market, because we supply 30% of DEF in the United States. So I mean, the consequences there, I mean, not only would I get fired, but there'd be a lot more to it. But
you should be held holding the bag. I mean, obviously, it's not your fault in terms of you're cutting it back. I mean, my question I was trying to get to is, so if you've got to cut back 35 to 40% of DEF, you say that the trucks after 2010, all of them require it. What does that go to the cost of in terms of purchasing that? I mean, where's the price now? Where if that doomsday were to happen,
actually, you just couldn't get it. Sharon, you just could not get the DEF, because there isn't the US numbers. The US consumes about 1 billion gallons of DEF. We supply more than 300 million, somewhere between 300 and 350 million. You could not replace 100 million gallons of DEF in any kind of reasonable time frame. You could maybe replace it by next year.
So what happens economically? I mean,
it's an absolute disaster. I mean, trucking is already so tight, and we're having so many issues with freight, right? So it would be, the simple way for me to say is, it would be equivalent to removing 10% of the trucks from the road today.
Okay, thank you.
Question.
For those of us outside your industry, could you just explain what DEF is and why it's important?
Man, I should have started with that. DEF is diesel emissions fluid. It's a urea derivative which reduces NOx emissions coming out of the tailpipe of trucks. And with all the CAFE standards and the clean air standards over time, NOx emissions have been reduced pretty substantially. And since 2010, there's a rule basically that you cannot make trucks that don't use DEF, because you have to have the NOx emissions reduced. So all 2010 plus vintage trucks, and there aren't that many that go too far back, because a long distance truck is doing 250,000 miles a year or so. You don't survive longer than that. Pretty much all the trucks right now have to have DEF, and you actually can't turn the engine on if your DEF tank's empty. So it's not a choice.
Thank you very much.
Hey, Marty.
Very helpful. Robert, do you have something else? Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Just a follow-up question, if you don't mind. You were talking about your production now. Have you changed at all, in terms of your production? Why are you sort of threatening this embargo? I mean, with all the cars, are you adding cars because of what reason? Are you coming? Is it because of greater production? You said that production's been steady. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. We're actually not adding cars. So what has happened is we've actually become the shipper of record on a number of cars that we were not before. So we still got the same number of cars going, but we've taken control, becoming the shipper, because we needed to have some more flexibility with the rail issues we've been having as to where to, kind of where to move the cars and how to move the cars. So, and this has happened both in DEF and our ethanol.
I think I've lost you. I can't hear you.
One second, we're working on it.
Okay. I can't hear anybody. I don't know if anybody can hear me.
We'll be right with you, Robert. We're working on it now.
are having as they manage the supply chains that are critical to their customers, their business, the nation's economy, and national security itself. My name is Ross Corthell, and I'm Vice President of Transportation for Packaging Corporation of America. But today I'm here to testify as Chair of the Rail Transportation Committee for the National Industrial Transportation League, also known as Knit League. Since 1907, Knit League has been a trade association representing the voice of the shipper across truck, carload, intermodal, ocean, and barge. Knit League members represent a broad swath of commodities and businesses, most of which are dependent on a healthy, viable, and reliable freight rail network. From consumer goods, manufacturers and transporters to agriculture, aggregates, chemicals, steel, forest products, energy, fuels, food, etc. Knit League members spend billions in freight dollars annually and employ millions of people. The supply chain challenges our members face have been as diverse as the markets they serve. For those that depend on the nation's freight rail network, however, the single largest challenge has had one very common denominator: poor rail service reliability. As shippers and receivers battle every day to manage their supply chains, given lengthy and highly variable transit, as well as missed switches at the local level, I will tell you that the number one reason given by the railroads themselves for these issues is crew availability, followed by locomotive power. Now, to be clear, this is not a problem that started in the first quarter of this year. It's not a problem that started in 2021 when it became crystal clear that working and/or retirement age folks had more choices and therefore were not necessarily coming back to the railroads for employment. This is not a problem that started in the third or fourth quarter of 2020 when volumes started to recover to more normal levels. This is not a problem that started in March of 2020 when COVID ran through the nation. This is a problem that started long before any of those events. The problem started before COVID, and it has its roots in the advent of the financial model known as precision scheduled railroading, or PSR. And yes, I did say financial model. I'm not going to go into the complete history of PSR except to say that in every individual instance of its implementation, it has created pain for rail customers and reward for rail investors. Because of the highly publicized financial successes of the early adopters of PSR, all Class I railroads in essence had some version of PSR implemented by 2019. However, despite data showing average train speed and dwell times trending positively in that year, first mile and last mile was already suffering as the model started taking its toll on local train reliability and ultimately freight rail customers. And I don't think you have to go any farther than the data and the public record of XP 754 in May of 2019, of the demurrage testimony, to have the public record reflects just how bad first mile and last mile service was back in 2019, as the railroad sat here yesterday to tell you that their implementations were going flawlessly in 2019, and PSR was doing everything it was promised to do. And yet there were a lot of people testifying about how bad service was locally during XP 754. I told the board at that time, precision scheduled railroading has proven to be anything but precise at origin and destination. Now, despite all of this feedback early on, and with all of the evidence of local service issues and with a laser focus on operating ratios, Class I's doubled down and decided it was in their best interest to precisely schedule highly variable world of local switching. The results from their volume analysis was from local service cuts from 5 days a week to 3 days a week, or 7 days a week to 5 days, or X to Y. And the correlated reduction in the qualified train operations, both human and hard assets. In some extreme cases, Class I's dictated to unit train shippers that despite that shipper's investment in infrastructure previously demanded by the railroads themselves, they were unilaterally changing those customers back over to manifest service, a move that was highly disruptive, costly for those shippers, not to mention millions in wasted infrastructure investment. Now, as a rule, supply chains that run just-in-time inventory without addressing variation will stock their customers out. Successful GIT systems chase out variability before they chase out inventory. And Class 1s, however, have been stocking their customers out of good rail service for years now. In this context, the inventory is the locomotive power and the people. They've cut their inventory. There's no slack in the system to deal with the inherent variability of the model itself. Class 1s, in essence, have precisely scheduled themselves into stock out situations that are now costing their customers hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars in suboptimal freight, rail car fleet purchases and leases, production delays, their own outages, their own stock outs, and believe it or not, more demurrage. The financial model is working, however, as evidenced by the announcements of massive stock buybacks at the same time that service is dismal. Investor analysis after analysis continues to be bullish on the large freight rail suppliers, and they do not seem to assign much of any risk to future earnings associated with poor service. Just pause and think about that statement for a minute. And, you know, I wrote these notes on Saturday as I was thinking about this hearing. And then on Monday, I came into my office and I had an email in my inbox. And it was from one of the large US banks that analyzes the freight rail industry. And here's the headline. Proposed emergency service rules are unlikely to cause meaningful risk to the railroads. That's remarkable. To be clear, NITLIG absolutely wants its freight rail suppliers to be operationally and economically viable, to earn at a level that allows them to reinvest in their networks and to offer a reasonable return to their investors. We know long-term that this is in our best interest, but NITLIG is adamantly opposed to massive cost shifts to our members caused by PSR, a purely financial model that benefits railroad investors while costing the nation's supply chains millions and virtually no recourse afforded the shipping and receiving community. The balance of power and economics is tilted too far. I'm going to share with you just some anecdotal evidence of our members that have submitted to us, but I'm going to tell you straight out as a large rail shipper and someone that talks to a lot of shippers, this is a small sample of issues, but our members are having issues every day. Every day they walk into the office, they wonder what the railroad is going to deal with them today in terms of a service challenge. It is not sporadic at all. Number one, our transit times in the first quarter of this year have increased by 15% over pre-pandemic levels due to crew and power shortages. Another, in the month of January, one of our facilities ran short of cars for 3 weeks. This facility is captive to one Class 1 railroad, has no other rail option. Our company shipped 150 trucks in the first quarter to prevent customer shutdowns. In March, over 50 of our customer shipments were stranded for 15 days waiting for crews and power. Our client has cars on a manifest train that has been parked for 3 days now, waiting on a crew. Another, we have 35 cars dwelling 10 days in Chicago. Our plant has missed 7 switches in 7 weeks. We have 10 cars dwelling over 8 days. One of our new members gave us specific car numbers with specific dates across all Class 1 railroads. Story was the same, excess delays causing plant shutdowns. We've gone from one crisis to another for over 2 years now. I know I'm getting short on time, so I'm just going to wrap up. A couple of positive things and then an urging. Number one, positive. Short lines have done their very best to help the customers work through these issues, and I commend them for that. The short lines are as constrained as the shippers in that they're dependent on the Class 1s for service. But where customers have short lines in their first mile, last mile, that has made up an awful lot of hassle. So I commend the short line and their association and their commitment to customers. Second positive, the Class 1 investments in technology in the area of preventative maintenance have created some reliability. And so I think that there's some lessons to be learned there. How do we deploy technology safely and reliably to create more reliability across the network? So I give them a lot of credit for the stuff that they've invested in on the preventative maintenance side to create reliability. And then I'm going to close with one urgent message. Please consider the fact that Knit League's members ship commodities that even in these challenging times remain exempt from much of the STB's purview. Yet these companies suffer the very same service problems faced by regulated traffic, and they need the same address. They need access to the same address. Thank you again for this opportunity. And I have some recommendations that we can hopefully get to in the Q&A session.
And just before our next speaker, just to correct the record, Ross, Robert Primer served ably as vice chairman last year, but Michelle Schultz is now our vice chairman because we rotate. I'm still trying to figure out a system where we can replace the chairman, but I haven't quite got there yet. But I'll take suggestions.
I appreciate that correction.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, just sir is good enough.
Congratulations, Michelle. I apologize.
Yes. All right. Julie, you're on.
Good morning. My name is Julie Landry. I'm the Director of Government Affairs for the American Forest and Paper Association. On behalf of AFMPA, I want to thank the board for holding this public hearing and inviting freight rail stakeholders to testify regarding current service issues and potential avenues to address disruptions. Many AFMPA members have been seriously affected by poor rail service, as I will describe today. AFMPA serves to advance U.S. paper and wood products manufacturers through fact-based public policy and marketplace advocacy. The forest products industry is circular by nature, and AFMPA member companies make essential products from renewable and recyclable resources. We generate renewable bioenergy and are committed to continuous improvement through our industry's sustainability initiative, Better Practices, Better Planet 2030. The forest products industry accounts for approximately 4% of the total U.S. manufacturing GDP, manufactures nearly 300 billion in products annually, and employs approximately 950,000 people. The industry meets a payroll of approximately 60 billion annually and is among the top 10 manufacturing sector employers in 45 states. Efficient and reliable rail service is critical for AFMPA member companies to receive raw materials and/or ship finished paper and forest products via rail. Although some of our member shipments can be transported by truck, for the most of our members, some portion of inbound raw materials or outbound finished products must ship by rail. American forest products companies operate in a fiercely competitive commercial environment, and their productivity and success require timely and consistent rail transportation. When essential rail transportation services are disrupted, our member supply chains are thrown into disarray, resulting in unanticipated costs and business harms. Unfortunately, this is exactly what has been happening to our members due to recent service failures. Due to these failures, our affected members have spent many days engaging in damage control. Instead of focusing on their core manufacturing business, they have to shift resources to track down delayed shipments, address lack of sufficient car supply, and/or reduce switching services. To keep their own and their customers' facilities running, several members have been required to use expensive alternative transportation on an emergency basis. In speaking with our members, I've heard many stories about recent service failures and their effects on the forest and paper products industry. The types of service problems experienced most by AFMPA members fall into three separate categories: inadequate car supply, delayed transit times, and reduced switching services. In a survey we sent out this month, we asked our members a series of questions about their rail service. I'll relay their answers to you today. First, using a scale of 1 to 5, with 5 being very high and 1 being very poor, our members rated their satisfaction with their rail service providers as a 2. On that same scale, when asked how critical rail service is to our members' business model, every single respondent said 5, very high. Third, when asked to compare their current car order fill to pre-pandemic experience, answers ranged from a 35 to 50% lower fill rate. When asked which rail service provider consistently performed the worst, CSX was mentioned by all service participants. When asked on a scale of 1 to 5 how material the effect of current service disruptions are to their business, the average answer was 4.5. I'd like to mention a few examples of the issues our members have been facing with current inadequate rail service. I have a few examples for you. One of our member companies experienced significant deterioration in rail service starting in Q4 of 2020. Since that time, average transit times have increased 6 days due to significant handling delays during transit. The variability of this transit is even worse, making it impossible for shippers to plan their business. At the same time, missed switches at destination for this company have increased 45%, causing rail cars to build up at destination, yet the railroads continue to charge demurrage and then eventually embargo a location, even when the railroad's own missed switches were the cause of the backup. Another member company saw significant financial impact, over $30 million from lost production because of poor service. This location is dependent on rail service and a consistent supply of empty rail cars to meet their customers' needs. There has been no incremental production or increased rail demand, yet the railroad is no longer meeting the historic car order. The car order fill was 95% or better in January of 2020, and in early 2022, the car order fill is now around 40%. Another company reports one rail service provider's car order fill decreased from 94% in Q4 of 2020 to just 66% in Q1 of 2022. The same rail provider also significantly increased their missed switches from a total of 233 in 2019 to 339 in 2021, and already in 2022 has had 129 missed switches. Finally, for this company, this rail provider increased their transit time from 12 days in 2019 to 19 days in 2021. For this member company, in just 2021, they lost over 45,000 tons of production due to mill downtime because of these issues. Another company reports during the end of Q3 through the beginning of Q1 of 2022, they experienced weeks of multiple consecutive days without service, resulting in mill downtime or shutdown during a time, the holiday time, when customer demand was high. The rail provider did not have enough crew or rail cars to resolve the situation for over 60 days. Finally, another member company facility, which is supposed to receive service 7 days a week, was recently only served 3 days in a 14-day time period. This poor rail service has resulted in the following changes that member companies have had to make at significant additional expense. Some companies, if they're able, must shift traffic to alternative transportation, usually truck, even though they and their customers are configured to ship and receive products by rail. They've had to incur additional warehousing costs for the use of external warehouses to store products until cars can be provided. They've had to shift production schedules and even sometimes shut down production. And finally, some companies have tried to move to other rail service providers, but that is rarely possible due to the captive nature of our members' facilities. More than 30 years have passed since the STB first classified forest products industry shipments as exempt from its oversight. At the outset, it was deemed to be plenty of competition for the industry's business, and the exemption was created to ensure railroads did not face bankruptcy at a time when the nation's rails were struggling to stay in business. The arrangement worked for both parties because certain pricing and administrative burdens were no longer applicable if our industry shipments were not under the STB's purview. The intent was for this exemption to foster competition. Rail markets have significantly changed since these exemptions were granted in the late 80s, and the concentration of Class 1 rail service providers leaves more than 2/3 of our industry facilities captive to just one railroad. This captivity and lack of oversight for our rail shipments from the STB disincentivizes railroads from providing adequate service and negotiating reasonable rates with our members. As an exempt and captive commodity, when the industry encounters poor service, exorbitant rates, our companies have no recourse for negotiating with the railroads. We face the same unreasonable demurrage practices, poor service, car supply issues, and rising rates as the commodities which are under the STB's purview. If our exemption were revoked, forest products shippers would have the STB's regulatory remedies at our disposal when negotiating with our rail providers. Updating these policies, specifically the forest products industry's commodity exemption, would help level the playing field for our industry and give us the same tools other shippers already have at their disposal. For our industry, this must occur as a first step. The need for oversight is clear given the current disruptions, which are creating adverse ripple effects throughout the entire U.S. economy. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify this morning. Be happy to submit our statement for the record and answer any questions later in the panel.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, Chairman Oberman and all esteemed members of the board. My name's Doug Grew. I'm the transportation manager of the corrugated mills at Packaging Corporation of America. We're the third largest manufacturer of corrugated packaging in North America. Our mill system includes 8 paper mills, 7 produce containerboard roll stock to support our corrugated packaging division, and 1 manufactures uncoated free sheet paper. The 7 containerboard mills supply pulpboard to our more than 90 of our own box plants and converting facilities, in addition to a number of outside customers' plants. Total origin and destination pairs come to over 400. We ship over 40,000 manifest boxcar loads per year across the 400+ lanes to support this business. We supply packaging to a very diversified customer portfolio. Some of our end-use customers include pharmaceutical, industrial, automotive, food, just to name a few. Our plants and mills are located throughout the country. We ship with all 7 Class I railroads and multiple short line railroads. Our national footprint gives us a clear perspective on the overall state of rail operations. The perspective we are afforded is through the experience gained on a day-to-day basis, managing our transportation flow, and confirmed through regular interactions and conversations with rail management, ops, and sales. Through this lens, I will share some of the challenges our organization has experienced recently. At PCA, we primarily rely on 2 modes of transportation to move our paper rolls to our customers and box plants for conversion to corrugated packaging, truck and rail. In an ideal and reasonably predictable transportation environment, we manage our supply chain by designating our freight modes to match the necessary lead times and cost preferences to satisfy our plants and end customers' demand for packaging. One of the most important variables in our decision matrix is rail transit time and variability. Over the course of the past many months, we have experienced high volatility in the transit time caused by the railroad's decision-making and implementation of precision scheduled railroading. Additionally, the operational cuts linked to COVID market demand were premature, as the slowback only lasted weeks before returning to pre-pandemic levels. This only contributed to further instability in our network. The decision to cut back on the operational labor force is still causing adverse impacts to the state of railroad operations that we are forced to manage. I will provide examples of the operations and velocity changes that have challenged our supply chain's predictability and our ability to get to market effectively. The issues that have been caused by the decisions made by the railroads that have directly resulted in increases to our transportation resource allocation, including increased person hours required to solve complex supply chain problems and increased costs. Furthermore, the consequence of rail actions has caused cascading impacts to our production capabilities as a whole, which equates to further disruption to our overall supply chain network. Every instance of rail unpredictability multiplies the variables we must work through to adjust our network. Just this week, we were managing through a missed switch in one of our largest mills and a cutback on railroad supplies boxcar at another one of our largest mills. On the box plant side, we have multiple locations that have not received all of their scheduled switches this week, and this is not abnormal. Our rail shipments are calculated and planned around consistent and stable transit times while accounting for limited variation. We are flexible such that we do not require prescribed transit times from one origin to destination. However, we do expect and need predictable transit to be consistently close within a 2 to 4 day window. There have been instances on some lanes that transit time has increased by 10 to 20 days overall. Based on feedback from our rail partners, we have been told that the cause of the rail transit instability includes increased train lengths and decreased train volumes running in certain corridors due to efficiencies gained for the railroad related to PSR. As a result, railroad operations are left waiting for trains that are left behind schedule to classify into longer trains for their next move between yards. When PSR concepts were implemented on one of our largest lanes, we had to modify routing that increased transit time versus the preferred route. To make up for the lost transit time and decreased train velocities, resulting in dwindling inventory at one of our largest plants, we were forced to insert rush truckloads into our pre-planned mill production in order to ship them before the supply chain was able to catch up. The costs were very significant in this one instance. The spot market rates were up to 20% higher per ton versus the contracted rail rates. Unfortunately, this has become a common occurrence as we have managed multiple emergency situations similar to this example related to rail service instability. The relative impact that a considerable number of resources are required to react and work through these disruptions so our customers and plants were not put into a shutdown situation or they could not deliver to end customers. Overall transit time variability causes major disruptions to our supply chain and planning capabilities. In addition to the manifest and transit issues, we have had many instances of first mile, last mile failures. PCA plants served by Class 1 carriers in various regions have been repeatedly told on the day service is expected that no switch would be provided due to lack of crews. When switches are missed, the number one reason cited is lack of crew availability. Sometimes this notice never comes and it requires the plant to reach out to see if service will be provided while planned employee schedules become useless. These resources are costly to our plants and are a direct result of the railroads reducing costs to pass on value to their investors. When this occurs regularly at a specific facility, it causes unforeseen production issues at the local level, as well as further upstream throughout our mill infrastructure. The subsequent solution and result in the end almost always are the creation of numerous truckloads. For every rail car we convert to truck, we build at least 3 full truck shipments to resolve the immediate inventory shortage to satisfy our orders. When switches are missed, the railroad does not reimburse us for the lost costs. We have to pay for extra switches to make up for the backlog in some cases. Slower railroad velocity has also contributed to challenges in managing and right-sizing our rail fleets. The overall increase in transit time has rendered railroad-owned fleets and privately owned fleets inadequate to cover the slack in the supply chain. At one of our mills, the shortfalls of the rail fleet due to increased cycle times and lower overall velocity has forced us to cap the amount of rail shipments per day. At this location, we structured our strategic plan to ship 25% more cars per day. The serving railroad told us to find another option to cover the transport of approximately 480 tons per day they could not handle. This results in up to 20 extra truckloads per day dispatched from this location. Currently, we do not have a timeline when this is expected to change. At other mills, we were forced to pay empty moves to right-size the fleet of the short line that serves the mill. We were unable to count on Class 1 supplied equipment to cover the shortfall, so we partnered with our short line provider to source additional cars. They were able to identify available boxcars on a sister line to move the cars into closed service for that specific mill. The cost per empty repositioning move was substantial. Increased transit time and issues self-inflicted by the railroad actually created revenue moves for empty cars in those cases. These are examples of our mills being forced into using suboptimal freight options to move our product to market. Our overall mill suboptimal mode freight increased 21% from Q4 2021 to Q4 2021 to Q1 2022. Year over year, Q1 suboptimal freight has increased by over 41%. I would like to end with this last point, which still continues to exacerbate all of the issues I've outlined. The product we produce and ship via rail, pulpboard, is an exempt commodity. I appreciate the opportunity to address the committee today and look forward to any changes that could be beneficial to shippers and therefore consumers in the future.
Good morning, Chairman Overman and members of the board. I am Jennifer Gibson, Vice President of Regulatory Affairs at the National Association of Chemical Distributors. With me today is Jackie Wood, Senior Buyer and Planner at Hawkins, Inc., one of NACD's active members, and we both thank you very much for holding this important and timely hearing this week. NACD's members blend, repackage, warehouse, transport, and market chemical products for approximately 750,000 end users in nearly every industry sector. A substantial percentage of NACD members receive products via railcar and depend on timely shipments in order to meet their customers' needs. Chemical distributors have been adversely impacted by a lack of adequate rail service, and in many areas, the situation is getting worse. Inconsistent deliveries, reductions in service days, extended transit times, and other delays have a substantial impact on the ability of distributors to provide the essential materials to the industries that need them to make their products. This is particularly detrimental when dealing with public health industries such as water treatment and food processing. Because of the nature of some chemicals, such as chlorine, there are no alternate shipping methods. So distributors are 100% reliant on the railroads to provide consistent service. For other chemical products that do not absolutely need to be shipped by rail, trucking is frequently not always a viable option largely because of the hazardous materials driver shortages that remain a problem, not to mention the fuel challenges that a previous witness discussed. So I'm now pleased to turn the mic over to Jackie Wood to discuss her company's recent experiences with freight rail service and to provide you with several real-world examples on how these deteriorating conditions have impacted Hawkins operations.
Good morning, Chairman Oberman and board members. My name is Jackie Wood. I'm pleased to be here today on behalf of my company, Hawkins, Inc., based in Minneapolis, Minnesota, and with locations throughout the United States. Hawkins is a formulator, manufacturer, blender, distributor, and sales agent of industrial chemicals and reagent-grade laboratory chemicals sold to municipalities and businesses throughout the entire United States. As the largest bleach manufacturer in the Midwest, thousands of water treatment facilities, other manufacturers, food and dairy producers, research labs, and many other organizations depend on Hawkins for the chemical products that they need. A large majority of the products we distribute into these industries is shipped to their manufacturing sites via rail, so we are highly dependent upon the freight rail service. These freight rail service problems are having a critical impact on our company's operations. I will now provide you with some of the examples from just the past few weeks. As stated before, we had heard from several of our vendors earlier this month that the Union Pacific requested that they reduce their outbound shipments by 10 to 30%. This has substantially impacted our upcoming delivery schedule as vendors have now pushed out their scheduled ship dates. This has forced us to replace over 2 million pounds of material through other avenues. Then on an aggregated level, our transit times have increased 54% when compared to the same period last year, with an added 5 days on average. Some of the lanes have increased more than 14 days on average. Some more specific recent examples. One car shipped from Calvert City, Kentucky to Centralia, Illinois on March 28th with a typical transit time of 5 days. This car actually arrived early on April 1st. But instead of delivering upon arrival, the BNSF decided the car should go back to the staging yard in Galesburg, Illinois. Once the BNSF realized that Galesburg was congested, they shipped it down to Memphis, Tennessee to reduce the congestion. This car was eventually placed at its destination on April 19th, an entire 3 weeks after its departure. Another example, one car shipped from Formosa, Texas to Centralia on March 10th. With a typical transit time of 16 days, this car arrived 33 days later on April 12th. As far as I could tell, there were no missed routes or repairs causing this delay. It was just slow to move through each of the yards, the switching yards on the Union Pacific and the BNSF. Another example, we had 2 chlorine cars sitting in Winnipeg for 4 days when I had entered a service log with the Canadian Pacific, pointing out that they were in violation of the Federal Railroad Administration Code regarding toxic inhalation materials. CP saw the service log, pushed the estimated arrival time out another 2 days, and then closed the log stating the revised movement date. I had demanded that the CP reopen the log and not close it until this issue was resolved. They did just that, and the cars departed after dwelling for a total of 6 days. It took another 3 days for the cars to be placed once they had arrived in the town of their final destination. Another example was our CSXT transit times from Formosa, Texas to Mulberry have recently increased from 13 days to 25 days, nearly double. The Union Pacific has decreased our service days at our St. Paul Terminal 1 from 5 days a week to 3 days a week. They have also reduced the maximum inventory threshold at one of our facilities from 8 cars in the serving yard to 5 cars, even though we've had a year-over-year increase of 30%. To make matters worse, the UP is constantly threatening an embargo situation whenever we exceed the storage capacity for more than 2 days, regardless of the impact that their missed service days create. Another car shipped on March 11th to our St. Paul facility, our Red Rock facility via CSX to CP Railroad. It had arrived to our Terminal 1 facility in St. Paul via the Union Pacific on March 31st because of an electronic data interchange waybill mix-up. It then took the UP 7 days to even respond to our issue and another 3 days to pull the car from Terminal 1 to provide it to the Canadian Pacific. Red Rock did receive that car on April 13th, a total of 33 days after shipment. And lastly, in previous years, our Centralia, Illinois plant received deliveries from the BNSF 3 to 4 times per week. BNSF recently reduced this to twice a week. This past week, they went a total of 6 days without providing a service switch. This had caused our Centralia plant to shut down production for 2 days while waiting for raw materials. When the train did arrive, it had more cars than our facility could fit on our tracks. Now, had the railroad provided some cars earlier in the week, we could have continued production, offloaded the cars, and had them out of our system prior to the next switch. On top of the substantial production impact, we will now be charged merge fees for the 5 cars currently sitting in the serving yard. These are just some of the many service issues we have experienced over the last couple of weeks. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share them.
So these issues that Jackie has discussed are just representative of the problems that many other chemical distributors across the country are also experiencing. Deteriorating rail service is a significant contributor to the severe supply chain crises that American businesses and consumers have been facing in recent months and years now. And to close, I would just like to reiterate that Hawkins and other NACD members really do need reliable, efficient, and affordable rail service to run their businesses successfully and to serve their customers. NACD and Hawkins commend the board for investigating recent rail service deterioration and for holding this important hearing. We really look forward to working with the board to address the immediate service issues and to create a more favorable rail service environment for the thousands of customers who depend on this critical transportation mode to move products and our economy forward. Thank you.
Next, accidental chemical. Carry on.
Supply chain for Occidental Chemical Corporation, commonly known as OxyChem or Oxy. I'm here today to express Oxy's concerns regarding the unacceptable status of rail freight service. Oxy is a leading North American manufacturer of basic chemicals and vinyl resins, including chlorine, caustic soda, polyvinyl chloride resins, which are commonly known as PVC, and potassium hydroxide, known as KOH. These chemicals are the building blocks for a range of products essential to public health and modern life. Our products are used to ensure clean drinking water in municipalities across the United States and in medical supplies, pharmaceuticals, construction materials, and fertilizers, and are vital to the economy of the United States. I have some specific examples of the impacts of our products that we transport by rail. 98% of US drinking water relies on chlorine for disinfection. 96% of crop protection chemicals use chlorine in their manufacturing. 85% of pharmaceuticals have chlorine as an integral part of their manufacturing process. 70% of disposable medical applications, including medical IV bags, tubing, and gloves, are made from PVC. Caustic soda has a wide range of applications in many industries, including pulp, paper, aluminum, and textiles. chemical processing, and KOH is used in a variety of industrial applications, including batteries and fertilizers. Oxy employs approximately 4,000 employees and contractors at our corporate offices and at our 22 manufacturing facilities in North America. We very much appreciate the ability to make comments today at today's hearing. And in addition, we appreciate the assistance and support Oxy has received over the last several years through the Rail Customer and Public Assistance Program. We fully recognize the last 2 years have been extremely challenging in commerce as industry and businesses such as Oxy navigated through the pandemic and its impacts. Unfortunately, though, rail transportation continues to be a significant challenge with no clear resolution or timeline for restoring reliable rail service. Our primary reasons for testifying today are first to reinforce how persistent rail service disruptions directly and negatively impact shippers such as Oxy. Second, to advocate for potential solutions to resolve and prevent the widespread unacceptable service levels we are experiencing today and prevent them from occurring in the future. Oxy averages over 50,000 rail shipments per year, utilizing all 7 Class I railroads and many short lines. Over the last several years, we've watched the railroads implement their own versions of precision schedule railroading by altering their operating plans, reducing their workforces, repurposing lease tracks and classification yards, and reducing locomotive power. As a result of these unilateral railroad actions, we have experienced significant increases in transit times, misrouted rail cars, missed switches, overall disruptions in rail service, resulting in delayed deliveries of our important products to our customers, and reducing our own operating rates at our 22 North American manufacturing facilities. We have seen a reduction in resiliency of the rail network overall and the railroad's collective ability to restore service to adequate levels following events like weather impacts, derailments, and other disruptions. The end result, unfortunately, is extended periods of inadequate rail service and an inability to restore normal fluidity of the rail network. Today, rail issues continue to have a real impact on our ability to run our facilities. Since January 1st of this year, 4 of our manufacturing facilities have reduced operating rates collectively by 58 days due to poor rail service. Currently, we are significantly impacted by the Union Pacific imposed rail shipment restrictions, which appear applicable to a select group of large shippers like Oxy, as opposed to being applied generally and equitably to shippers across the UP network. While we continue to communicate with the UP, avoid being placed on permit embargoes, we have been forced to balance shipments across our manufacturing facilities in response to the UP established maximum car counts. The current UP shipping restrictions are already having a detrimental impact on our business. Another major area of concern for Oxy is the overall poor rail service and congestion in the Houston area, impacting our traffic on the UP and BNSF. For instance, we have experienced mishandling of rail cars by the UP, resulting in additional miles and dwell time on shipments. In addition, we've seen congestion issues on the BNSF in the Houston area, resulting on first mile, last mile service delays to and from our facility, resulting in significant strains on our private railcar fleet and delayed customer shipments. Systematic failures around the New Orleans Gateway have also resulted in disruptions to our shipments. Over the last several years, even pre-COVID, we have seen increased times on traffic interchanging in New Orleans. Recent crew and equipment shortages are further compounding congestion, causing even longer transit times and resulting in late deliveries to our customers. For example, we've seen NS traffic received in New Orleans en route to Jacksonville, Florida, increase from an average transit time of 6.3 days in the first half of 2021 to 11.5 days in the first quarter of this year. That represents an astonishing 82% increase in transit time. That's just one simple example. Some of this increase is attributed to mishandled rail cars that were interchanged to the wrong short line railroad. Some other examples of excessive dwell time in New Orleans include 3 cars shipped from Houston on the BNSF idled in New Orleans for 9 days before interchanging to the NS to continue on to North Carolina. 7 rail cars interchanged to the NS in New Orleans idled for 9 days due to congestion, on the NS en route to Birmingham. 5 rail cars idled in Lafayette, Louisiana for 7 days before being moved by the BNSF after we opened a case. In contrast, we have not experienced the same level of rail service deterioration on the KCS. It appears they have proactively increased both equipment and resources earlier in 2021 in preparation of serving their customer business requirements, including along the Gulf Coast where we're experiencing many issues. So on a positive note, we would like to acknowledge the KCS for their customer focus and their approach to commercial and operational processes. Our intent is not to complain to the board, but rather to actively advocate for improvements and be part of the solution. The railroads need to provide the level of customer service that is required and frankly expected given the rates they charge. While they have admitted their service metrics aren't satisfactory, are they committed to the learning from this process and preventing a repeat of poor rail service network issues that we're currently experiencing? Along those lines, Oxy would like to highlight some of the proposals and concepts we believe would lead to rail service improvements for our traffic. First, we need the railroads to take ownership for their aggressive reductions in equipment and labor resources that are resulting in their inability to serve their customers under their new operational modes. In their planning processes, the railroads should be required to consider scalability and responsiveness to shippers' increased business requirements. The reactionary rail environment that exists today is not acceptable, and it is negatively impacting shippers who are ultimately paying the price of poor service and shipment restrictions. Second, the railroad should provide overall rail service restoration plans to the board with defined milestones and timelines for implementation, including weekly reports from the railroads about the progress they're making towards meeting their service objectives. In addition, we need successful execution of these action plans and true accountability for missing any service milestones. In today's environment, it's just too common for the railroads to communicate that network fluidity is just around the corner, only for them later to report that they've been unable to recover as quickly as expected. Third, we believe elements of EP 768, the proposed rulemaking enabling private railcar providers to assess charges to a railroad when our freight cars do not move for a specified time, would incentivize the railroads to perform by implementing a compensation mechanism where railroads pay shippers for rail service failures. We honestly want the rail service and not compensation. However, just as shippers are charged demurrage when they may be the cause of congestion on their networks, we believe the implementation of such reciprocal charges would direct railroads' focus from their operating ratios towards customer service. Finally, it's crucial that the railroads dedicate appropriate resources to address the congestion in New Orleans in the short term and implement infrastructure improvements to develop long-term fluidity through the New Orleans Gateway. Likewise, the railroads must dedicate appropriate resources to address the congestion in the Houston area, to restore service and prepare for the increased volumes that are projected due to a combination of increased shipper demand and to a greater magnitude, planned increases of rail traffic by the rail industry, particularly in light of the proposed CP-KCS merger. In closing, Oxy would like to thank the board for recognizing these persistent rail issues and holding this hearing to facilitate the opportunity to provide constructive input. We look forward to the oversight from the board to ensure railroads implement a customer-focused approach to unwind timely from these chronic rail service issues with the additional focus on the New Orleans Gateway and the Houston area. While we look forward to an immediate solution to our rail service limitations, we are equally interested in ensuring that plans are in place to restore consistent rail service and transport our critical products and on a consistent rail service and network resiliency for the future. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman, Vice Chairman, members of the board. Stroud, I'm the Vice President for Government Affairs and the General Counsel for the International Liquid Terminals Association. Thank you for holding this hearing today. As we approach the 160th anniversary of the Pacific Railway Act, the International Liquid Terminals Association, or ILTA, appreciates the opportunity to provide comments on this hearing regarding urgent issues in freight rail service. ILTA would like to insert its full comments into the record, and I'll provide an abbreviated summary of those comments. ILTA's member facilities form a critical link in the transportation of a wide range of liquid commodities, many of which you've heard from today and yesterday. And they include crude oil, refined fuel products, chemicals, renewable fuels, fertilizers, vegetable oils, and also other food grade materials. Terminal operators are literally the nexus of the various transportation modes and include water, road, and rail. As the board heard yesterday, the impacts of poor rail services resulting from precision scheduled railroading, or PSR, are far reaching. The impacts of PSR on ILTA members are significantly impacting the national supply chain, which you've heard today, especially for liquid commodities such as gasoline, ethanol, and other liquid products. Delays and processing errors of rail cars en route to destinations can have cascading consequences, with profound impacts on shippers and receiving facilities. Under PSR, it is common for ILTA members to have missed switches, partial switches, or incorrectly performed switches, which have both immediate impacts and, again, cascading ripple effects. ILTA offers these comments to further the conversation with the board and with the railroads, along with our other industry stakeholders and the railroad partners, about how we can move forward to bring greater accountability and transparency with increased functionality to the global supply, to the national supply chain, and to our supply chain operators overall. The adoption of cost-saving measures collectively classified as PSR have amplified the effects and the impacts of longstanding first mile, last mile service issues. Since ILTA's comments in December 2021, PSR continues to negatively impact the terminal industry. This was not the original goal of PSR. According to one Class 1 Railroad's website, PSR is defined as, quote, looking a little different from railroad to railroad, but at its core, it's intended to benefit customers by providing consistent, reliable, predictable service, end quote. Yet, as customers to the railroads, ILTA members continue to see decreased levels of service and with increasing costs, all while still awaiting the promised consistent, reliable, predictable service. Under PSR, railroads have cut staff, closed rail yards, and limited locomotive availability, and slowed operations on main lines, thereby increasing both travel times and the corresponding delays, which you heard yesterday from other witnesses. ILTA members can attest that PSR is simply leaving railroads with significantly reduced capacity to allow them to respond and ameliorate disruptions. ILTA members have also seen a decrease in last mile services from railroads. Railroads are increasingly withholding normal last mile services such as blocking and spotting of rail cars, and they're also without explanations, and are also increasing these costs in their increasing the services and the cost for these services. Net effect is that the railroads gain the ability to report higher efficiencies and increased operating ratios, when in fact they've merely just shifted these costs onto other portions of the supply chain, and particularly to the cost of the terminal operators and shippers. The supply chain overall has not gained any efficiency from PSR. If anything, the lack of accountability makes the whole supply chain less efficient. This point was really highlighted yesterday by the Federal Maritime Commission's testimony. Railroads are initiating or threatening to initiate embargoes more frequently than in the pre-PSR era, and what appears to be a strategy to leverage terminals to add private track capacity, or in some instances, as some of our members have notified us, they have to acquire their own rail yard space to fill in behind unmet need in rail service, again, without decreasing any kind of fees charged by the railroads. Many ILTA members have been embargoed by Class 1 carriers due to alleged labor shortages, resulting in fewer than 50% of rail switches occurring within their prescribed time window. The costs this have imposed on terminals include wasted human capital time and hours, and financial capital, lost financial capital for products and cargo not being delivered or picked up when within agreed time frames. Unreliable rail services have also resulted in significant reductions in certain product availability, simply meaning that terminals are not able to provide the product deliveries under the contracts with their customers. In some instances, there have been reported uses of force majeure clauses to avoid contractual obligations due to product not being available for terminal customers. The impacts have hit customers and shippers across all commodity classes, forcing them into an inefficient, and more expensive solutions to try to make these ends meet. And you've heard a lot of that discussed today and some yesterday. In some instances, like the U.S. Department of Agriculture testified yesterday, terminal operators are in the same position as having staff simply guessing if and when a train will show up at a terminal, which results in inefficient scheduling for manpower at terminals. The actions of the railroads impose direct costs to terminal operators, which come in three forms. First, increased costs from PSR that directly relate to unreliable and unpredictable service. These include increased labor and other costs essentially outsourced to terminals without a reduction in the railroad's charged fees. The second leading source of cost is in the form of indirect cost due to the increasingly onerous task associated with disputing demurrage claims, which my colleague just mentioned and some others on the panel as well. Finally, there are significant opportunity costs for missed sales or inability for terminal operators to meet market demand due to delivery disruptions that originate with the railroad. In conclusion, ILTA asks the board to require the railroads to report quantifiable performance metrics to help the board and other stakeholders identify and assign costs and financial impact to the rail shipper customers. We believe that the transparency and accountability of the railroads could be vastly improved by a straightforward set of objective reportable metrics. While our submitted written comments provide more detail, the metrics could include, for example, dates of scheduled services and services not delivered, the number of missed switches, and instances of incomplete delivery of rail cars. Only through increased transparency and accountability can rail service be delivered in a meaningful manner as promised. Thank you again for the opportunity to bring this issue to your attention and the impacts on the terminal industry. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Stroud. Very good presentation. Patrick, you want to start?
Sure, thank you. I first want to thank Ms. Stegman for recognizing our staff team at the Rail Customer Public Assistance Program. They do a great job. I know they're valued by others on the panel. And because Ross mentioned the public interest in the hearing, I feel compelled to inform people that they are standing by to provide a free informal dispute resolution service. And of course, the board always favors informal dispute resolution on first instance. I want to turn to questions on the subject of transparency. We heard a lot today and yesterday about the primary root cause being T&E crew. We've also heard that the challenge where this cause manifests most acutely is, and with local trains, missed switches, of course, there have been other things highlighted with gateways and transit times. And we've also heard that the root cause isn't going to be solved overnight. So I'm wondering on the subject of transparency, what specific additional transparency measures would be most helpful in the near term? We've heard CSX yesterday talk about informing customers of crew numbers. Most people on the panel have filed in first last mile and talking about other reliability measures. And I'm wondering, what are the specific measures that would be most useful right now to help with your business planning?
Well, I'll start out. Patrick, thank you for the question. There's been a lot of discussion about first mile, last mile. And I think what yesterday's hearing illustrated just so clearly was a disconnect between the railroad's perception of their operations as measured by terminal to terminal velocity and the real world that we live in, which is first mile, last mile. Our touch points are at the railroads. We don't touch them in the middle of their line haul. We touch them at origin and destination. And they were very clearly disconnected from the fact that even in 2019, we were having significant challenges at origin and destination. And yet their testimony was that they were operating flawlessly. So I think first mile, last mile is very, very critical. But I think what we need to do is have the board set the standard for what first mile, last mile is. Don't let the railroad set their own standard because you'll get 6 different standards and it won't be meaningful for you. or us. So you really need to, to your point, kind of think through this and set the standard. And I would say NIT League members stand ready to help you work through that process. I would add, and Julie mentioned fill rate as part of your first mile, last mile metric. I would urge you to consider a fill rate metric as well. I apologize.
What do you mean standard, set the standard? Can you give us an example of what the standard might look like?
Yeah, so you even heard it a little bit yesterday that I believe the CSX that they were mentioning train speed a little differently than the peer group, right? If you don't set the standard, then they're all going to set their own standards. And
What would a first mile, last mile standard be?
yeah, okay, so I can give you an example. So you might set a standard that a perfect switch might be, you receive the number of cars that you ordered, and you receive that at the time that they had scheduled that switch. So if the switch was scheduled for 10 a.m. every day, they get there at midnight that night. That is not a switch that is productive for our membership. But if they get there, between 9 and noon, then we can still work with that. So there's some range of acceptability on the time, and then there's the aspect of, did they fill the order that you expected them to fill? So if they show up with one of the 10 cars that you ordered, that's not necessarily a good switch. Stuff like that.
And to be absolutely clear, what you're talking about is a common definition of a first last mile. That's what you mean by standard, not a set level or percentage, but a common definition.
Yeah, I do believe you have to set some limits, upper lower limits for how you define that, but a common definition that everybody has to follow.
Good. All right. And within that definition, I mean, carriers have basic elements, and it'll differ between a closed gate facility and an open gate facility. And the general thrust is on the closed gate, looking at constructive placement, time ordered for placement and actual placement. And then for the open gate, you have estimated trip time and actual placement, and then a plus minus around there, commonly defined across railroads so that everybody's speaking the same language when it comes to reliability. That's the basic concept.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you all for your testimony this morning and for being here. I've heard testimony that UP has already started to meter service. And I wondered if you could speak to whether or not you or your members would be willing to voluntarily reduce service if UP offered a financial incentive to do so.
I can't speak on behalf of all of our members on how they might interpret that against their own individual businesses. But I can tell you from many, many conversations that our members remain open to productive conversations about how to help solve this overall issue that we're all facing. So I find that our members are pretty open-minded about how to work through solutions, but I can't commit them today to accepting, some sort of financial offset against not having service, because in some cases, and it's been mentioned, there is no other option but rail service. So what you're talking about is, what are you willing to find, accept some sort of compensation for taking your plant down? I kind of doubt that.
Yeah, on behalf of NACD, I don't know for sure either, but I know their primary objective is to get the products to the customers that the customers need, and maybe some financial incentive would help somewhat, but that's not the goal. Is to get these products moving efficiently. So I would say that's our main concern.
I would echo that as well, that while I can't speak for our entire membership, I think that the goal of a liquid terminal is to, be serviced by a larger vessel and then service down to the retail. And in order for us to work with a lot of our industry partners here, in which we actually store their liquids, we would need to be able to move those in a very, very large capacity. So financial incentive doesn't really help us in that regard, I don't believe, but happy to ask our membership if you'd like.
Two quick questions for Ms. Stegman. The first is, you said the railroad should consider scalability. What did you mean by that?
Can you hear me? I'm sorry. So during COVID, we did have a plant that we had to shut down, but we also look at optimizing our operating rates across our facilities. And we consider how quickly we can respond to increase in customer demand. When the railroads are, it's basically contingency planning for increase in business requirements. Again, they made such large labor reductions. And even just recently, this quarter, they were announcing they were putting locomotives back in service. I question where they were in fourth quarter of 2021 when we were experiencing some of our worst service. So again, they need to be looking at scalability and how quickly they can respond and what that timeline looks like.
The second question I have relates to New Orleans. You said that government should address the problems in New Orleans, perhaps by adding additional infrastructure. Do you have any particular suggestions about additional infrastructure that needs to be built in New Orleans?
I don't think we've gotten a clear enough understanding of what the delays are or what the issues may be, but I think those with that expertise in the railroads would be able to better speak to that. I did want to follow up on one suggestion in talking about metrics and what would help shippers. And I compare it to my commute home each day, looking at my iPhone. I have a map that shows me the congestions on the highway. I know, I mean, I could visualize having an interactive map showing the rail network, red for areas where there's high congestion, green for areas where the rail work is fluid. You have that today all across the US on your highways, on your Apple phone. I can also predict what my travel time is from point A to point B. Today, when I fly home to Dallas, Texas, I will look at my flight radar on my Apple phone to track the completion where I am on my travel on the airplane. So I have it in air travel. I have it on, road travel on the highways, but yet we can't predict transit times, travel, or congestion on the railroads. I think a live visual map and giving us some indication of where this heavy congestion is and where shippers do have a choice of shipping from multiple locations may be able to be part of the solution.
Have some questions?
You turning it over to me? I think I'm frozen. Can you hear me?
Oh, it went off.
Okay.
1 second, Robert.
I think this is going to happen all day. I'm glad you can hear me. I can't.
Can you hear me, Robert?
I can hear you.
All right.
I can't see you.
It's okay. I'm nothing to look at. Go ahead with your questions.
You said it, not me. Hey, I want to thank everyone for coming, and I have to say that unfortunately, the testimony is still damning on the part of what the roads and their responsibility or their irresponsibility to the network these days. And so yesterday during testimony with NS and CS, we heard about future planning and working with customers to plan, future operations. And I just want to see during all this crisis and even during UP talking about embargo, what sort of communication have you or your members had with the railroads? And, has that communication been one-sided?
I would say on a tactical level, our members are communicating constantly back and forth with the railroads, primarily on the topic of problem resolution. So, we've had rail reps doing more problem resolution in the last couple of years than they probably did in the 10 years prior of their career, because they're just overwhelmed by these types of requests. So the majority of the conversations with the railroads aren't strategic in nature at this time. They're absolutely tactical. How do we solve the problem that has been created today?
I would just add that the Union Pacific, the Vice President of Industrial Products, did reach out and communicate ahead of the announcement. We have set up weekly meetings with the UP and are discussing, because we were also giving an overall target numbers and different metrics to understand what the max car counts are by geographic location. And we've been communicating, and there's been some flexibility in prioritizing and balancing the shipments across our portfolio.
Anybody else? Okay, my next question, and I'll make this my last question. If service doesn't improve over the next 6 months, where does that put your members or Ms. Wood, like your organization? I mean, you specifically were talking about, giving specific examples of how they were impacting your organization. I know, Ms. Stegman, you were doing too, but how does that impact your business and sort of the downstream effect? Because I just don't think that we're going to be turning this around anytime soon.
Well, our business is highly impacted by any sort of rail disruption. As it was mentioned before, a lot of times we can do a tactical plan B of getting truckload shipments. However, there are certain commodities that cannot legally ship via truck, not to mention the national shortage of truck drivers that we have been facing over the last several years. There are no alternative options. And if there are, they're extremely costly. So the impacts could be shutting down water treatment plants, shutting down food production facilities. I mean, several things that would impact public health quite drastically, in my opinion.
This is Michael Stroud. So I would say for our members too, that again, we continue to rely on, many of our facilities rely on rail to move product in and out. So if service does not improve, based on the information we have from members thus far, we anticipate we'll have additional failures to either meet contractual needs or failures to meet and be able to ship product to customers. So operations will continue to deteriorate. And if this does not improve overall for our members, it's unlikely to be a beneficial situation for them.
I can't see anybody, so I don't know if anybody wants to talk or not. I appreciate those comments, and I think that
Robert, I think that Netley, did you want to respond? Ross?
I didn't want to interrupt.
Oh,
I would just reiterate, that the nation's supply chains are in a dire situation today because of this. And it's not getting better, it's getting worse. And the longer it goes on, the worse it's going to get. So it has a huge impact on the nation's supply chains. And I believe, I don't want to be doomsday, but it's critical to our national security at some point in time. We have to be able to move commodities.
I agree.
And it's becoming more and more challenging every day.
Thank you. Thanks, Marty.
Ms. Stegman, you said something that caught my attention. You said that the railroads need to stop being reactive. And I don't know if that's just the same thing that you meant when you talked about scalability, but I wonder if you want to elaborate on what you mean by that.
More just that today, we don't have a sense of the shipments today, what they're going to incur. So what happens is we're working with them after a car has dwelled for 7, 8, 9 days versus being able to predict transit time. I mean, they know where the congestion is today. If we're shipping out of a Houston facility, moving towards New Orleans, we should be able to have a sense today that that is going to be a 6-day transit time or 12-day transit time. We're waiting till the actual problem occurs, and then we're engaging on their customer service. I think we need to move more towards predictive transit versus reactionary transit data.
It sounds like you're talking in that sense about more advanced communication. I thought maybe you were talking about railroads need to plan a year in advance of how many employees they need to have on the payroll. But you were talking more about the immediate. I'm just going to make a comment. This has been a very helpful panel. As a couple of things. A number of you have talked about demurrage. Yesterday, there were many shipping panels that talked about the problems with this service leading to increased demurrage charges. I can't and won't comment on a specific right or wrong of any charge any of you have received, but I would encourage you and the railroads to reread the policy statement we issued 3 years ago. It's very specific about our views about when demurrage should and should not be charged and what the billing requirements are. And if your demurrage situation is not consistent with our policy statement, we want to hear about it. And I'll leave it at that. I'm not supposed to foment litigation, but we issued that after a great deal of input from all stakeholders, and we meant it. 2 of us are still here, and I'm pretty sure we still mean it, and I think the other three do too. So I was very concerned to hear that a lot of the problems we're hearing in general, in addition to shipping issues, have led to what sound to me like people think they're getting demurrage charges they shouldn't get. I'm not going to comment on the merits, but I wanted to underscore that, and a message to the railroads: they should reread the policy too and follow it. The only other observation that just strikes me listening to the shippers after we listened to 2 of the railroads late yesterday, I had the same sensation after the demurrage hearing 3 years ago. And from where I'm sitting, it's like we're on 2 different planets. And I was thinking of seeing if I could get my colleagues to adopt a rule banning euphemisms in communications with this board, because the shippers come in here and tell us about plants shutting down, food supplies not functioning, fuel prices going through the roof. And the railroads come in here and say, we're not where we want to be. Honest to God, for the railroads who are coming in this afternoon, please do not tell me you're not where you want to be. Tell me the numbers. The not where we want to be makes this sound like, well, we're working on it. I think, Ross, you're right. I think that we're in one of the most serious national supply chain situations this country has seen in a long time, in the context of these worldwide problems. And it has to be treated with more than euphemism. So I'm just getting a little my frustration out, and maybe we can advance this hearing and also the solutions to it. That was all I had. Robert, Patrick, you had some follow-up. Go ahead.
Very quickly. Ross, you had mentioned some positive technological investment on the maintenance inspection side of things. And picking up on comment from Ms. Stegman, I'm wondering about any positive investments across the Class 1 in supply chain visibility. I know some railroads are looking at car-based technology with RailPulse. Some are looking at train-based using PTC, but that doesn't necessarily capture some of the times in which a car is not on a train. But it seems to me that our current system of AID readers and kind of dead zones in between those readers doesn't advance the goal of predictive analytics and real-time tracking. So I'm wondering, are there technologies, visibility tools that some carriers are advancing that work particularly well for shippers and that other carriers could look to as viable solutions?
Yeah, so there's TMS, transportation management systems out there. They're typically third-party engagements. They do interact with the CLMs, the car location management systems, car management location, excuse me. At any rate, they interact with those systems. So it is a bit of an old technology, but if you're using that technology, in the context of managing your supply chain, you can get great benefit out of that. And I'm going to give UP a plug here because we Packaging Corporation of America, at least, has recently integrated our TMS with the UP system. Now we're in infancy of that right now. But the goal is that we can enter a switch order inside of our system, and that'll translate into a work order for them. And now we're starting to work off the same set of data, and we're no longer arguing about whose data is more accurate. So these are baby steps that we're taking. We've been asking for it for a long time. It's starting to happen. We're very pleased that the UP stepped up and helped us get there. A lot of work left to lay out on that road, but there are tools that can be implemented.
I'd just like to sort of wrap up one aspect of what we've been talking about. We obviously have already begun a process to move forward with the possibility of requiring reporting of first mile, last mile data. Ross, you added an additional point to say, and have first mile, last mile standards, which strikes me as a little bit as complicated as the FMLM data is itself. That's why we issued the RFI we did. Setting the standards strikes me as more complex to figure out how to do it because there's so many variabilities of how.
I thought he was talking about a definition.
Well, yes, but I think he was saying something like if you're, the first mile, last mile standard is that your stuff has to arrive within 20% or something of when it's supposed to arrive, or some metric, right? Isn't that the kind of thing you were talking about?
Chairman, what I was describing was really setting the tolerance level, the upper and lower limit of what is a successful switch, for example.
Just for what counts as what your percentage is on the metric.
Absolutely.
Not for liability for a penalty for this unit. I just wanted to be clear.
Correct. Yeah. So you have to measure against some standard. And so if you're going to be 80% on time, you have to measure against that standard. What I'm suggesting is that standard should be set by the board, not allowed to be set by individual railroads, because then it's going to become very meaningless.
Measuring so we can understand it. And the reason I'm asking this question is that I have been impressed, as urgent as these problems are, that it takes us time to get things right because the industry is so complicated. And what I wanted to focus on, because almost every member from the shipping community yesterday and so far today has said, if you can do anything for us, we need the FMLM data. And so my question is, if we could get moving on getting just the data reported quickly, even before we set some kind of standard as to when the switch counts, which is what I think Patrick was focusing on, would just getting the data give some immediate benefit to moving this ahead of the crisis we're in? Just the data itself. And if so, can one of you enlighten me on how that would help you so I can appreciate it? You're all nodding. Mr. Stroud.
Yes. So, in our full written testimony, we provided a full set of objective, measurable metrics. How that would help us is essentially we would be able to calculate or know exactly what our anticipated delays will be, or when our products will arrive, or when service will happen. I mean, as my colleague on the panel just said and alluded to, if we went on to Google Flight and we looked at a particular flight, it would tell us the percentage of time it's on time or delayed, and when time it's going to arrive, generally speaking. So I think for all of us up here, the ability to have predictability and to give the board and everybody start to collect data very quickly about whether or not there's been a missed switch, a partial switch, or a correct switch would all help all of us in all of our industries. And I think it would help the board too.
I just want to translate into, make sure I understand it. You're saying if tomorrow you had first mile, last mile data on your shipments, on your members' shipments, they could look at the last 2 weeks, how often that flight was on time. And then for the next 2 weeks, they could say, well, if that's the way the service is going to be, I'm going to plan accordingly. So it would help them immediately, even if the service is terrible, it would help you immediately to plan around the terrible service in a way that you don't have visibility now. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, and it would also provide the board and the industry the ability to start looking at data themselves.
All right, well, that I understand. And the other reason is that I asked yesterday, every group and the railroads, what can we do 30 days, within the next 30 days, next 60 days? Because everybody points to hiring, and so far hiring is, if it's going to solve the problem, is 6 months or a year away. That needs to happen as fast as possible. But I think I want to know, and I think the board wants, so are there things we can do right now that will at least alleviate, if not solve, the whole situation? And I think you've answered that question. It does seem to me, Ross, that it's another mental effort to then figure out, okay, so what should the standard be before it actually counts as compliant or something? That would also help, because then if there's a standard, presumably the railroads would try to aim at it. But even without the standard, getting the data sounds like a step in the right direction. That's what I'm hearing. Okay. Yeah.
Context, a little finer point. So think about what conditions have to exist in an industry and where at the present moment you can be failing almost all of your customers, and the analysts assign zero risk to your earnings associated with those massive failures. What are the conditions that have to exist in that world? It's pretty severe lack of accountability is the bottom line. And so, just having the data is not going to solve anything. It's really going to be, the board holding the railroads accountable to the performance that data is going to reflect. And as individual shippers, as individual members, it's very difficult. Our members know what's happening at their plant on a daily basis. They know what's happening. They know which problem they're out there having to solve today. So just having visibility that reaffirms what they already know is not going to do it. So, but having that public forum and having accountability in a public forum for that first mile, last mile, now that starts to change things, but it's not an overnight fix. I mean, you still have some very fundamental structural issues that need to get solved. And it's primarily around velocity. And when I use the term velocity, I don't mean terminal to terminal. I mean origin to destination velocity. That's your number one killer. And if you think about it from just a head count perspective, I would tell you, I'd rather have 8,000 T&E employees that are constantly in motion than 10,000 T&E employees that are idle for 30% of their time. So I would caution against just getting hung up on a headcount number as much as, getting dialed in on what are the velocities that need to happen, origin to destination, not just terminal to terminal, because we've already recognized there's a disconnect when you get focused on that metric. But origin to destination velocity is really what really needs to occur here.
The word standard, maybe, I want to make sure we're talking about the same thing. Patrick, I always turn to Patrick for metrics. Would you enlighten me and the rest of us on the concept we were just about here? Setting some criteria for when it's reported as a successful compliance. I think let's be clear on what we're all talking about, the same thing.
So the way I understand what Ross was talking about was, let's say you have an open gate facility and the comparison about hitting it has to do with some sort of original ETA, some sort of ETA 24, 48 hours out compared to when there was actual placement. It's my understanding from what Mr. Boychuk was describing yesterday, and what Ross was describing today, is that for things like hardship plan compliance and first last mile, there's a plus or minus on those numbers because you're not going to get it down to the minute. So is it, on hardship plan compliance, is it plus 4 hours, is it plus 8 hours, is it plus 24 hours, plus or minus? You still count as hitting your original ETA on hardship plan compliance. Same concept would exist for that actual placement. And so I think what Ross is just describing is maybe not what we would typically think of as a standard, like you have to hit a certain percentage of switches or a certain percentage of hardship plan compliance. It's more saying, when you see that somebody has a 78% car trip plan compliance, it's within plus or minus 8 hours versus plus or minus 24 hours. Because if one railroad does plus or minus 24 hours and one does plus or minus 8 hours, the comparability of those metrics is not going to be there. Understanding it's very difficult to compare by railroads. And in the 724 context, railroads say it's not apples to apples, and understanding those caveats, you're not even speaking the same language, because the plus minuses are different, which will so skew the statistics that we won't have a comprehensive and consistent understanding of what's going on across the network. I think that's what you're describing.
Speaking for myself, I am still struggling to learn railroad lingo around here, and I knew that I didn't have as fulsome a statement of it, so I think it was good for all of us to be talking about the same thing. I thought that's what we were talking about, but I apparently didn't use the right word. So I appreciate it, and Ross and all of you, very, very helpful. Are there any other? Karen has a question.
Ross, we used the term the time you do so. I was thinking
exactly the same thing. You said this is a national security issue. This isn't about getting, the supply chain issue isn't about getting toasters to people's kitchen counters. This is about clean water. And I'd like to hear, maybe at a later time, more about your thoughts about that. We're not having technical issues with the railroads. This is what we're hearing over the last 2 days, is that the implications of this are much more far-reaching. So thank you.
Available. And I would also emphasize that this is not something that's developed over the last couple of months. This is developed over years of steadfast investment in a financial model that's creating the wrong outcomes for our country.
The data would be helpful, but again, it does need to have some sort of an objective metric. And that's our point, is that, we provided several examples, which I think would not be helpful, but we definitely, anything to start moving towards that point would be very helpful for us. And on the national security side of this as well, I would point out that we're about to start entering, hurricane season, and almost all of us will have to move product throughout the Gulf Coast and other places. And having a reliable solution for transport is critical.
Thank you, Mr. Stroud. Leave the Gulf Coast alone, will you, till we finish the Amtrak case? Time for us to do more than one thing at a time on that line. Thank you all. This was a very, very informative panel, as all have been. I much appreciate the effort you put into this. It's 11 o'clock. We're going to take a 10-minute break, because I think we could use one. And we're also going to reboot our Zoom and YouTube connections, because I'm told they're on the blank for some reason. So we'll hopefully take care of that during the break. Thank you all.
Test, test. They are, they're trying to solve it.
I guess, right? Because 2 years. And yeah,
Can you hear me? Testing, can you hear me?
Testing, testing. Can you test one more time, Robert? Testing.
I hear you.
Okay, Robert, can you test, please?
Roberta? I can't hear you.
All right, folks, let's reconvene. We are now at panel 10. It looks like you are well assembled, but I'm going to call the roll just to make sure everybody is here. Emily, I see you. Ann is here. John Ward. Robert Rosenberg. Katie Mills. Steve Ambrose. Ben Abrams. Eamon Monahan. And David Dillon. Everybody's here, so we'll go in that order. Emily, proceed. Proceed yet. Robert, are you online? Can you hear us?
I can see and hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. All right, stay with us.
The wonders of technology. Thank you.
And what I think wonder is the right word. Emily, you're on.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Oberman and members of the board. My name is Emily Regas, and I'm here in several capacities. First, I am the Fuel Services Manager for Arizona Electric Power Cooperative, or APCO, a rural electric generation and transmission cooperative in southeastern Arizona. I also serve as president of the National Coal Transportation Association, or the NCTA, an association of coal shippers, producers, and service companies, and its executive director, John Ward, is with me here today. I'm also vice president of the Freight Rail Customer Alliance, or FRCA, a national association of shippers and shipper associations led by my colleague, Ann Warner, who is also with me today. And I serve as the cooperative utility representative on the STB's Rail Energy Transportation Advisory Committee. Our group's counsel, Robert Rosenberg with Slover and Loftus, is here as well. Coal shippers like APCO have been struggling for many months with receiving inadequate coal deliveries to our power plants. As the country began to recover from the pandemic in early 2021, demand for many products and commodities increased and rail service deteriorated. As early as February 2021, APCO experienced increased train cycle times and delays in our deliveries of New Mexico and Wyoming coal. At that time, APCO had a large stockpile of coal to guard against inconsistencies in coal deliveries. Beginning in summer 2021, the stockpile began to shrink, and we have not seen a recovery in service as we experienced with past railroad service troubles. As fuel service manager, I manage detailed records on every train delivery for our own planning and contract compliance purposes. APCO has shipped coal from the same UP-served sources in Wyoming PRB region and BNSF-served northern New Mexico since before I joined APCO more than 20 years ago. Our standard round-trip cycle times of 3 to 5 days for New Mexico coal and 8 to 9 days for PRB coal have grown to as long as 10 days for New Mexico and between 10 as much as 14 days for PRB coal. The longer cycle times impede our ability to obtain adequate supply.
By late summer, we were looking for an extra train to offset the accumulation of missed train loads, and many other utilities were in the same situation as equipment became hard to find and the railroads limited equipment and trains in service to alleviate congestion. We finally secured additional cars for one makeup trip late in the year, but by then we were almost out of coal. We would have run out if we had not curtailed coal-fired generation at our facilities. The key problem we saw was lack of train crews. On multiple occasions, our train was parked waiting on railroad crews to move a loaded or unloaded train. A month ago, in March, one PRB train arrived, unloaded about 78 cars, and then sat after the crew left after it had exhausted its hours of service. The replacement crew did not arrive for 4 days. The local railroad operations personnel could not even tell me when a replacement crew was scheduled to return. A few weeks earlier, the railroad claimed we did not release the empty train at the plant on time or through the proper procedure, and no crew arrived until we resolved the issue with a phone call. The railroad then billed us for over $53,000 as a penalty for the several hours of locomotive hold charges. The upshot is that the railroad is free to take up to 4 days to bring its crew without any penalty, but if APCO slips up, it owes $53,000. This shows a complete lack of fairness and reciprocity. And I hate to say it, but after I wrote these comments this last week, it happened again when our train arrived on Thursday. It unloaded, but then it sat 4 days before the replacement crew came to take it and depart with the empty train. We also have experienced numerous delays in locomotive problems. For example, the interchanging short line that we use to ship our New Mexico coal refused to move the train because it arrived without the required number of locomotives. Another time, the locomotives were not properly configured within the train. Other times, the two Class 1 railroads and the interchanging short line failed to communicate about the train's ETA and availability for pickup at interchange. Locomotives also ran out of allowable service hours or experienced mechanical problems that required units to be set out and replaced en route to our and from our coal mines, causing the empty or loaded coal train to sit parked for hours or sometimes days waiting for replacement power. Other locomotives sat at our plant for hours or days awaiting repairs before the train could depart. Please understand that the route of movement to these coal mines and our power plant has not changed in over 40 years. In the fall of 2021, APCO, like many other utilities in the membership of FRCA and NCTA, with depleted coal stockpiles and slow deliveries, had no choice but to curtail coal generation to conserve coal supply before the winter peak. Since that time, we and others have tried to rebuild our stockpiles to prepare for the summer 2022 with soaring gas prices. But rebuilding has become more difficult as rail service continues to deteriorate, and now the railroads are parking or restricting train sets again. Curtailment planning has resumed even as gas prices continue to increase and concerns about summer reliability grow. Poor railroad service became a recurring topic of a discussion among FRCA's trade association and utility members and NCTA's diversified membership since the onset of precision scheduled railroading. FRCA, NCTA, and the National Rural Electric Cooperative Association undertook efforts to devise a coal utility on-time rail performance survey to try to collect railroad performance data from the shipper perspective to be used as a benchmarking tool for logistics and planning for shippers and to be used in discussions with the STB, including its RETAC meetings. We are now in our second year of collecting data from the shippers and in the fourth iteration of the semi-annual survey effort. The latest July 2021 to December 2021 results are very disturbing. 92% of the respondents report that rail service issues have impacted their company's coal transportation. 60% report that rail service was worse in 2021 than it was in 2019 and 2020. And 64% report their companies had to modify operations in the second half of 2021 due to poor service. 50% of the respondents quantified the adverse impact at 1 million to about 10 million per utility, and 20% quantified the impact at 10 million to 20 million per utility. 89% reported that railroad service had negatively affected their utilities' ability to maintain adequate coal inventories. The members attribute the service problems primarily to a lack of train crews and to the adoption of so-called PSR. John will provide his perspective of the overall impacts to coal, while Ann will offer some suggestions regarding additional data and interventions that are needed to address these problems for coal and other shippers. I thank you for your time, and I'd be pleased to answer any questions.
Thank you, Chairman Oberman, members of the board. My name's John Ward, and I serve as Executive Director of the National Coal Transportation Association. On behalf of our members who produce coal, consume coal, and manufacture and maintain rail car systems, I sincerely thank you for addressing the current rail service issues affecting all commodity types, including coal. Contrary to some popular perceptions, coal remains a vital component of the U.S. energy infrastructure. In 2021, coal was the second largest source of electricity generation, accounting for almost a quarter of America's electricity supply. Coal-fueled generation rebounded in 2021 in response to surging natural gas prices and bad weather. This caused a drawdown of utility coal stockpiles of historic proportions. Coal stockpiles at the end of 2021 are at the lowest level since 1978. In the first quarter of this year, the stockpile situation has continued to deteriorate. Approximately 3/4 of coal-fueled power plants today have stockpiles that would supply less than 40 days of operation at full capacity, and nearly 20% of power plants currently have less than 10 days of fuel on hand. The situation that Emily described related to her power plant in Arizona is consistent with power plants in every region of the country. Dozens of generating units have been idled or are operating at very low capacity today as utilities attempt to conserve fuel for summer demand that is right around the corner. In yesterday's hearing, a number of witnesses referred to railroads pivoting to growth. Coal producers, consumers, and exporters stand ready to assist in that goal. We would love to utilize our power plants more when market conditions like today's exist. We would love to rebuild our stockpiles if we could get someone to deliver the coal. And once again, contrary to some popular opinion, coal is not going away. The U.S. Energy Information Administration forecasts that coal will still be providing 10% of America's electricity in 2050. And because of coal's unique ability to be stockpiled for use when other energy resources are not available, that contribution to America's energy security and resiliency will continue to be vital. Finally, I'd like to respond to allegations in the press that shippers participating in this hearing are rent seekers out to transfer railroad profits to their own financial statements. May I point out that NCTA's members have invested billions of dollars of their own capital to support rail as the only viable option to transport coal. These investments extended far beyond the purchase and leasing of fleets of modern rail sets. These investments include fast loading and unloading systems, multiple loop tracks, batch weigh loadout systems. Furthermore, mines and utilities are organized to meet railroad schedules on a 24/7 basis and maintain large and expensive stockpiles of product at both origin and destination. This stockpile factor represents the largest surge or smoothing capacity in the rail system between origin and destination, and it exists at no cost to the rail carriers. We are not rent seekers. We want railroads to succeed, and we are hopeful that with this board's leadership, the railroads can emerge from this crisis with incentives in place that prevent similar service meltdowns in the future. And with that, I would like to hand the microphone to Ann to discuss some of the actions that may be helpful in creating incentives that result in sustainable improvements to service the shippers of all sorts of commodities.
Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairman Schultz, Members Headland, Primus, and Fuchs, thank you so much for the opportunity for us to be here today. Just to add on to what Emily and John just shared, the freight rail shipper problems are not, they're common among all commodities, among all parts of the country. As such, what I want to turn to today is more to the causes and offer some solutions and remedies. Understanding the causes is critical for crafting the responses and avoiding the next service meltdown, as what John alluded to. If you look historically, a meltdown has happened about every 8 to 10 years. We don't want to find ourselves here again in another 8 to 10 years with the same service problems. This service problem just seems to be made worse because of PSR, made complicated by COVID, and then with the supply chain problems, and as it has been noted, affecting our national security to move goods as effectively as possible. In our collective view, the root causes are market imbalances and a lack of effective regulatory incentives. Investors pressure railroad management to lower costs and reduce operating ratios rather than grow volumes by providing quality service. Leadership that fails to deliver on PSR principles stand to be replaced. And as what John and Emily had noticed, particularly frustrating because we want a strong freight railroad industry and we want to help make that happen in any way possible. However, shippers, we also lack bargaining leverage in trying to help reach solutions. Many shippers are captive to a single railroad. Even those fortunate enough to be served by 2 railroads have no assurance that the second carrier will be able to provide better service or handle a diversion of traffic. Few shippers can obtain meaningful and enforceable service standards. The railroads claim they need to deliver in order to get paid, but they still are overextending their track infrastructure, putting locomotives in storage, and furloughing employees when challenges arise. When things later do not go exactly to plan, assuming there is a plan, the railroads lack the capacity to respond. In a competitive market, providers pass savings and efficiency gains through to customers to avoid losing business. The continued decreases in operating ratios, market share, and service quality, combined with the increase in carrier profits, provide strong evidence that the railroad market is not competitive in the aggregate. We seek both short-term and long-term measures to address the problems. I think many panelists have discussed before that there should be transparency in how the railroad allocate the limited service they provide. Transparency is important because rail management is incented to favor the traffic that helps the operating ratio over other traffic, more recently referred to as demarketing. We appreciate the reluctance to micromanage, but the service allocation determines which businesses and sectors succeed. The inability to meet demand should not increase the railroad's discretionary power over the economy. Again, transparency and accountability is vital. As others have noted, the railroads should be required to prepare and submit detailed action plans to address their service inequities, followed by weekly progress reports showing the levels of compliance and progress or lack thereof. But additional measures are needed to address the market imbalance. One such mechanism is to impose penalties for poor and inadequate service. By statute, the board can impose a penalty of $8,736 for each day a violation continues. But this amount is really just pocket change in isolation. It becomes meaningful when applied to each rail car that a railroad cannot deliver or will not allow in service. The board should also consider limiting the ability of the railroads to increase dividends and engage in stock buybacks when service is suffering. If the board feels that it cannot do so directly, then it could do so in conjunction with penalties. The board should also give consideration to revoking exemptions, as what has been discussed earlier. When service levels are inadequate, exemptions impair the ability of the board to carry out the national transportation for all affected traffic. There's been quite a bit of discussion about first mile, last mile data that should be delivered. Not to reiterate what's been said previously, but this is certainly a path in the right direction to actually get a better understanding of how the railroads are actually performing in those 2 vital segments of the journey. Would also add that this also would help in terms of clarifying what is the common carrier definition moving forward. So thank you. Emily, John, and I, and our counsel, Robert, would be more than happy to answer questions following this panel.
I have no prepared remarks. I'm just here for the Q&A. Thank you. Certainly.
morning. My name is Kitty Mills. I'm the Associate General Counsel of the National Mining Association. The NMA is the national trade association that includes the producers of most of the nation's coal, metals, industrial and agricultural minerals, the manufacturers of mining and mineral processing machinery, equipment and supplies, and the engineering and consulting firms, financial institutions, and other firms serving the mining industry. The NMA's members conduct mining operations throughout the United States and rely on rail carriers to transport mine products, including coal. The demand for coal is only going to rise, especially for coal exports. Russia's invasion of Ukraine triggered a spike in U.S. thermal coal exports due to Europe's tight energy supply and low natural gas reserves. Here at home, the elevated natural gas prices will also increase coal competitiveness in the energy sector. Rails, roadways, appliances, buildings, stadiums, and airports and other structures are supported by steel, a material dependent on metallurgical coal. 70% of the world's steel requires this coal for its production. The U.S. is one of the largest metallurgical coal exporters in the world, and demand is only expected to increase. While coal is an inexpensive resource right here at home, mining companies are facing enormous difficulties getting coal to the consumer. Rail continues to be the primary mode of transportation for coal across the U.S. Yes. Is that better? Okay, great. Sorry about that.
Good news is I think we picked up.
Okay, great. I'm trying to be loud. So wonderful, wonderful. These mining operations run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and 365 days a year to meet the needs of consumers. However, just because the mines are running full speed ahead, it does not necessarily mean that coal is moving across the country. For example, at one mine in 2021, the operation lost the equivalent of 167 train shipments due to poor performance. So far in 2022, that same mine lost 72 train shipments. And if this rate continues, nearly 290 trains will not be shipped by the end of the year. To put this into perspective, at a rate of 13,500 short tons per train, approximately 3.9 million short tons of coal from just one mine will never see the domestic or global market. Once the shipments are lost, they can never be made up. The backlog projections are so dire that coal producers need more than 100% of shipments to not only cover for existing contracts, but to make up for what is not being picked up. The issue is not the number of cars, it's that the trains do not often show up at all. Another coal producer only had 30% of its trains show up earlier this year. They had empty vessels waiting to be filled at their cost and are 2 months behind on filling consumer orders solely because of the lack of rail service. Sometimes stockpiles are at record levels at mine sites, with auxiliary stockpiles undergoing permitting for the ability to safely increase the amount of product trucked to the auxiliary sites. These types of service issues are threatening the U.S. energy supply and grid reliability. Many customers want more coal than the railroad can deliver, resulting in the curtailment of utilities, like we just heard, burning coal to keep adequate stockpiles of inventory available, especially during the grueling summer months. It is especially difficult for utilities that must turn to natural gas and are forced to pay at the current high prices that are only being exacerbated by the current geopolitical turmoil. In turn, higher fuel rates mean higher rates for electricity users. With many countries banning Russian energy imports, we need to make sure our domestic coal exports can fill the void and get the product to the markets where it is desperately needed. We need to be able to move coal to the utilities to keep the lights, heat, and air conditioning on. We need to be able to transport metallurgical coal to the industries that repair roads, bridges, and buildings to keep our infrastructure safe. We need to move coal, and right now it's just not happening. Thank you.
Chairman Oberman, Vice Chair Soltz, and members of the Surface Transportation Board, thank you for holding today's hearing, Urgent Issues in Freight Rail Service. My name is Steve Ambrose, and I'm the Vice President of Sales and Logistics for GCC of America, headquartered in Denver, Colorado. We're a cement manufacturing company primarily. I'm here on behalf of the Portland Cement Association, which represents the majority of the nation's cement manufacturers, to talk about our recent experiences of shipping cement to market. Over the past year, many cement manufacturers have experienced significant declines in rail service that have hindered our ability to get our product to market in a timely manner. Portland cement is a manufactured powder that is the primary ingredient in concrete. More specifically, Portland cement is the bonding agent inside of concrete It's a similar role to flour in a cake mix. As an essential construction material and a basic component of our nation's infrastructure, Portland cement is used virtually in all construction applications, including highways, bridges, mass transit, airports, schools, offices, homes, commercial and residential buildings, dams, and water resource system. The low cost and universal availability of Portland cement ensures concrete remains the nation's most essential and widely used construction material. Literally nothing in the modern world can be constructed without it. Approximately 87 million metric tons of Portland cement were produced domestically in 2021 at 100 cement manufacturing plants in 34 states across the country. GCC of America has 5 cement plants in the United States and 26 terminals serving 12 states. Generally, GCC's product is used in construction in all the Mountain West states and some West Central states. We expect the demand for cement to increase as the economic recovery continues and as states and communities implement infrastructure projects funded in a large part by the investments made through recent Infrastructure Investment and Job Act. Based on Portland Cement Association's market intelligence, the investments made by the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act will result in 46 million more metric tons of additional consumption over that 5-year period. This is a significant increase in consumption. The cement industry is regional by nature, and most cement manufacturing plants are located near large limestone deposit, the principal ingredient of Portland cement. In recognition of the regional nature of the cement industry, it is critical to have a reliable and cost-effective transportation option. The majority of the cement shipped in the United States is shipped by rail, and very few manufacturing plants or terminals are serviced by more than one Class I railroad company. The average distance of shipments by rail range from 250 to 300 miles. Truck transportation is traditionally not economically viable more than 100 to 125 miles. As such, cement relies substantially on railroads to deliver our product to market beyond the economical range of trucks. In addition, some cement plants have access to water transportation for domestic shipments. These plants look to rail, barge, trucks to transport their product. Most bulk cement shipments from manufacturing plants to regional distribution terminals where the cement is delivered then by truck to local contractors and ready-mix concrete producers. The nation's cement manufacturers have historically relied heavily on rail transportation to move the majority of the shipments between cement plants and distribution terminals, and that reliance has only grown in recent years. It is therefore absolutely critical for the cement manufacturers that the railroads provide reliable, efficient, sustainable, cost-effective service to meet the widespread and growing demand for our product. With this background, the cement industry is working to meet carbon neutrality in 2050 across the cement and concrete value chain. Cement manufacturers look to rail as a highly sustainable mode of transportation to move our product to market as we work to achieve carbon neutrality. The overwhelming majority of cement manufacturing plants are captive to a single railroad. For example, west of the Mississippi River is dominated by 2 Class I railroads, the BNSF and Union Pacific, and their tracks typically do not parallel each other at cement manufacturing plant sites. East of the Mississippi River, the CSX and Norfolk Southern are the 2 dominant Class I railroads. It is rare that a cement manufacturing plant is not captive to one railroad, as it is rare that rail lines parallel each other at or near locations where plant sites exist. For example, GCC of America's plant in Odessa, Texas, is captive to the Union Pacific, and its closest BN tracks are 120 miles north, 129 miles east, or 196 miles west of that plant. When Class I rail carriers moved to precision scheduled railroading in recent years, cement manufacturers experienced a significant decline in service. Prior to this shift, cement manufacturers were already facing challenges with consistent service. The shift to precision railroading has resulted in a significant increase in missed switches, increase in demurrage, billings, as cars had to be added to runs that accomplish the same volumes that were accomplishable prior. For example, a manifest run prior to precision railroading that took 7 days now takes 10. Collectively, this has led to increased costs of cement manufacturers, not only through increased demurrage, added rail cars, but also in lost sales. Not only is the above example playing out in manifest shipments, it is also playing out in unit train service. Up until 2 years ago, and for the past 8 prior, GCC of America has been running 100-car unit trains from Pueblo, Colorado to Denver, Colorado on 7-day average intervals. 2 years ago, the intervals changed to 10 days. Our records show the reasons given were lack of crews, locomotive availability, in some cases both. As a result, GCC of America ran out of cement in the Denver market 7 times in 2021. However, this does not just only impact us. It is important to consider the impact to our customers in the construction of airports, highways, city streets, and then finally the average citizen who experiences delays and increased costs, further impacting the housing shortage. Cement manufacturers have seen further degradation in rail service over the past year. Many railroads point to staffing cuts and challenges associated with the COVID-19 pandemic. While large parts of the economy were impacted by various restrictions, construction in many cases remained in place as an essential activity. And in some cases, volumes and demand for construction materials, including cement, increased as projects were accelerated due to reduced traffic levels on roadways. This all coincides with the Class I railroads announcing further service cuts. Coupling the reduction in service through staffing cuts, precision scheduled railroading, and continued or increased demand for construction materials has left cement shippers in some very difficult situations of not being able to fulfill orders in a timely manner. At the beginning of the pandemic, there were many uncertainties. For example, the cement industry was concerned about a slowdown in construction, when in fact that did not happen. After initially scaling back service significantly, the Class I railroads have had ample time to hire enough workers to meet the continued and increasing demands for rail shipping. The time for railroads to continue to point to reduced staff and service because of the COVID-19 pandemic has long passed. For cement manufacturers, we anticipate increases in cement demand over the next 5 years. We need to know if we can rely on railroads to help us meet these critical shipping needs and ask each of the Class I railroads what their plan is to address backlogs and service in a timely manner. While cement is a small percentage of the Class I railroad's annual business, it is important to note that declines in rail service are facing all shippers. And for the cement in many industry, in many instances, there is not a cost competitive alternative to rail. Finally, and perhaps most concerning is this current situation. The exemption of board oversight on hydraulic cement prevents this essential industry from having a formal means to raise specific concerns with the board. This is an issue that, in our opinion, needs to be addressed by the board. And the Portland Cement Association continues to work diligently towards resolution on this matter. In closing, thank you for allowing me to testify in the perspective of cement manufacturers. The cement industry appreciates the Surface Transportation Board giving thought to actions that can be taken to help shippers get their product to market in a timely fashion. The Portland Cement Association continues to stand by ready to provide information, support, and act as a resource for the Surface Transportation Board on these ongoing considerations. And again, I thank you.
Good morning. Everybody hear me? Chairman Overman, members of the board, my name is Ben Abrams, and I'm the president and CEO of Consolidated Scrap Resources Incorporated. CSR is a member of the Institute of Scrap Recycling Industries, or ISRI. I also serve as a member of the board's Railroad Shipper Transportation Advisory Council. On behalf of ISRI, we appreciate that the board is holding this hearing to allow us the opportunity to explain our concerns with rail service, as well as the impacts that unreliable service has on shippers of ferrous scrap. Ferrous scrap is an essential raw material used for more than 70% of U.S. steel production. U.S. steel mills consume more than 60 million tons of ferrous scrap per year, and according to the AAR, more than 40 million tons of that amount travel by rail. We expect that volume to increase significantly over the next 5 to 10 years with the expansion of steel mill capacity in the United States. Steel is made from recycled ferrous scrap. Steel that's made from recycled ferrous scrap also saves approximately 68% of the energy needed to produce virgin steel, thereby reducing greenhouse gases. And rail transportation is absolutely critical for ferrous scrap transportation to steel mill consumers, especially at distances greater than 150 miles between scrap yards and steel mills. Because of the unique characteristics of bulk ferrous scrap, including its heavy weight and volume, There are many situations where rail is the only feasible shipping mode for this material. I must also mention, as others have on this panel and others, that ferrous scrap is an exempt commodity, which of course makes challenging service or any other rail-related issues more time-consuming, expensive, and uncertain. Our company, CSR, is a regular user of rail service to ship ferrous scrap to our widespread customer base across the eastern United States. Our Harrisburg, Pennsylvania location is located on the Norfolk Southern line, and our York, Pennsylvania location is located on a short line operated by the York Railway Company, a division of Genesee and Wyoming. We can access both NS and CSX from there. Railroad service performance is central to our success as an industry. We have continued, unfortunately, to see a deterioration of reliable rail service across the board for scrap companies during the last several years. As background, prior to 2012, our industry primarily relied on gondolas furnished by the railroads to ship ferrous scrap. After 2014, however, obtaining a sufficient or timely supply of railcar gondolas from the railroads became increasingly difficult. The lack of an adequate car supply materially impacted our ability to satisfy shipping volumes and the delivery needs of steel mills. Scrap shippers were then forced to invest in private rail cars at significant expense, one they had generally not had to bear in the past, to obtain more reliable and consistent railcar capacity. Despite the significant investments made by our industry over the last decade, poor rail service continues to negatively affect railcar cycle times and create serious challenges in managing our railcar fleets. Around 2017, U.S. Class I railroads began implementing precision schedule railroading as their operating model. Although PSR was marketed as a mechanism to improve rail service, the expansive cost-cutting and labor and equipment assets that came as part of PSR did not improve efficiency and reliability. On top of these issues, recent pandemic-related supply chain disruptions have exacerbated existing railroad service challenges without a clear end date to resolve those challenges. To provide the board with up-to-date information on rail service, ISRI surveyed its ferrous shippers with a focus on service provided during the last 90 days. The responses showed that scrap metal shippers generally rate their recent rail service as poor. On a scale of 1 to 5, with 1 being the worst and 5 being exceptional, the average rail service rating was 2, and no member rated their rail service higher than 3. The survey respondents expressed concern that poor rail service is preventing them from meeting delivery requirements to their steel mill customers and leads to substantially higher costs for replacing missed rail cars with trucking and/or the need to lease or buy additional rail cars, as well as lost sales that cannot be recouped. There's an extremely high level of frustration because scrap companies are not able to timely or effectively address these concerns with their rail carriers in a way that would create a better platform for reliable communication and follow-through. ISRI members reported that during the last 90 days, they have experienced missed switches, reduced service days, inconsistent car order deliveries, and extended dwell times at local facilities, all limiting their ability to fill orders for customers in highly volatile scrap markets. In addition, empty car deliveries for loading during the last 90 days were on average only 65 to 75% of what was actually needed, and some members were even reported receiving only 10 to 30% of their demand. Many of the empties that were delivered were not received on time. Similarly, the percentage of loaded or released cars that were not picked up on time ranged from 25 to 50%. When railroads perform inconsistently like this, not on schedule, and/or change established practices like service days, scrap shippers are forced to change their plans and schedules and then chase down their railroad customer service representatives to try and address these problems. Sometimes those service representatives can help, which is certainly appreciated, but sometimes there's not much they are able to do because too much staff is involved and not necessarily attentive to customers' challenges. Trying to weave through many Class I organizations to find the right people who will promptly and effectively address service issues in a timely manner can be extremely challenging and often to no avail. Many survey respondents reported that most of their shipments were made from facilities served by a single railroad. Consequently, they don't have an alternate carrier to rely on when the incumbent carrier experiences significant service problems. Trucking is not a feasible long-term option for most ferrous scrap shippers for the reasons noted previously. And one ISRI member who operates a smaller family scrapyard business reported that during the month of April, they had to pay 4 times more than the rail rates for trucking to ship scrap to a steel mill because of the unavailability of adequate empty rail cars. When scrap companies are forced to convert to trucking, despite being set up for and planning to ship by rail, the massive rate increases are in addition to the logistical nightmare of handling and coordinating the large number of trucks needed to ship the same amount of scrap that should have been shipped by rail. All survey respondents reported that service problems impacted their operations, labor, and costs. They caused a significant loss of revenues to harm relationships with their steel mill customers due to the failure to honor contractual supply commitments. In down scrap markets, scrap shippers bear the burden of lost orders because they cannot ship scrap before those orders are canceled. While that is a risk that scrap shippers assume, they should also be able to assume that poor railroad service won't prevent them from timely completing those orders. It does not happen all the time, but on numerous occasions in the last 6 months, we have gone days without a car spot as our empty leased cars pile up in switch yards, waiting to be delivered to us. When we have asked for updated delivery schedules, we have received limited to no information to rely on. Our staff does not know when cars will be available to load and consequently when they will need to work. As a company, we lose precious time and opportunity to fill orders. What is most frustrating is that we cannot seem to get accurate information about how many cars will be placed for us, when that will happen, so that we can plan our operations accordingly. I run a business too, and I understand things happen outside of our control. But it is not too much to ask for reliable information to be communicated to us and initiated by the railroad upon their delivery, about their delivery and pickup plans. The bottom line is that railroads are critical partners of the scrap industry, and we want to have that relationship. We depend on their safe, reliable, and cost-effective delivery of our materials, which is essential to U.S. steel production, which in turn plays an essential role in U.S. manufacturing and renewing the nation's infrastructure. To be clear, I'm not here to dictate or tell the railroads how their companies should be run. And I also recognize that pandemic-related issues have created labor shortages across the board for most industries, including the scrap industry. But we need to get to a better place than where we are today. I greatly appreciate when railroad customer service representatives visit us to learn more about CSR and are attentive to the problems we have. As mentioned, there's only so much they can do. We need better and more reliable service on the ground every day if our business is to operate the railroads, operate in the way that the railroads want their businesses to operate, which is to say with a high degree of efficiency and productivity. We need better, more consistent, and easier communication with and from the railroads that results in effective and prompt measures to address problems that arise. And we as shippers cannot simply bear the burden of all the cost to do this. We have incurred numerous and significant rate increases over the last 2 years without much change in service standards. Railroads need to prioritize allocations of capital and human resources to elevate the status of shippers in the hierarchy of constituencies that the railroads serve. While it is great to have financially healthy railroads, the revenue and shareholder value increases should not be made at the expense of the shippers or other stakeholders of the rail industry or to the economy as a whole. We strongly believe that railroads need to increase their investments in labor and equipment to help alleviate current service problems. Railroads need to live up to their own schedules and service promises and be accountable when they fail to do so. Communication and customer service also needs to improve, as rail customers should not be forced to chase rail representatives to address their problems. Thank you for holding this hearing, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
On behalf of the Corn Refiners Association, thank you, Chairman Oberman and members of the board, for the opportunity to describe the issues our industry is having with deteriorating rail service. CRA is the National Trade Association representing the corn wet milling industry of the United States. Corn refiners produce hundreds of products with thousands of uses. These are essential inputs for the American economy, including not just food and animal feed, but pharmaceuticals, medical devices, personal care products, and a wide assortment of industrials ranging from construction adhesives to compostable plastics. CRA members process approximately 13% of the United States corn supply, resulting in $9.3 billion in value-added revenue. This accounts for 7,200 jobs and impacts an additional 160,000 jobs, with an annual economic impact of $47.5 billion. Corn refining is today's leading example of value-added agriculture. To serve this role in our food system and consumer products economy, CRA members depend heavily on an efficient, reliable, and affordable rail transportation network to transport their product. In 2020, agricultural products contributed nearly 7.4% or 6.3 billion of total rail revenue. Railroads originate 24% of US grain shipments, and of that, corn accounted for 691,000 carloads in 2020, approximately half of all grain carloads. Rail also dominates transport of corn gluten meal and corn gluten feed, essential animal feed products produced by corn refiners and relied upon by poultry, pork, and beef producers. Recently, rail service has deteriorated to such a degree that our industry is struggling to play its essential role in the food and agriculture system. One corn wet mill operator lost at least $5 million in revenue to delays in the first quarter of this year alone. One CRA member has endured losses of over $11 million and lost bushels in grind over the last year because they were simply unable to ship. In those cases, our members' downstream customers needed to shut down or slow down their own production to accommodate these missing inputs. In other cases, to maintain their business relationships with their customers, our members are forced to buy product from one of their own competitors to make up the difference if they can. Because cycle times are up on average 5 days, members have increased their leased car position by an additional 500 cars at a cost of at least $6 million over the last year. On multiple occasions, corn wet mills have been forced to temporarily cease operation because there are simply no cars available to deliver inputs or ship finished product. These mills are complex industrial facilities intended to run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It's not like flipping a switch. Corn needs to steep at specific temperatures for 30 to 40 hours. So it takes a long time to shut this operation down, even longer to ramp it up. When you do that in the cold, like happened multiple times in the first quarter of this year, that places particular strain on the expensive equipment in these facilities. Further, with Pacific cargo transit times averaging 111 days, even before the lockdown of the Shanghai port, many customers that previously relied on imports are attempting to now source corn refined products domestically. As a result, for some products, US corn wet mills are operating at their full finishing capacity to meet this increased demand. That makes these temporary shutdowns caused by rail service all the more detrimental to the economy. A recent report from the American Farm Bureau Federation uses USDA data to clearly summarize the steep increase in delays and unfilled grain car orders shippers are experiencing, all while rail rates and fees are rising. Overall, compared to the first quarter of 2021, train speeds in the first quarter of 2022 were down 5% and rail origin dwell times were up 9%. Comparing the same time period, the number of unfilled orders for grain cars increased by 47%. And at the same time, bids for grain rail cars on the secondary market have increased 500%, demonstrating how desperate agricultural shippers are to get their product moving. In addition to the concerns expressed by other agricultural stakeholders yesterday, CRA wishes to highlight the following. Issues with switching in the first mile, last mile have forced our members to reduce production in key product lines and occasionally shut down, as I mentioned, with ripple effects down the supply chain, requiring their customers to shut down production. To compensate, members have used trucks where possible, but that comes at substantial additional costs and strain on a fractured trucking market. Precision scheduled railroading, far from its intended result of increasing efficiency, has created total communication breakdowns. Facilities are not told when the daily switch will not happen as planned until a customer calls, often a day later, to report that a car did not arrive, to find that it never even left. There are no responses from railroads to these delays. Lastly, actual and threatened embargoes at customer destinations routinely hinder shipping cars. And to be clear, all of the above has occurred while railroads charge historically high fees. Alongside our coalition associations, the American Chemistry Council and the Fertilizer Institute, CRA has participated in hearings and ex parte meetings before the board on issues that address some of the above. Regulatory relief on issues such as reciprocal switching are a key part of the long-term solution to increase competition and efficiency in the rail market. However, much more urgent action is needed. CRA appreciates Secretary of Agriculture Vilsack's letter summarizing the damage rail service is doing to agricultural supply lines. And we echo his suggestion that STB obtain service improvement plans from each railroad and require weekly updates from them to ensure progress is being made. Requiring railroads to be publicly accountable for their failure to provide reliable service may be a first step towards improvement. Currently, railroads accept very little accountability for the consequences of their business decisions, such as PSR. Absent such accountability, there's greater incentive for railroads to be responsive to Wall Street than to their customers and the overall public interest that is part of their common carrier obligation. Further, the board should consider what other medium and long-term tools it has at its disposal to increase competition, combat unfair business practices in the rail industry, and increase accountability for service failures. On behalf of the core refining industry, I appreciate this opportunity to comment on these urgent issues. Thank you.
Yeah, may I respond to the question that you asked yesterday about how do we get people and how do we keep the right ones? Can I have 2 minutes before I represent my client, or should I not do it?
No, you could tell us anything I think you may be representing your client. If you have an extra, so make sure you're in the microphone.
Okay.
All right, very good. So go ahead, now, please.
I grew up in a blue collar neighborhood in Chicago. I think you being an alderman for so many years, you're kind of familiar with the people and the clannishness and the certain kinds of things that they adhere to. And when I was a kid, there were a tremendous amount of railroad men in that neighborhood. My father was one, and so were 3 of my uncles. It was nothing for them and many, many others to wear the striped caps that they wore, to go to the school, to go to church, to go to the grocery store, whatever. They took great pride in that, and they wore their union buttons on the cap. As I got older, I got to ride with my father on the locomotive. I was fascinated with this whole thing. When I got to be 18, he got me on as a fireman, which was like an assistant engineer. And that's what I did while I was going to college. I worked nights. And I asked my father one time, why is everybody here somebody's brother or cousin or whatever? Everybody knows everybody. People intermarry, and they really love what they do. And he said, well, you said the right thing. I wouldn't want to do anything else. I'd do this for free if I could figure another way to put food on the table for you and your mother and your brother. So what I think is part and parcel of the problem is pride. These people took tremendous pride in what they did. Folks talked yesterday about what a hard job it is, and it is. When I went on, as my father did, the conditions were pretty much the same. Today, the workday maxes out at 12 hours. Up to 1964, it was 16 hours. They could work you 7 days a week. They could work you 30 days a month. I had a summer job. I had 3 or 4 paychecks on my dresser. I couldn't get to the bank because I was working 16 hours a day and 7. So I got 6 hours of sleep, and then the other was clean up, get something to eat, and go back. And I loved it. You don't have that anymore because it used to be the local supervision grew up the same way. They started in the mud and the dirt and all the rest of it. And they took pride in their men, and they trained them. They respected them. They asked them for favors of, hey, could you stay over? Could you do this for me? Could you do? And it was a reciprocal thing. That's all gone. Now, nobody expects anybody to work 14 hours, 16 hours today, but I do think you could give them some pride. The other thing is you get what you pay for. I was involved in a situation where one of the class ones needed a whole bunch of engineers in a godforsaken place. The job paid about $125,000 a year at the time, and they couldn't get people. But what they did is they gave them a $10,000 a month bonus. And you know what? They had all the people they needed. And that money, that extra $20,000, that was peanuts to the railroad in terms of what they made. So that's my take on this. You don't give them any respect. You don't give them what they're adequately entitled to by way of compensation. And those are the things you're going to have to fix. Now it's down to 11:43. Can I have a little bit more time to finish representing my client? Okay. All right. I'm here on behalf of Sweetener Supply Company and its Complete Railroad, which is the Brookfield Terminal Railroad. The company is a manufacturer or a processor of sugar. They are 150 people employed there, working 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. They have good benefits and good jobs. The company would be even bigger and more prosperous if they were given adequate rail service by Burlington Northern Santa Fe. They are 7 days. Burlington Northern Santa Fe won't switch them any more than 5. That means that they are out about 800 more cars of sugar a year that they could process if they were given that adequate transfer of cars. More importantly, perhaps, is the fact that because they won't switch them on Saturday and Sunday, they generate demurrage. Now, the agreement that they have, the interchange agreement, says the Burlington's Railroad will put cars on that interchange track, and then the Brookfield Railroad will bring them to the site on the factory site and switch all these cars. So Burlington does nothing but hook and pull. They don't do any switching there. The company does their own with their own private railroad, which is a Class 3 terminal switching railroad recognized as such by the Federal Railroad Administration. The point is, however, that failure to switch, charging them demurrage of $150 per car per day for Saturday and Sunday, has cost them in the past 20 months, $341,000. Now, the agreement itself says that rail cars are considered to be interchanged at the time the rail cars are placed on the interchange track. The delivering party's crew uncouples the rail cars, and any unnecessary information or necessary information will be forwarded. So they're doing exactly what the agreement provides for. They're putting the cars on the interchange track. There should be no demurrage. The company should come, the switching company of BNSF should come and take those cars out. If that were to be done, they could handle more cars of sugar, and they would be eliminating a charge which says, I won't switch you Saturday and Sunday, but I'm going to charge you $150 a car per day. So that's $300 a car every weekend, which comes up to about $9,000 a weekend when they're really busy. If you multiply that by 52, that's $450,000. That's the situation that they find themselves in. They have met with BNSF, their local management, their corporate management, and they get told, we don't have crews and we don't have locomotives, which quite frankly is ridiculous. I've got pictures of them at home in Trains magazine where they got aerial pictures and there's long, long lines of stored locomotives, new modern ones. It's the same way with people. Like I just said, it's very, very hard to get and keep these people because they don't get the respect that they're due. And when you take a job like this where you don't work from 9 to 5 and then you go home and forget about it, that's one thing. When you live that and you live with these people more than you live with your own family, you better make it attractive in some way and generate the loyalty that they used to have years ago. I could say a whole lot of things like were said yesterday about poor switches, no crews, no this, no that. We all know all about that. But I think the question becomes, are these railroads going to play by their own rules? Here's the rules. You put the thing on the track, demurrage goes away. I put the thing on the track, you get to pay demurrage. So it's a heads I win, tails you lose type of a situation. So I really don't have that much more to say about it. It's a simple situation. They're being held up for phony demurrage. They're being denied the ability to grow their business by being switched adequately to take care of all the business that they have. So they're losing 2 work days a week for a 7-day, 24-hour-a-day operation. And that's the whole story right there. And there's no reason for it. Sure.
Thank you very much. First, I recognize that Chicago voice anywhere. You make me feel right at home. So does Karen. Secondly, I do want to acknowledge, as Emily mentioned it, Emily Regis is a very esteemed member of the RETAC Advisory committee and always makes a great contribution. And of course, Ben Abrams is a member of our STAC committee, and both of you do a lot of work that helps this board, and I appreciate the fact you do that and that you're here today. I'm sure we have some questions. Karen, you want to start?
Thank you. Mr. Ambrose, been living in Colorado full time for the last couple of years. I've had a place in Colorado forever, and I've been to Pueblo many times. And you mentioned shipping cement from Denver to Pueblo. And there is a plant in Pueblo that makes concrete ties. And there's also a big steel company in Pueblo. Pueblo used to be called the Chicago of the West. It's now called Evraz, but it was Rocky Mountain Steel. And what do they make? They make track. They make most of the track used in the West. So if we're having trouble making concrete and track because they can't get the cement to Pueblo and the scrap to Pueblo, this is going to come back and bite the railroads in ways they haven't thought about. So.
I don't disagree. The cement manufacturing plant is in Pueblo. The rail tie manufacturer is called Rockland. They're across the street, so they do get cement because they're trucking it. The issue is that if the unit train doesn't get to Denver, we don't have infinite storage at Pueblo, so we have to shut the plant down. And this delay of 30% has created a lot of chaos in that regard. But as long as they're willing to pick it up at Pueblo, and even the customers in Denver, we say, well, you can go pick it up at the plant, and there's simply not enough trucks to do that. So, but you're right.
Manufacturers, cement manufacturing and concrete manufacturing is one of the biggest polluters on the planet. But they are spending a lot of time and money now investigating sequestration of carbon into concrete. So we may be producing green ties, but it's a great development, and I really want to congratulate your industry in looking into that.
Thank you.
We lose Robert again?
No, actually, I just heard you. I
Oh,
couldn't hear you.
okay. I'm
Sorry.
on delay. Go ahead, Robert.
And with your mask on, I can't read lips, so that makes it harder. I just want to again say thank you for being here, and I know it's a tough circumstance to be in. You guys all have businesses to run. Your association, your memberships are really trying to get our economy moving forward, post COVID, and there's a lot on the table, and it just seems that with respect to the railroads and their impact on your supply chain, that it's making it a lot harder. And I think our economy is teetering on the verge of something really terrible if we don't get this fixed. So I want to just ask you guys, in the immediate term, what do you think we can do? What should we be doing? Should we be focusing on to help turn these guys around? Anybody?
I'll just start and say a couple really quick things. One is the communication level between railroads and the shippers. It's got to improve in a way that the communication needs to be initiated by the railroads. The communication for missed switches, for the number, cars that are supposed to be delivered to be loaded. If that number is off of what's requested or what the railroad says is going to is is going to be delivered and then it doesn't turn out to be right. The timing of things. I mean, we have to plan our businesses. People are, scheduled to work certain hours and they make other plans, outside of that. And then the railroad doesn't do their part, and they have to rearrange everything. It's not to mention, the other risks that we take, with orders being canceled and whatnot. But, it's got to start with better communication. And that probably comes from additional staff at the railroads whose main job it is to communicate, to pick up where, things have fallen down, and things do fall down. I get that. I mean, people don't show up, crews run out of time. It happens. But, that's okay. So what happens after the crew runs out of time? Oh, well, are you going to get the spot the next day? If so, what time? What can we rely on? How is the railroad going to fix those individual problems that happen on a day-to-day basis? Rather than having our people say, oh, well, I guess we're not getting our switch today. No one bothered to tell us that. And, now we have to chase down the right people at the railroad. And it's like calling, sometimes if you're lucky and you have a first mile, last mile contact and you can call their cell phone and talk to them and maybe get some information, but I don't think that that's necessarily true across the board. You got to, it's like calling somewhere and like getting an automated answering situation, and you got to dial through and maybe you get connected and maybe you don't. And, or you get an automated response from the railroad if you send an email. So, I mean, to me, that's where it starts, with that communication. And I think that would alleviate a lot of frustration at a minimum on our end.
Appreciate that, Ben. Thanks, man. Anyone else?
If we could have better communication. And also that the locomotive power issue seems to be very prevalent. If there could just be good working locomotives placed in strategic locations that were readily available for the operations people. I talk to railroad operations people a lot, and they're utterly frustrated because they're not given the resources that they need to move goods, move trains. And I talk endlessly about locomotives, yet that shouldn't even enter into my purview. We own rail cars and we run an electric power plant, yet I'm always talking about locomotives. So I would say that if they could find a way to handle the mechanical side of things, that would alleviate a lot of issues.
Thank you.
I think I'm, okay, I probably need to get closer to the microphone. Transparency, accountability, the data needed for those, and also some sense of shared consequences. All of these shippers, receivers, manufacturers, consumers are all suffering. The railroads are thriving financially right now. There's a mismatch there, and it should be addressed in some way. We've mentioned penalties. Others have mentioned the equivalent of demurrage for private cars. There should be some way to align the interests, because it doesn't appear to be that way. And as long as that continues, the situation has the potential to compound and exacerbate rather than be resolved, particularly on a long-term basis.
Thank you.
I think my question is follow on to Robert's, and we've talked a lot about metrics that could be collected retrospectively. I really want to hone in on the prospective communication. Ben, you had talked about additional staff and knowing when a crew times out. I guess for the panel, what does the ideal prospective communication look like in terms of what specifically do you need to know, and specifically when do you need to know it to help your planning on a prospective basis?
I think one thing would be helpful to know is what kind of cycle time standard should we be using as a planning tool? That's one of the things we came up with in this on-time performance survey is trying to look at what like-kind utilities in regions of the country that are shipping the same mileages to the same sources, et cetera, What does the cycle time look like and what should it be? And folks are, constantly trying to figure out, is it 10 days? Is it 8 days? And how much equipment do I need to put in place to manage it that way and so forth that we just don't know. And they, often the ETAs also that are presented for your train loads are changing all the time. It's sometimes, tomorrow, then it's Saturday, and then it's later. And, you're just watching and waiting until it shows up.
To be specific, you're thinking, looking back a certain period of time and updated for each shipment about what that look back was on the cycle time and just that continual updating process?
Well, that is helpful for sure. But could there be some kind of standard of measure that if you're moving PRB coal to, 500 miles away, that it's going to take this many hours or days plus hours? It's just something to use as a planning tool.
I'll just add, I think where things fall down the most is that first mile, last mile, or that maybe not just first mile, last mile, but in our instance, like we have a hump yard, that's not far from our facility. So that's where a lot of the cars accumulate for Harrisburg. Yes. So it's about 5 miles as the crow flies. And that's where a lot of cars accumulate. And I get it. They want to wait until they have a bunch of cars, they bring them over. Fine. But tell us, with reasonable accuracy when that's going to happen, and don't let us walk in, to work at 6 o'clock the next morning and find out that they were supposed to move 15 or 20 cars over and didn't happen. And now we're starting from scratch again the next morning and saying, okay, well, is it going to happen today? Well, maybe, and maybe they have an ETA that's updated on their portal that says, yes, it's going to happen today. But if it's not really going to happen, then, tell us that so that we know that. And that's where I think the human capital comes in. It's not just someone, in Atlanta or somewhere else punching in, what a new ETA is, or the system setting that. It's somebody who's, in the yard and someone who's interacting with the crews, who knows what the daily schedule is going to be, approximately how long things are going to take, and putting in an accurate assessment to the best that they can of when deliveries are going to happen. That's just one example, but it gets back to the,
I'm understanding. You're saying that sometimes there is a lack of visibility of how your cars are progressing through the hump. And that's a delay point. And then once they get through, there might be another delay point on the really last mile part of it. And when it comes to the delay as your cars are going through the hump, it's your view that you really need somebody on the ground actively communicating, because an automated system the automated system as it's set up today is not going to know how something's progressing through the hump. And so there's got to be a direct communication to the yard. But if there was a way to get the yard communication to the railroad and back out to you, that would also work, but you just need it from the yard as opposed to some automated system after it's already progressed through the hump. You need to know what's happening through there. Is that basically it?
right. Don't rely on something that's too automated. Like get somebody who sends us an email that says, okay, we realize we missed that connection, that train coming over, but I'm writing this now at, whatever time. And I'm telling you that this is going to happen today. And that's a human person who you're interacting with. And that's someone who, if something else happens, like they're on it, they're managing that case and they can deal with it, whether they're local or they're at, in Atlanta or wherever else. At least it's somebody who's truly monitoring that and has accurate information. They understand what's happening on the ground.
And for what that means in terms of real consequences for you, which is it's the same delay, but you can manage your workforce better so that the delay doesn't have the same impact.
Right. Sorry.
I'd like to thank all of you for taking your time to be here today and for your detailed testimony about what's currently going on the network. But I'd especially like to thank Mr. Monahan. I believe that you raised 2 specific recommendations for the board as to what action the board should take in the immediate future to address the current situation? And if I heard you correctly, I think you recommended service improvement plans and weekly updates. And I wondered if you could speak a bit more specifically about what those service plans should include.
Well, I have to admit to being not quite expert enough in rail issues to necessarily dictate what would be included there. But I'm sure testimony yesterday from USDA and my colleagues at the National Grain and Feed Association highlighted some essential things, and members of this panel as well. And so I think input from this hearing, I think, will help to identify some of the things that should be included in that better than I can off the cuff, if you don't mind.
In our written testimony, we described, or we attempt to describe in some detail, that there should be very specific plans as to what measures that the railroads are going to take. It should be granular. There should be milestones. There should be progress reports following up, indicating to what extent that they have or have not met those steps in terms of, say, locomotives being restored or employees being hired, or where they are in the training process, and then an indication of what consequences have and what consequences for service have or have not been achieved based on those steps. So there should be transparency and data and accountability.
And maybe if I'm unable to outline what should be included in those improvement plans, I would say, or reiterate rather, that the goal of that is creating some accountability, and plain English accountability. I think if you explain to somebody out on the street who isn't in this room and knows this lingo, some of what happens in the rail industry, they wouldn't believe it. And so the second part of the recommendation that started with Secretary Vilsack is sort of like a weekly progress report on how railroads are meeting or failing to meet that improvement plan.
Thank you.
So to kind of bring in the concepts that people have been discussing with the metrics and then these plans, something like, we do collect weekly service data, and then there have been suggestions for additional, what I presume to be weekly first last mile car trip plan compliance metrics. And so what this might look like in your view is, all right, what does that look like on a forward going basis? And we've already seen from some of the railroads in their testimony, their plans to get back to a pre-pandemic level. So there is a trajectory with basically set target times for the metrics getting back to where they were at a pre-pandemic level that people can monitor to see how the railroads are doing. And Robert, to your point, to their extent that there are really relevant inputs, which I think we're hearing our T&E crew, some visibility on that front. That's the type of weekly review, bringing it all together with prospective targets where we already have sort of the retrospective aspect of it.
Yeah, since you have oversight on them, those are the metrics. It's how fast are you employing crews? How many locomotives are bringing in service? And trust me, they have sophisticated modeling in their lines to know what that'll mean for dwell times, for velocities from location to location, and just they report to you, so to speak. Just set targets for what those are to bring service back in. I think we all agree that's probably their biggest issue, are those two things. So thank you.
That there were details in your prepared statements. Are we talking about the FCRA? Because you're there with the whole group. Your statements, Ann. Okay. Couple of things. First of all, I can't see Ann Warner at a public hearing without always reminding people that she started the ball rolling on our doing something, collecting FMLM data. And it seems like a long time. It is, but it's high up and we are working on it. And I think this hearing is going to generate some reasonably quick action on our part, I hope. It's more complicated than we thought, but two things. Ann, you had mentioned a statute that allows us to levy fines. Can we just have the citation? Which statute? Maybe Mr. Rosenberg knows. I just wanted to make sure we knew what we were talking about. And I'm not on. Which carriers were involved in those 2 mines?
To be honest with you, I don't know off the top of my head, but I'm happy to get back to you with that information. Sure.
Mr. Chairman, if I can interrupt, the provision is 49 USC 11901A, and the current penalty level by board regulations, $8,736 per violation per day.
Very much. Again, thank you all, really. A lot of work went into this. We need all this information. Oh, I do have one, I guess more an observation. Ben, you, in talking about the communication, you related the communication to the advent of PSR. And I'm still trying to figure out what PSR is. And is there something about PSR that says don't talk to your customers? I mean, where does that come in, really? So, I mean, why do you relate it to PSR?
I don't know. I just think it was, PSR was supposed to be this massive improvement, in terms of service. And I don't know that the change in communication relates to PSR, but I know that staffing was reduced and costs were cut. That was part of the point of PSR, and the idea was that they were going to make that up in service with other areas. So I don't know if I don't know the communication got worse after PSR. I'm trying to remember back that far, but the issues that we had were certainly the delay issues, missed spots. Those were certainly prevalent before PSR, but I sort of felt like there was more interaction and maybe more access to local staff prior to that. It's the best answer I can sort of give you.
Well, I will. I'll just make this observation because I've been having this discussion, sometimes a debate, more recently the last few weeks because of the problems with people in the industry, people in the media about PSR. And it begins to become a distraction because it means so many different things. I don't mean we shouldn't be talking about it, but there's 4 more railroads we're going to hear from this afternoon. I'm going to tell them now they can think about it at lunch. Tell me what their PSR model has to do with not picking up the phone and tell the customer when your efficient railroading is going to get them their cars. Or if they don't, why not? Organizing the trains, getting them out on schedule has nothing to do with employing somebody at the office with a telephone. And we hear this so often, Ben, you pinpointed it. I find it very frustrating. But I think that completes our work here. Again, thank you for all of your work. We are going to break for lunch. It is 12:40. We'll reconvene here at 10 minutes after 1. Thank you all.
Testing, testing.
I can hear you, Robert.
Okay, thank you.
All right, good afternoon. We are resuming. And our next panel is panel 11. Labor panel. We have Rich Edelman. You are actually representing 5 more even. And Matt Hollis. And I don't have other names here.
This is Don Grissom. He's
Don-
the Assistant General President Carmen, the brother to Riley Carmen.
And,
Josh Hartford,
okay,
General Chairman for the machines.
okay. Okay, so, and I understand there were are there some other folks here from these unions? Okay, no. All right, Rich, you're on.
You. All right, for the entire. So I'm Richard Edelman. I've been practicing before the ICC and STB since 1987. When I prepared for today, I tried to aim for the 20 minutes I asked for. I thought I was there, but I've had to add some remarks in response to what I heard from NSR and CSXT yesterday, and I ask your indulgence on that. Today, I'm speaking for the Brotherton Maintenance Away Employees Division of the Teamsters, Brotherton Railroad Signalmen, Smart Mechanical Division, National Conference of Firemen and Oilers, and the Transport Workers Union of America. All of those unions are non-operating unions. Now, there has justifiably been a lot of focus on the operating crafts and crew shortages, but trains move on tracks. They're controlled by signal systems, and freight is moved by locomotives and rail cars. And they're inspected, maintained, repaired by maintenance away employees, signalmen, and shop workers. And if there are too few of them, or they're pressured to cut corners, well, then trains don't move or they don't move well. Now last week, CSX CEO Foote said CSX doesn't need any more track workers. And well, that's just the same old short-term thinking. CSX is focusing on T&E crews now because that's their immediate problem. But if they don't, bolster their non-operating crafts, they're going to run into other problems later. The unions appreciate the board holding this hearing on freight rail service problems because the situation is reaching dire levels, as everybody has said to you. As a result of this new business model called precision scheduled railroading. And Marty, you left with a question and I'm going to answer that. What is precision scheduled railroading? It's branding. It is simply a euphemism for ruthless cost cutting driven by finance interests who discovered that there are these duopolies that benefit from government authorizations and immunity when there's historically not been very much regulatory or enforcement standards. So there have been few impediments to cost cutting. The focus on scheduling is a distraction. The real issue is the institutionalized cost cutting under the name of a scheduling device. And if it was about scheduling, well, why did the railroads cut maintenance away and signal employees? They're not involved in when the trains move. This is also a blue skies business model that operations and infrastructure will always be in optimal conditions. And that's just delusional. Yesterday, Norfolk Southern said the period of 2018-19 and the current periods are completely unrelated. But here's the thing. In 2019, and NS's self-praise of that was based on a plan with no cushion, that everything would run optimally. And now the pandemic, yes, that's a very big problem, but they weren't set up for any problem. And NSR and CSX, they talk like they were providing great service in 2019. And then there was the pandemic that messed everything up. Now, some of us were around back then. Well, actually, most of us were around back then, and we all know that that's not true. And we were all talking about service problems. Employment had already been dramatically cut, and they were having these problems. And it was actually in January of 20 and February of 20 when I started reaching out to shipper lawyers who I knew from the big merger transactions to say, this is what we're seeing, what's happening to your clients. And these two things are related, and we all knew it. So when the carriers say there's nothing wrong with scheduled railroading as an operating plan and that the critics are off target for attacking scheduled operations, they're just deflecting, because the problem is not inherently with a scheduled railroad, but with a ruthless cost-cutting business model, of which inflexible scheduled railroading, that's just a part. And it puts operating ratio and returns to investors as a first, second, and third priority, and safety and service second. And as you've been told this by rail customers, by the rail employees, we all know it. And it's actually Billy DiCarlo from TCU said to me, they would have you believe that everybody else in this room is crazy. But we all know, we all experienced it. Now, before I move on to summarizing some of my written comments, I want to make an observation. I've represented rail unions for 35 years, and this is the worst labor relations and, more importantly, most employee relations environment over those years. And that's saying something, because I started in the period of abandonments, line sales, losses of tens of thousands of jobs, a presidential emergency board report that dramatically changed collective bargaining agreements, and frankly, use of ICC transactions to circumvent agreements. So why are things worse now? Because back then, rail labor may have been upset at what was happening, much of which was improper, some of it unlawful, but the industry was in economic extremis. In recent years, we've seen tens of thousands of jobs cut, degradation of the jobs that remain, circumvention of collective bargaining agreements, wage stagnation at a time of record profits. As shown by our economist, Thomas Roth, since 2004, since the implementation and full integration of the big mergers, the class ones for real profits have increased 479%. The composite stock prices of the big three publicly traded class ones increased 1,359%. I actually put an exclamation point, which I don't normally do as a lawyer, but oh my God, that's a 4-digit percent increase. Profits per employee increased 979%. By comparison, during this period, real wages are only up 14%. Now, yesterday, Ms. Sanborn from Norfolk Southern, I'm pointing because she was over there, said Norfolk Southern talked about a balance of how resources are allocated. Well, that's just words. What I just read to you, that's how they do the balance. Now, all of this escalated as the class ones moved to the new business model. And stunningly, it continued into the pandemic. Since the start of the pandemic, traffic has returned to 97% of 2019 levels, but employment is down 19% from December 2009 to the present. 97% of the car loadings, 19% lower employment. The class ones have attempted to blame the pandemic for their staffing problems, saying, we're encountering the same problems as all of these other businesses. Mr. Foote compared their problems to the difficulties that Starbucks is having baristas. Now, my daughter applied for a job at Starbucks. They gave her a couple of hours of training. That's a ludicrous comparison. Whatever the difficulties other industries are having filling positions, most didn't go on a job cutting spree prior to the pandemic. The staffing problem is not something that happened to the class ones. It's a problem they deliberately created. And I wasn't going to dwell on this given, the chairman's request that we not be repetitive, but I heard the railroads repeat this lame deflection yesterday. And I can't let that go by unanswered. I mean, what they said yesterday is, well, let's just say disingenuous. All that stuff from Norfolk Southern and CSX about algorithms and forecasting and use of social media to recruit people and geographic specific focus and reference to general BLS statistics on the economy, this all ignores the brutal job cuts done in this industry that happened prior to the pandemic. And all this talk about hiring incentives and bonuses and gift cards wouldn't have been necessary if the carriers hadn't gutted the existing workforce. Let's put it this way. You don't repair damage done with a sledgehammer with a screwdriver. Now, I'll just say this, the statements I heard yesterday were insulting to the workforce and frankly insulting to this board. I also want to address the rote expressions of gratitude to the workers for their dedication during the pandemic. You should know that at the bargaining table, they say those same workers are overpaid abusers of health insurance. As Peter Kennedy from the BMWE had said, we've seen a 1,000% increase in thank yous for your service and a 0% increase in pay. As explained in our papers, rail jobs are skilled jobs that require at least multiple months of training, followed by years of learning, and in some cases can take up to 10 years to reach full competency. The suggestion that railroads can fix the problems caused by deliberate program job cuts pursuant to the mindless cost cutting is simply, and hiring off the street, it's a fantasy. In the meantime, 81% of the pre-pandemic workforce is moving 97% of the pre-pandemic freight, and profits are up 9%. What does that tell you? 2021 operating revenue was about the same as 2019. So the class ones have increased their profitability, not through growth, but continuing cuts in expenses significantly and substantially in the workforce. And the rail workers haven't had a pay increase in nearly 3 years. Now, why does this matter to you? You're not a labor relations agency, and we don't want you to be one, but you are an agency charged with promoting safe and efficient rail system, fair wages, safe and adequate, suitable working conditions, sound economic conditions. And these obligations are implicated by what's been happening with rail employment. And we and the other unions have documented this. The railroads can't hire. People are leaving mid-career. In my 35 years, I never heard anybody with 8, 10, 12 years of time in on the railroad leaving. Patrick, you asked yesterday, what could be done about staffing in the near term? Now, some of this is not what the board can do. The railroads can enter new agreements that finally share the wealth with the workers that generate the wealth. And that would halt the hemorrhaging of experienced employees leaving. People are leaving these jobs, and we've given you statements in the record, and I'm going to read a couple of them. I also have to say, listening to Ms. Adams yesterday, NSR is either fooling itself or attempting to fool you. But I can say one thing for sure, it's not fooling the employees and the unions. All this marketing and media stuff, it isn't going to change the reality of the rates of pay and rules and working conditions. And as for Ms. Adams' talk about the compensation and benefits that our people receive, well, let's point out that the current rates of pay haven't increased in 3 years. And the health plan that she touted, they're trying to diminish that health care. Other thing she didn't mention was any significant pay raise, nor did Ms. Sorfleet from CSX. Now, the railroads are fond of market-based solutions when they deal with the shippers, and they tout the market when they're dealing with investors. So the market solution for their employment problems would be to give people better pay and benefits. But when it comes to their employees, they're blind to that. CSX has patted itself on the back in front of you about the $600 month advance. This is an advance that they're giving, which you have to pay back when there's retro pay. CSX talked about its collaboration with the unions, and then, I don't know what they're talking about, certainly not with my clients. And last night, after CSX's speakers talked about collaboration, Mr. Foote said, oh, the crew problems could be solved by putting one person on a train. I guess they're going to have one person driving a 3-mile-long train. I don't represent the operating crafts, so I want to address the merits. I just want to note that with one comment, Mr. Foote undercut the entire programmed speeches they made to you about relations with labor. Now, none of this is for the board to resolve. That's for the carriers to figure this out, for the National Mediation Board, a presidential emergency board, and maybe Congress. But you should know where this stands and know the truth of it when you deal with the question of retention of the workforce and recruitment of new employees. I didn't want to spend so much time talking about bargaining at all, but after I heard yesterday, I had to answer that. And you should know it's not just the wage stagnation. It's the degradation of the job since implementation of the cost-cutting business model, pressure to cut corners, to rush through inspections, defer maintenance. Every craft reports this pressure. I was at a meeting at the FRA about 3 years ago. We went around the room. Every craft said it. I said when we left, the people of the FRA, they probably think we all rehearsed this. We didn't. It was completely spontaneous and contemporaneous. We all said the same thing. Anybody who denies that this pressure exists, that proper inspection and maintenance and repair standards aren't being discouraged and sometimes actually suppressed is ignorant, being misled, or dissembling. I struggled about how to say that. I try to avoid hyperbolic language, but as my father's told me, sometimes you have to call a thing what it is, except he used a little more colorful language than that. And you can see from the statements that we've provided you, the workers that we represent are anguished by this. You can see the pride these people have in the quality of their work and their commitment to doing the jobs right. And Patrick, yesterday you said, well, what can be done to improve retention and recruitment besides pay? Well, one thing is start treating these workers with the dignity they deserve, respect their skills and dedication, and stop the abuse of the workforce, because people are leaving because of that. And I want to say thanks to Mr. Dillon, who got it. He got it. The people running the railroad today, they don't. And too many high-skilled and dedicated workers are leaving. So, we've given you, I'm going to try and move quickly, surveys of, for example, the BRS survey says 93% of their local officers reported that the new business model has affected their workloads. 57% say their territories have been expanded, they can't keep up. The maintenance away, 87% said working conditions are worse today than 5, 10, 15, 20 years ago. 91% attributed that to PSR changes. 65% explicitly cited reduced manpower, pressure to cut corners. 71% said safety has been compromised. BRS's President Michael Baldwin, who's here today, reports that signalmen say they're pressured to cut corners, ignore or defer repairs, and to not work to the standards to which they were trained. BMW's Director of Research, Peter Kennedy, reports members are in reduced size work crews that can't work in the larger territories. They're under pressure to defer repairs. They're working too many days of overtime. Smart Mechanicals, Larry Holbert reports annual locomotive inspections used to involve 200 to 300 tasks. Now they're down to 50. You heard talk about locomotives. All of these shopcraft people have said their railroads are cannibalizing parts. The locomotives are in storage, so if they wanted to pull them out, they wouldn't even be serviceable. TWU's Vice President, Rail Director John Feltz says Carmen can only expect from one side of the train because they're not given time to go to both, that they're being asked to look at the brakes on rolling trains, that supervisors are pulling defect tags off of cars, that Carmen are threatened with discipline if they actually shop the car, send it for repairs. I'm going to read you just a couple of quick things as fast as I can from these statements. Signalman Jeremy Farr, I've witnessed multiple coworkers resign from the industry out of concern of the current indifference for employees being overworked, understaffed, management's neglect of safety concerns. I have seen us perform duties outside my scope of work because of a strained, understaffed maintenance away department. I've been involved in more emergency work caused by derailments over the past 4 years than any other time in the last 15. Dan Jacopino, the new larger territories are not sustainable for the long term. It's only short-term gain for the company. It forces us to complete only required tests, move to the next location. This leaves no time for routine maintenance to perform other duties. Garrett Childress of Carmen, people are being pushed to just to not do their job correctly. Those who do it correctly are criticized as being inefficient. They're watched, scrutinized, disciplined. People are being, we're short workers. We're forced to work overtime constantly. There are quite a few who work 16-hour days, 5 days a week. Eric Nelson, a maintenance away worker. Management doesn't care. We couldn't get time to make repairs, or there are no parts or no money to pay the crews. We almost can always, every single time, pick the next derailment location. When we make plans or suggest we work the location, nothing is done. So we remove the track from service or slow order on the location to keep it from having a derailment. They complain to us about the overtime. I work dark to dark, and I send in daily reports of my activities. I even added non-coherent statements to see if they were actually being read. They weren't. Dennis Sturmel, maintenance away employee. BNSF has turned maintenance away department into the repair of way department. We've completely eliminated any type of preventive maintenance to maintain the track structure. If it isn't broken, slow ordered, out of service, it's become impossible to get manpower and materials to maintain the track. There's one section of track. We have several broken rails due to a base break every winter. The MRP, I'm not sure of that title. At the time and I counted the welds, just 4 and 10, just 4/10 of a mile section. There were 40 thermite welds between both rails. He had his boss come out, get it approved to be relayed this season. When the season plans come out, it wasn't on it. He resigned in March 2022. I'm going to tell you, I've met this gentleman. I've talked to him a number of times. He was a skilled and dedicated employee of BNSF, and you guys ran off a valuable employee, and you'll regret it. We want to talk about the Amtrak train that got stuck in the snow. All of us here in DC, we all remember that. And Amtrak took a lot of heat over that. But you know what the problem was? That CSX hadn't put a brush cutter through that territory in like 3 to 4 years. And they'd have the maintenance of way crew there. The train couldn't get through because there were tree limbs downed on the track, and they couldn't clear it. Last thing, a member statement. Actually, this is from BRS Vice President Tim Tarrant. Went to a meeting with the top executives at CSXT, and he talked about the difficulties being faced by signalmen under the new business model. He talked about instability of positions, irregular work hours, disruption of personal life, increased size of the territories, inability to do all of the work in the territories, just do the FRA required tests, trouble tickets, which are defects, being deferred, pressure to cut corners. At the end of the meeting, Executive Vice President CSX, Ed Harris, responded and said, it was true the CSX was asking its workforce to do more, and if they did not like it, maybe CSXT is not the place for them to work. That's the attitude of the current management under this pressure. So what's the board to do? We urge you to do all you can to enforce service standards and the common carrier obligation. If the board feels it's currently lacks sufficient authority to remedy these service problems and enforce the obligation, so advise Congress and ask for more authority. This is not only an appropriate role for the board, it's necessary since it was decision of the ICC and the board that allowed the transactions that created the current mega carrier duopolies. I was there for those merger transactions. Those authorizations were predicated on findings that the transactions would be consistent with the public interest and applicant projections that they would provide better and faster service, savings would be passed along to the shippers and the public in general, economies of scale would be available. And these approvals came with exemption from the antitrust law and all other laws, including the Railway Labor Act, as necessary to carry out these transactions. And the class ones use that immunity. And they did it to modify their collective bargaining agreements without compliance with the Railway Labor Act. This too was justified as in the public interest. And for a while, there were public interest gains. But the finance interests realized that the rail carriers are government-sanctioned duopolies with a recent history of very light regulation, that substantial profits could be made not by growing the business, but by cutting costs and trying to serve only the highest profit margin customers. And there was not much customers could do about it. And this agency had previously not shown a willingness to do something. But as shipper complaints escalated, as rail labor substantiated what was going on, the board stirred to action, and now we have this hearing. For our part, we certainly don't support efforts to break up or break off parts of the class ones or to repeal their antitrust immunity. Those transactions already occurred, and unwinding them would be difficult and harmful to the rail workers. And if creation of those mega carriers was in the public interest, the rationale for that hasn't changed. What's changed is the willingness of those who control and manage the class ones to act consistent with the representations they made in getting the authority they had. We don't think tinkering with small competition fixes is going to help, given the size of these entities and the physical infrastructure. Tinkering with competition will not be effective, although we do support first mile, last mile data. What will really help is the board enforcing service standards and the common carrier obligation. I know the shippers say we want to see commercial solutions and competition-based solutions, but given the size and the market dominance of the railroads, a regulatory regime has to be appropriate before commercial solutions can work effectively. Now, the class ones are going to react that the unions, the shippers, the board, they want to send the industry back to the bad old days of pre-staggers. Be like sitting around a campfire telling stories about the pre-staggers monster. Woo, scary. You know, we heard that from Mr. Foote yesterday. They'll argue that the service problems should be resolved by markets. No one is proposing to recreate the regulatory regime that existed prior to staggers. You know, Mr. Foote can get all testy about it, but no one's advocating that. Rather, we suggest the railroads be held accountable for their statutory obligation and for the representations they made when they sought merger and control authorizations that created today's mega class ones. The industry that currently exists is different from the one that existed when the Staggers Act and the ICCTA were passed. When the ICC and STB case law under those statutes was developed, it's time for the rules and regulations of the STB to respond to the industry that exists today and the environment in which the railroads, their customers, and their employees work. Karen, yesterday you asked whether Wall Street would, in the current circumstances, view a little more favorably some more assertive regulation by the board, and the analysts said no. Well, our response is too bad, ignore them. And that's censored from what I originally wrote. Because in this industry, there are statutory and other legal obligations. There's the common carrier obligation, and I've said the mega mergers creating, you know, market dominance that they want to exploit were authorized based on the public interest. The finance interest currently dictating business models may not like the STB actually holding them to account for adequate and reasonable service. But to paraphrase CSXT's VP's response to Vice President Tim Tarrant, maybe the railroad industry isn't the industry for them. Thank you. I appreciate your indulgence for my going a little over time.
Thank you, Rick.
Good afternoon, Chairman Oberman and the members of the board. Thank you for.
Oh, that's me.
So good afternoon. Thank you for holding this hearing today on urgent issues in freight rail service and for the opportunity to provide these comments today that are in addition to our more comprehensive written testimony that was already provided. My name is Matt Hollis, and I'm a second generation 18-year railroader currently serving as National Vice President and Special Assistant to the President of the Transportation Communications Union, TCU. In my assignment, I'm responsible for the overall representation of our members on each of the major freight carriers. For reference, TCU represents many different employees across the rail industry, including the clerical, which itself is somewhat of an umbrella term for many different job classifications, including the intermodal equipment operators and intermodal service workers that we will talk about today. The Brotherhood of Railroad Carmen, the employees that inspect and maintain the rail cars, as well as many others. I'm also testifying today on behalf of our machinist brothers and sisters, represented by the International Association of Machinists, the IAM's District Lodge 19. Together, TCU and IAM District Lodge 19 make up the IAM Railroad Division. I'd like to preface my testimony today by saying up front that some of my remarks will be related to traditional labor matters like wages and working conditions, including safety. And while I understand that the STB is the economic regulator, there is a fact that service provided by the railroads is inextricably linked to the conditions of the railroads. And that includes the conditions of their rolling stock, infrastructure, and more important, the condition of their workforce. From my position at TCU, I've had a front row seat to the complete and utter degradation of the nation's Class I railroads over the past few years. I've watched as private equity firms have acquired controlling stakes in railroads only to use their power to deploy business models that extract as much wealth as possible, as evidenced by the Norfolk Southern's $10 billion stock buyback that we heard about yesterday. And all of this to the detriment of the railroad workers, their customers, and ultimately the public's interest. The Class I railroads have each deployed their own variations of their precision scheduled railroading or PSR business model, which, as we've heard, is a misnomer, as anyone can tell you that PSR is neither precise, well scheduled, and it hardly resembles real railroading. A more accurate description would be doing less with less or moving fewer carloads with drastically fewer employees. And of particular importance to this board, they've made a career on the railroad that was once a pathway to the middle class and the upper middle class into a career that is hostile, unappealing, and taking what was once considered highly desired and competitive positions to what you're seeing today, a labor shortage where people refuse recall or outright resign their positions mid-career. And all of this is due to the railroad's persistent pursuit of the almighty operating ratio, or as I call it, their false profit. Their singular goal has been to reduce costs to the railroads in salaries for workers, headcounts, and service for customers to reduce the operating ratio and massively boost their profits. And for our testimony today, we want to highlight three specific crafts that we believe should best demonstrate the current issues with the workforce and the freight rail service. I'll start with the intermodal equipment operators or the intermodal service employees. TCU's intermodal workers have been at the forefront of our nation's supply chain crisis during the past few years. As background, these employees load and unload intermodal shipping containers using cranes, side-loading vehicles, and drayage equipment. They rely on their equipment to be in top working order. Unfortunately, that is often not the case in today's intermodal environment. Our members often report their equipment is broken or in sad states of disrepair, and that was before the COVID-related equipment shortages. And all that does is further compound the work onto the fewer pieces of equipment that are actually working. To make matters worse, our intermodal facilities have become dangerously understaffed, and considering the minimum time to be trained to operate this equipment is at least 6 months, even if the railroads were successful to bring in new hires, which they have not demonstrated an ability to do, they would not be fully qualified for months. At CSX, Their intermodal headcounts have been reduced from 623 employees in 2018 to 437 today. That's a 30% decrease. Even in the past 2 years, during the height of the intermodal boom, CSX intermodal employee headcount dropped by 50. And many of these losses are a direct result of resignations as intermodal equipment operators have been exhausted by the increasing workloads and the rigorous demands of management. CSX intermodal employees have the lowest rate of pay among their peers. New hires starting and capping out at $20.06 an hour, as has been the case since 2019. With no new efforts from management to incentivize new hires have been made, despite the pleas from the local managers, supervisors, and union officials like myself. CSX has experienced record profits and record workloads on a per capita basis, and requests to increase pay or provide incentive bonuses or payouts are being refused and blamed on the stalled round of current bargaining. I would ask the board to consider to put yourself in our members' shoes, being asked to work throughout COVID and performing forced overtime, mandated 12-hour shifts 6 days a week while your company reaps record gains. Is it too much to ask for or expect a raise, perhaps a bonus? You know, there's a lot of rhetoric that goes around in the COVID era thanking frontline workers for their efforts, including during this hearing, but never is that gratitude backed up in any material way, at least not in the railroad industry. CSX has done very little to address the intermodal manpower shortages. In fact, just last week, CSX CEO Jim Foote said in their quarterly earnings call that other than conductors and engineers, they don't need any more workers, intermodal workers included, or any other of the crafts that we represent, only operating crews. And this is simply not true. In fact, I would challenge Mr. Foote to go to any of our intermodal yards or any of our mechanical shops and try to sell that message to our members. While CSX leads in this race to the bottom, they're certainly not alone in neglecting the intermodal workforce. It's the same sad story at practically every carrier. Nobody wants to work the job the way it's being offered. Mandatory 12-hour shifts, 6 days a week, on your feet all day, hustling as fast as possible, or perhaps just as Mr. Foote described it yesterday, being expected to work like a dog. There's no question the low wages and the unreasonable workload demands that are brought on by PSR have resulted in a workforce that is simply incapable of keeping up with the volumes at the nation's intermodal facilities. I heard Commissioner Bensel yesterday morning describe the numbers in detail. A 21% growth in intermodal traffic in the last year, but somehow the railroad's intermodal volumes dropped 16.8%. If that is not a telling statistic of intentionally limiting your own service, I don't know what is. Even so, in many locations, due in part to the shuttering of the yards and destaffing over the years, the traffic is now so congested that our intermodal employees have been forced to stack containers anywhere and everywhere there is a vacant piece of real estate. This often results in the containers being stacked in congested rows of multiple levels, creating multiple movements to retrieve every container for shipment. And when the real estate at the terminal simply runs out, which does happen in a lot of areas, the carriers are then forced to rent or to develop parking areas nearby that act as holding lots for shipping containers, none of which are well operated, regulated through the traditional in and out gate processes. With the reduction of crew availability and the multi-mile link train lengths, the promises that were made as PSR was rolled out simply aren't coming true. Trains often arrive at a terminal already filled to capacity and incapable of picking up the scheduled shipments. Moreover, most of the carriers' intermodal facilities simply aren't designed to support the multi-mile train lengths. This provides an even greater complexity. Suffice it to say this, intermodal traffic is hitting snags at every corner of the PSR model, and every one of those snags results in more loads, unloading, grounding, drayage, parking, inspecting, etc. by our members on the ground. And yet, despite the growing volumes, as Commissioner Bensel mentioned, the workforce is still shrinking at an alarming rate. This causes a vicious cycle of pushing the remaining workload onto fewer and fewer, making the job harder and harder and making it more difficult to retain or to hire. It's simply not a sustainable model. I'll turn to the Brotherhood of Railway Carmen now. And the Carmen craft includes the employees that, as I mentioned, they inspect, repair, and maintain the freight rail cars. They assemble trains in yards and perform air brake tests prior to departure. And more specifically, they inspect practically every safety-related point on a rail car. In total, there are approximately 90 inspection points per car per side, or 180 per car, depending on the type of car. Our carmen also perform repairs, both on the repair in place track or the RIP track, as well as the more comprehensive repairs in the shops. Their skill set is an apprentice track position, meaning that you're hired into the carmen craft as an apprentice, and you spend 732 working days to become a journeyman. Unfortunately, the carmen career, like other crafts, has undergone a transformation in the PSR era. What was once a tough but good living has been transformed into a hostile environment where our members are constantly harassed and pressured by local management to work faster, to skip inspections, and to allow bad order cars to leave the yard. Outgoing trains are supposed to undergo a pre-departure inspection, where, as I mentioned, the carmen would inspect up to 90 individual points per side. Carmen used to be provided up to 3 minutes per car. Now they're expected to perform these same inspections in less than 1 minute. And it's absolutely impossible without cutting corners. Carmen used to be able to get underneath cars to physically inspect various components. Now they're simply offered or allowed a brief visual inspection. As some of our carmen say, quote, "This is the only job where they train you to do a job and then they fire you for actually doing it." During the onset of PSR, carmen were repeatedly threatened by local management that if they didn't improve their speeds, that management would close their yard. Well, because of the manpower shortages, which were caused by the railroads themselves, the remaining carmen are forced to work massive amounts of overtime, many times 16-hour shifts, several days in a row. Some report of sleeping in their cars rather than wasting the time commuting home, just so that they can get an extra hour or two of rest. Our members often reference the joke pirate flag that, quote, "the beatings will continue until morale improves." Well, nothing, unfortunately, more accurately describes the current state of a carmen career. As a result of the worsening environment and constant forced overtime, the carmen craft is experiencing record resignations. And we've provided several examples in our written comments, and we hope that you will give your attention to them. Since January 1st, 2019, we've seen 157 resignations from carmen at CSX and 271 from Union Pacific. More recently, since January 1st of 2021, there have been 144 resignations from Norfolk Southern and 143 from Burlington Northern. That's 715 resignations in total. Roughly 15% of the carmen craft have walked out the door. That's not furloughs, that's resignations. And as the son of a railroad shopcraft employee, I can't stress this enough. This is not normal in this industry. As I've mentioned, these jobs were once prized positions. You had to know someone to get a job on the railroad. Today, the railroad cannot hire, but as evidenced, the railroads are struggling to retain their current workforce. Switching now to the machinist, the IAM District Lodge 19 represents the machinist craft on the railroads, and a machinist is a shopcraft employee whose primary function is to repair, overhaul, and maintain and inspect the locomotives and the track maintenance equipment. These are highly skilled craft employees trained by the railroad and often learning skills that are very unique to the railroad. These skills include working with complex pneumatic systems, machining parts with extremely small tolerances, rebuilding air brakes and truck assemblies, among many others. And as you can guess, my testimony will be that the machinist craft has been hit hard by PSR cuts as well. In 2015, Norfolk Southern employed approximately 1,100 machinists. In 2021, they had 476. At one shop, 8 machinists resigned in 1 month alone due to the forced overtime, every shift, every day. At Norfolk Southern in Chattanooga, they recently attempted to recall 28 furloughed machinists, a majority of which did not return, eliminating over 100 years of combined experience. At Union Pacific, 78 machinists are currently furloughed across the system. And at Union Pacific's large North Platte shop, where there used to be 351 machinists, including 21 apprentices, today there are approximately 100 less machinists and no apprentices. 17 machinists recently resigned to seek out better employment opportunities, citing UP's toxic work environment, dehumanizing treatment of management, or their unrealistic expectations as a result of operational changes brought on by PSR. At BNSF and at CSX, the trends are unfortunately the same. And just like in the carbon and the other shop crafts, the remaining machinists have faced the same pressures not to inspect or repair locomotives, limited timeframes, reduced manpower, forcing the remaining work onto the hands of too few. And as one NS machinist wrote in his resignation letter, and I quote, "The culture changed from caring about safety to just getting engines out the door, whether they were fixed or not," end quote. The quality of a machinist's career has deteriorated as well. Due to PSR job cuts, employees are forced to transfer all over the country to keep their jobs. At CSX, a machinist with over 10 years of service was forced to transfer from Atlanta, Georgia to Nashville, Tennessee, then to Evansville, Indiana, bringing his family in tow each time before he finally resigned once he had found more secure employment and in the face of another furlough. I wish these were rare occurrences, but unfortunately, they have become commonplace. This forced job hopping happens constantly all across the Class I railroads among all the crafts, and it didn't used to be this way. And as you've already heard from others, the sad results of this new business model has been fairly obvious: a lack of serviceable locomotives and a lack of employees to service them. Today, while Union Pacific complains about lack of locomotive power that's available, they currently have over 2,000 locomotives sitting in storage. Unfortunately, nobody knows what kind of state those locomotives are in because, as Rich testified, all the railroads have made a habit of cannibalizing stored locomotives for parts. Today, many railroads are scrambling to put locomotives on the tracks. The only problem is they don't have machinists to prepare them or service them. They don't have crews to run them. They cut them. So in closing, I would just say I've heard the line of questions from the board to different witnesses that talk about suggestions for what can be done in the next 30, 60, or 90 days. And then the answer inevitably turns to the need to hire new employees and to ramp up training as people come into the workforce. But that's for new hires. And that does absolutely nothing to stem the tide of the mass exodus of experienced railroaders leaving their careers. But I can tell you something that the railroads can do today. They can get off their high horse, give our members a contract that they deserve, and they can treat their employees with the dignity that these people deserve doing their jobs every single day. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to answering any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hollis. I'm going to just ask a couple of questions of either Rich or if anybody who wants to answer. So what is the wage of these machinists, for example, who have left?
So the average journeyman wage is $34 and around 7 cents, anywhere between 34 and 34.50 an hour.
So without overtime, that's around 70. But typically, what does a machinist make actually with overtime? What's the typical?
It's not uncommon to hear the journeyman machinists making the next 100,000, just due because of the amount of overtime that is being required for us because of the lack of machinists.
You're telling us that people are walking away from $100,000 a year jobs.
Yes, and I believe in the written testimony, we have resignation letters where they are just extremely burned out to the point where they cannot work any longer. So they are leaving to find different jobs just for that reason.
Rich, or anybody else wants to comment on it. These people are all in pension programs. Are they walking away from pension benefits that they aren't there long enough to vest in? Can you sort of give us an insight as to how that works?
Let me talk. So they're all covered by railroad retirement, which is a good retirement system. But people are retiring early from that. And they're going their careers. And when you finally invoke railroad retirement, if you don't have a present connection with the industry at the time, it diminishes what you get paid. And the people who are like talking 10, 12 years in, they're not going to qualify. Okay. Right about that? So it's a very significant, that was one of the things that for a long time, kept people in. And you'll see from some of the statements that I gave you, from some of the people who stayed, they said the only reason I'm staying is because of my status in railroad retirement.
There were 700 and some machinists who left, who retired.
The number that I gave was the Brotherhood Railway Carmen.
Oh, the Carmen.
Yes.
I think it would be useful. Have the numbers. If you don't have them today, that's fine. But when, I've asked the railroads about these overall employees. I've been focusing on T&E, but only for time because the trends are the same. I think it would be interesting and useful, particularly if we're going to start keeping up, in some way monitoring what's going on, and there's been a lot of talk that people want us to do that, to have the overall numbers. And in a way that we could make sense of them in terms of how they compare. So I assume there's always some number of people who are ready to retire, some number who even leave early, even when times were better. So I think what would be important for us is what's the difference now in terms of the total numbers, railroad by railroad, or at least for the four big US railroads.
So one thing we give you, we have some numbers from the Railroad Retirement Board, and that's in our exhibits. And now that's the entire industry, okay? So it's not, that includes Amtrak and commuters, but none of the commuters pretty much held their employment numbers. Amtrak's not off that much, but what the retirement board said was prior to the pandemic, there were 205,000 covered Railroad Retirement Act employees. It went down to about 186,000. It's been hovering at about 188 since then. They then calculated the number of people who actually retired, which was about 9,300, which meant 9,700 they inferred, not us, the retirement board, people who quit mid-career. And that is unheard of.
What those numbers look like so we could compare it. But and maybe, I don't know if you have access to this, but when I ask a railroad or one of the others does about, well, your T&E employees are down X number, it'd be helpful to relate the retirement numbers or the other numbers or the people who wash out from training and so forth to that railroad. So we could kind of measure what you're talking about in terms of employee conditions, which are forcing people out, to measure it up against a specific railroad when they come in here and tell us what they're doing. That would be helpful. If you can do it. I don't know if the data's, I don't know if you can break it down.
If we have that, I've been asking for it. The railroads surely have it. You can see all the data we provided you, from Tom Roth's data to BLET's graphs. Those are off of your data, reported by department. So, but let me say one other thing. Because the railroads can like, well, this is all anecdotal stuff. They're reading statements from this guy and that guy. And a couple of guys came up here. And then think about what the unions do, right? We have local lodges, local committees. We have local chairmen. They talk to their coworkers. They report that information to their general chairman and their system officers. They talk to their vice presidents. The general chairman, general chairpersons, the vice presidents, they go to union meetings. What we are telling you is a distillation of what is being filtered up from the rank and file to their organizations as their representative. The railroads can deny this is happening, but this is what is happening. And again, never mind, I'll curtail the pejoratives.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. When I was hired on the railroad 42 years ago, our members would stay at this job. 90%, 97% of the members would stay until retirement. There wasn't a big turnover. this was not a job. This was your career. This was the last job you obtained. Our members stayed there until retirement. As you said, the rare retirement pension was one of the best pensions. And yes, we're having people with 20 years what are invested in rare retirement walking away from the job because of the forced overtime, because working 16 hours a day. The railroad job is not compatible to the other outside industries where they're making more. This is shift work, you know, the railroad 24/7. So when you do get hired, you're more likely going to be working a second shift with Tuesday and Wednesday off, or third shift. And how can you compete with the entry rate? So when somebody's hired, if the job pays $70,000 a year, you got to remember most collective bargaining agreements have entry rates. So they're coming in at 80, 85%. So they're making 60,000 or less and working third shift and away from their family. Yeah, they can make over 100,000 because they're there 16 hours a day. But it has changed. I have seen a lot of changes in my 42 years on the railroad.
One other thing, you know, in 2015, the big thing, I mean, Karen, you may remember this, and with APTA and other organizations, is what is the future of staffing for these industries? You know, where is the future workforce going to come from? And all these conferences, everybody was talking about it. And then through PSR, the railroads wiped out all the junior people. All those people are gone because they were low seniority, and they're gone. This was a crisis in 2015. What is it now? Yesterday you asked about, what about the situation of the diversity in hiring? The IBW, they told me they had 10 women hired at the Altoona shop. Only 3 of them are left now. So, you know, what is happening is beyond the current crisis is what is the future of these crucial positions in running these railroads. And the other thing, which they don't get, is skills and expertise are transmitted by senior people. They set the standard for the junior people. It's not just companies giving them computer training programs to learn how to do stuff. You learn to do the job the right way. And that is gonna also be seriously hurt because this they all want to talk about training. They have a viable system with senior respected employees teaching the people who do this job how to do it right. And that's being eviscerated too.
Trick, and then Robert. Robert, you want to go? You have some questions?
I do. Just getting this technology up and running. Can everybody, you hear me? Okay. Again, all-star panel. And I want to thank you guys for being here. You know, there's going to be, we got the next panel coming up. I know there's going to be talk about their employment attendance, their new attendance policy called high vis within BNSF. Can you comment on what effect that has had on labor and what you think it's going to have, what effect it's going to have on hiring and retention going forward?
Robert, and I hope you're feeling okay. So right now that policy is being applied most heavily to the operating crafts, which none of us here represent. So I don't know if there's still anybody here from SMART or BLE you could talk to it. Okay, but so that, you know, you could get that answer there. But look, basically, that's a policy of saying we can't retain people, we can't hire people, so whoever's here is going to work all the time.
Yeah, I mean, do you see that policy actually bleeding over to you guys at all, or?
Sure, I'm sure they will. Yeah.
Okay. And my last question is for Matt. You know, you said that again, I believe you said second generation railroader. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And I'm the gentleman next to you. I'm sorry. No, not Rich. My camera's going crazy right now. I can't. I'm focused on Karen. I know that. There we go.
Next to me is Don Grissom.
Don, let me ask both of you. You guys have both had great careers, and you guys were brought into the railroad obviously due to, at the time, the career, as you said, what it offered. Sitting there today, if you guys were coming in and looking at the railroads today, would either of you consider a career joining the railroads now, knowing what you know now?
No, I don't think so. It has drastically changed. The morale is, it's beyond low. But I think what's probably the best telling with that is all of the incentive programs that the railroads are coming up with to try to encourage their current workforce to refer people for employment. And if you follow much on social media, I think the railroads have a hard time finding current members of their labor force that want to recommend their peers to come into this work environment.
And I have to agree with Matt. I believe this is the only industry what trains you how to inspect a car, to find a defective car. And when you perform your work, they want to fire you for it. And the intimidation and the scare tactics is, we're not in the business of repairing freight cars. We're in the business of moving freight. But under the federal regulations, they have to be repaired. If there's a defect, what's going to cause a derailment? This is our craft. This is what the railroad trains us to do. And then when we do our job, they want to charge us. And there's cases where people have been taken out of service, and we eventually get them back through the arbitration after 2 years. But meanwhile, 2 years, they're out of work and they're not paying their bills. They might get back pay. What do they do for them 2 years? And then this intimidates everybody else from doing their job. And this is the day-to-day activities what we go through.
So let me ask you, especially, the fact that you guys have done what you've done for so long, and obviously you love what you do. Would it be fair to say that it's painful for you to even say that you wouldn't join today, considering that, you've been in it for 40 years and, for as long as you have been? Is it fair to say that it's painful to see this transition?
Well, it's painful to see the transition, and it's that pain is, it's most noticeable when you are on the shop floor or in local lodge meetings and you're hearing the real life stories of the continued degradation of the workforce, just continued abuse of excessive overtime, forced amounts of overtime, inability for people to have a work-life balance, and people, you watch them walk away from what were prized careers. That's absolutely painful.
And not only hearing from our members, but the members' spouses are now calling us and complaining about everything. We never heard from the spouses before, but this is what we're hearing now, all the complaints and the long hours and unsafe and the fatigue they're going through.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Patrick, just let me make one observation and then go ahead. I think you folks probably can't answer it. If there is time, we may not have time, and I know the smart guys are still there. I'd love to hear some response to the suggestions that were made about velocity, adding power, shortening trains for an immediate relieving of some of the congestion. I assume none of you are that's really not your turf. So I see them here, stay there. I don't know how much time we're going to have at the end of the day, but if there's time, I'd like to call them back up. So I just wanted to give them a heads up. Patrick, you had some questions.
Thank you. Focusing on the use of our authorities, which you clearly and appropriately differentiated. I think I heard you say that use of competition authorities would be tinkering, which I take to mean is not very, very effective. In your view, are the reasons to think that use of competition authorities could be counterproductive in this moment or harmful to the long-term future of labor on the rail network? Or is it just that it would be not that effective?
First of all, some of the competition people are talking about would actually adversely implicate existing collective bargaining agreements that would be complicated. But beyond that, I think it'll give people a false sense of security that something's being done. And I personally, and I'm talking to a lot of rail workers and officers, they don't think some of those remedies are really going to work. And it's really not addressing the problem. The problem is, again, I went through all these merger cases. I read all that stuff. I sat through the depositions of all of those operating plan witnesses and all the grand plans and how it was going to be great. And, there were reasons to create these giant entities. And then some of them were valid, however painful it was to labor. But, it's being exploited by people who don't want to do rail service. And, I had a little time this weekend through reading. I read this book, Iron Empires, Robber Barons and Railroads. And it really resonated a couple of ways. One is if you switch out robber barons and switch in hedge funds and private equity, it all clicks into place. And you see them talking about the railroaders I was going to read it, but I ran out of time, pride in their work in doing this. And the problems of workers being forced to do too much work and feeling unsafe. And so to get back to answering your question, I think that those things are going to work around the edges. And as I said, I understand their preference to be able to deal with commercial relationships and resolve those disputes. But if you don't have a proper regulatory environment, if they're not providing the base level of service, that they don't adhere to the basic notion of common carrier, they sit there and basically say, hey, shipper up that branch line, serving you doesn't meet our OR profit margin, and not recognize that that's too damn bad because they have a common carrier obligation. They're supposed to serve them. That branch line is part of a network that generates the traffic that moves over the trunk line where they do make more money. If that basic principle isn't applied, being able to, in occasional bunch of places, be able to move from one railroad to the next isn't gonna remedy the problem. Oh, sorry.
Well, when you say adverse effects, does that extend to operating and non-operating crafts?
Well, if we're talking
for last mile metrics as a way of providing transparency and reliability. Of course, the board already collects a number of weekly service metrics on aspects of the network, such as velocity and terminal dwell. And I read your comments in that docket. I'm wondering if I should hear your comments today and read your comments in that docket as also indicating support for car trip plan compliance metric, or is it your view that first last mile is the primary missing piece? And if we're making an assessment of value to burden, that's really where we should be focused.
Going to opine about the car trip, whatever you just mentioned, because I don't know enough about it. But I do want to say on first mile, last mile, and really to echo the comments of some of the people that came before me, right? They don't care when traffic moves from one terminal to another. And as I said in the comments, what do the railroads sell? What do the people buy? They don't buy movement of trains across the system. They buy pickup and delivery of cars. And that's what the railroads are supposed to be selling. If you want to know whether they're actually doing their job and they're meeting their obligations and providing real service, I think that's a valuable thing. The other thing I'll say, I listen to this and, look, maybe I'm a union guy, here corporate speak. I go, but transparency, accountability, you know what? what we need, I actually agree with the gentleman from the Knit League. You need some basic definition of what it is. You need standards, and they need to be held responsible to them. And, being able to see that they're not doing a good job, that's something, but that's not what the end result is going to be, that they do a good job, that they do the mission that they're supposed to do and that they said they do. Oh, one other thing, just at that other point. Yeah, I talk about finance interests. Wall Street people go, well, you're the union lawyer. You talk about Wall Street like that. You notice there's all these people up here the last 2 days from Fortune 500 companies who are saying the same thing that we are. It's not just an ideological position. It's every stakeholder in this industry understands the damage being done. It's as did Matt Rose. And I was no friend of Matt Rose, but Matt Rose said the way to grow the industry is to grow the industry. Sorry for going on.
Rich, I realize we don't have any representatives of the passenger rail community here because we're focusing on freight service. But I would be interested, you may not have them at your fingertips, how the experience with respect to resignations and hiring, how they differ at Amtrak and the commuter railroads.
Have numbers like that at my fingertips. I did talk to clients who, that they're not seeing that. I mean, people, look, commuter rails went through a weird period, quite obviously, and fortunately with the federal support, they kept a lot of the people on. But in terms of the issue of, am I allowed to do my job? Am I leaving because I can't stand this anymore? I don't hear any of that from anybody, any other part of this.
I also was recalling an experience that I had back in went to Chicago to an event at some famous community college on the south side. Representatives of talking about jobs in the railroads, and it was standing room. There were hundreds of people there. I was quite surprised, and I thought, well, it's Chicago, and there's a lot of people whose families worked in the railroads, but there was a huge interest. I wonder what it would look like today.
Any other questions? Well, I for one, will say, first of all, as I've said to every panel, to thank you for being here and for doing the homework. I think we need more homework, but I just want to note the passion expressed here by the people who work on the railroads. It is a job, and everybody wants to have a decent job, but there's more to it that comes out. And whatever amount of money labor's taking home, it's not millions of dollars in stock buybacks. So there's more to it. And I think we all ought to acknowledge it and respect the commitment that labor has to doing the job right. What I hear is you're going to get paid $34 an hour, whether you inspect the car in 1 minute or 3 minutes. But you're not going home with job satisfaction, and that means something. So it's not just about the dollars. And I think that's important for us to note. Because, as somebody said, you got 1,000 thank yous, but no wage increase. But the truth is, the country does have to thank you, because if you weren't out there, it wouldn't happen. And I'll just tell you on a personal basis, when I was chairman of Metra and I went on a tour of our yards, and I imagine this is the Carmen, and after every rush hour, a Metra train pulled into a yard, and Carmen went out and crawled under the car and looked at every break. And I was there in July, and they pointed out to me that they were there January when it was 20 below and there was a foot of snow on the ground, and they crawled under the car. And Metra had, near perfect accident rating because that happens. So you know, you have to put this in context, and I just want to acknowledge it, just speaking for myself. So thank you.
There you go.
Okay, got it.
Welcome. I can't remember who's first. I have to look at the program. BN is listed first. So we have Jill, are you going to be the ringmaster here? Okay, so we have Mr. Garland, Mr. Bob, Judy Carter, and just to identify people on the panel, we have Eric Geringer, who we all know, probably more than you'd like us to know you, Elizabeth Whited, and Michael Rosenthal, who we saw at the 7-Eleven hearings. So Matthew, you're going to start?
Sir, thank you.
Proceed.
Chairman Oberman and board. So we've already done our introductions, and I just want to introduce myself real quick. My name is Matt Garland. I'm the vice president who leads BNSF's transportation team. So I've been with BNSF for over 20 years in the industry. My grandfather was actually a brakeman on the Santa Fe. I started out as a assistant train master. Sure. I started off as a assistant train master more than 20 years ago, which on the former Santa Fe would be essentially a position like a yard master on the northern tier of our region. So extensive experience in the industry. My team is made up of more than 18,000 men and women working as train crew members all over western half of the United States and parts of Canada, as well as dispatchers, yard masters, and the others that support them. I'm immensely proud of the dedication and hard work they bring to the job every single day, often in incredible, difficult conditions to help our customers, businesses, and the American economy going. Today, I'm going to update you on where our service performance currently stands and our aggressive plan to improve it. I plan to spend just a minute talking about the issues that led to our current service performance. That's really only as a means to help you better understand the actions we're taking to make things better. As BNSF has made clear in our communication to the board and to our customers, we're not here to make excuses. Our service is our responsibility, and we simply have not met our customers' expectations in recent months. We hope that at the end of this presentation, the board understands the sense of urgency we have around recovery and our commitment to taking the necessary steps to improve. As our recovery measures have come online, we have started to see some clear signs of progress, and we're going to share those as well. I could change the slide. If you could advance the slide one, please. Okay. So I'm going to start with safety. I really have two core responsibilities at BNSF. The first is the safety of our employees, and the second is the service we provide to our customers. Every operating conversation we have at BNSF starts with safety, and I want to touch briefly on that here as well. BNSF believes that every accident and injury is preventable, and we have an unwavering commitment to achieving that vision. That commitment has resulted in consistent reductions in employee injury and rail equipment incidents over a long period of time. Beyond being one of our core values, our safety focus benefits our customers as well. Injuries and rail equipment incidents often result in service interruptions with negative impacts on network fluidity and velocity. Improvements we drive in our safety results will only help our service recovery. None of these efforts I will talk about today will matter if we can't execute them safely, and our commitment to achieving that with our employees is unwavering. Okay, now I'm going to turn to our service performance and start with where we're at right now. This slide captures some of the key performance indicators we use internally with our customers to gauge how we're doing. Each of these measures looks at the first quarter of 22 compared to the prior year. Train velocity is important because it tells you how quickly cars are moving on our network. For the first quarter of 22, our dwell remains elevated compared to the average dwell from the first quarter of 21. Our local service metric is an important gauge of how we are performing between our serving yards and our customers' facilities. And finally, our train holding metric is an average of a daily snapshot of trains holding on or around of our network, short of destination. We have seen this metric rise in February, since you can see, but I'm going to share some of the improvements we're making recently, especially in the category of trains holding for crew availability, which we know the board's interested in. I'd also be remiss if I didn't acknowledge the impact our service issues have had on Amtrak and some other passenger partners. However, I can tell you our commuter performance is very, very good at this point. Okay. I want to spend a brief moment on how we got here as context on how we plan to recover and sustain that service level our customers need. At the highest level, our recent service performance is the result of severe congestion on our network that was caused by a combination of factors. First, we experienced significant volume increases over the past year following the volume deficit we experienced during the pandemic. While we built into our plan the ability to surge up in response to volumes to exceed forecast, those swings from 150 to 200,000 units in a very short period left us resource challenged in really around our surge planning. The impact of which that increased demand across the supply chain, those efforts are well documented, as are BNSF's efforts with our customers to support fluidity despite challenges across ports, trucking, and warehouses. While we move quickly to bring additional locomotives and crew resources to support all the business areas, those are resources that take time to deploy. At the same time, a series of difficult events occurred on top of existing supply chain issues, and a series of extreme weather events that started in late 21 and has continued through the first 4 months of 2022. As a result, we experienced an increased amount of car inventory on our network, and as our velocity slowed with increased demand, there was an understandable reaction from our customers to add more cars on the network in hopes that they would quickly increase their chances of getting their shipment. Unfortunately, adding cars to the network has the opposite result. Compared to the same time last year, we have 5% more cars online, but we're moving 3% less volume. And while those don't sound like big percentages, that's on a base of about 250,000 cars. Stepping back through the numbers, I want to say that we understand the impacts that this trajectory has had on our customers, and we are committed to turning that around, and we're all focused on the path forward. Okay, so let's turn to what we're doing to make our service better. We have implemented an aggressive service recovery plan that focuses on really 3 areas: car inventory, locomotive availability, and crew. One impactful tool we deploy to improve our service performance is really the management of car inventory. We're working with our customers towards a goal to temporarily reduce the number of cars on our network by 2%. We understand that reducing car inventories can have an immediate impact on our customers, and because of that, we're really taking a tactical approach. Let me emphasize, we are undertaking this effort with input and feedback from our customers, and we are working hard to find solutions that minimize negative impacts on their business. On locomotive availability, we're deploying more power against our volumes and taking steps to make sure that more power is readily available for service. Since the start of winter, we have pulled 250 locomotives out of storage, and we plan to add an additional 100 locomotives to the fleet in the coming weeks. That constitutes an approximate 10% increase of our overall fleet. On crew availability, making sure that we have enough people to meet our customer service needs is absolutely critical. As volumes are covered, we move quickly to recall most of the 3,000 employees that we had furloughed. Now, it's easy to look back and say today that we should have carried more employees on furlough, but in reality, this is one of the toughest decisions that BNSF has to make, and that directly impacts lives and livelihoods. There's a real cost to families when we have to hire or train them just to turn around and tell them we don't have a job. Over my career, I've had to walk into classrooms full of people who have left jobs to come to BNSF and tell them that they are furloughed. Those days are hard on everyone, but certainly hardest for the individuals who have been furloughed. That is why we work so hard to align our labor force levels to the customer's expected demand. And that is also why we're moving quickly to respond to the challenges in customer demand as we see it. Okay, so while I highlight these 3 areas, I don't mean to exclude the other measures our teams have taken to respond to the changes and challenges. As an example, in 2021, we paid over $27 million in guarantee to employees to hold them in reserve. And that was really to make sure that we had immediate availability to deploy them to help handle customer volume upswings. Now, Steve's gonna highlight how those guarantees supported record 2021 harvest volumes. We flew train crews around our network to ensure we had the ability to service coal plants experiencing stockpile shortages as demand peaked in response to winter. Just last week, in response to blizzard conditions that shut down North Dakota highways, BNSF hired contractors to clear snow to get roads reopened for our crews for a period of time. And for that period of time, we were the only mode of transportation continuously operating in large parts of that state. We will continue to evolve our plans in response and confront new challenges with new solutions. Let me talk about hiring and attendance. As Judy's going to describe, we have an aggressive plan to hire, train, and put into service additional personnel. That includes more than 1,700 train yard and engine employees in 2022. As we currently stand, our TY&E headcount is up more than 3% compared to this time last year, even though our volumes are down by 2%. We have also made changes to the attendance policy for our train crews in February, and that was really designed to drive more predictable and reliable service for our customers while simultaneously addressing our employees' needs for predictable work and rest schedules. Thus far, our new program has led to positive increases in crew availability across our network, and that benefits our customers. Now, we certainly understand change can be difficult. This was the first time that we have made a policy shift on attendance in 20 years. While the point system is not unique in the industry, we made changes to provide greater flexibility in our program for our employees, including some adjustments based on employee feedback we received when we did a trial implementation. We will continue to engage with our employees as they transition through this. So unfortunately, some of the public rhetoric about our new program has really just simply been untrue. I feel compelled to just take a few moments to correct a few factual misstatements. One, our employees are still able to use their vacation and paid leave days. On average, our TYNE employees have 3 to 4 weeks of paid vacation and over 10 paid leave days per year. In fact, we increased our employees' ability to use vacation and PLD days this year by 25%. Since the policy's launch, we've seen more planned vacation days taken than before the change. And those increased days have come at a time when we had a remarkable high level of employees, more than 90%, which are currently in the green category, which essentially just means things are working well for everyone. The employee is consistently available to work, and they're not in danger of reducing their points under the system. In fact, we're seeing less discipline with this new policy. Additionally, prior union concerns that few employees will be able to earn points for good attendance under high vis proved to be unfounded. In only 2 months, more than 90% of BNSF trained service workforce have earned good credits for good attendance. Our employees are adapting to the program, making good use of the transparency and the pathways to time off it provides. Claims of mass resignations, as many as 700, I think we heard 1,000 yesterday, are dramatically overstated. We are seeing slightly higher than normal attrition, but when we did a sample of approximately 300 TYNE employees who have resigned this year, we found that a majority hadn't worked a shift in over 6 months. There are incentives built into this program so that employees can receive good attendance credits for being available to work. Some media reports have said that employees must work 14 straight days to really achieve a good attendance credit. That's untrue. They simply must be available for their shift during that 2-week period, just like all of us here in the room are expected to be available for our normal working hours. Federal law permits trained service employees to work up to 72 hours per week, but in fact, within our TYNE workforce, less than 50% work more than 40 hours per week. And on average, our employees that are earning good attendance credits under our new program are at home for at least 24 hours between trips. So look, on average, our employees that are earning good attendance credits are at home for 24 hours between trips. That would be all the employees that I just mentioned, 90%. So let me conclude with this section. We know that some railroad jobs can be very challenging with non-traditional schedules, time away from home, particularly for our train crews. Where we have options to mitigate that, we are committed to making those changes. BNSF has been able to negotiate and implement work rest agreements with several of our unions over the past few years, and we're actively working towards additional agreements and other measures that can drive additional home rest and other fatigue mitigation efforts. We believe that this program is going to result in better visibility and predictability for our employees through a reduction in unscheduled and disruptive layoffs, especially combined with ongoing efforts to create consistent train lineups. Advance one more. Okay, so let me talk about our signs of improvement real quick. We're confident that our plan will work and bring our service performance back to where it needs to be. But I want the board to know that this will not happen overnight. It'll take time to implement our plan and for its benefits to be realized. We are encouraged to already have seen some initial improvements. For instance, the number of trains held for power is down 30% from our peak in February. That reflects the gains we've made in bringing locomotives back online. And as approximately 300 new hires that we currently have in training continue to finish and come into active service, we expect to see even further improvements in the number of trains held. So as I was preparing for this hearing, yet another major blizzard struck North Dakota over the weekend, brought with it record snowfall, wind gusts up to 50 miles an hour. Our ability to get crews to where they needed to be was severely impacted by the state of North Dakota closing roads, and it took us time to get those cleared. I mention this only to show how the measures we began putting in place have allowed us to begin recovering from the latest external factor on an expedited basis. On the week prior to the blizzard, we recorded an average car velocity of 180 miles per day across our northern region, along with average terminal dwell 28.4 hours. With that blizzard on the way, we activated our winter action plans. We pre-positioned additional power. snow removal crews. We actually held a lot of contractors over for an entire week and paid them to make sure we had them. And then we had to dig out again after another record blizzard. You can see the effect the blizzard had on our velocity metrics, but thanks really to the grit, the determination of our employees, and I would like to publicly thank all of our employees for working through these events. We've already have seen an improvement coming out of the weekend. Okay, so in addition to all the high-level steps I've talked about, we have specific targets and action plans for where we want to be in 30, 60, and 90 days from now. For example, we do expect the next 30 days to continue to be somewhat choppy as we work out of the winter weather that continue to impact us and we reallocate resources across our network. Within 60 days, we expect to start feeling the first positive effects of the larger hiring classes as they start to graduate. We've created a dedicated leadership and project management team. We've opened up a 24/7 command center staffed by senior leaders. Really, that's to drive system level decision-making authority 24 hours a day, 7 days a week in a type of war room approach. This is a similar approach we've taken in times of natural disasters, such as when Hurricane Harvey struck the Gulf Coast in 2017, or the widespread flooding along the Mississippi and Missouri rivers in 2019. So thank you for the opportunity to address you all today. I sincerely appreciate it. Before Steve speaks about our customer engagement, Judy's going to provide some additional comments on our hiring plans.
Thanks, Matt, and thank you to the board for the opportunity to be here. Again, I'm Judy Carter, VP of HR for BNSF. All right, there we go. Again, Judy Carter, head of HR for BNSF. I'm going to provide a little bit more detail about our robust hiring plan, but I also wanted to echo Matt's thoughts for the tremendous job that our employees do for us and showing up for our customers every day, and including those employees who are here with us in the room today. You're critical to our success, and we couldn't deliver the nation's goods without all of you showing up for us. We appreciate that. We're very aware of the concerns that rail service issues or the concern that you all have that our issues are a result of deliberate decisions to reduce our workforce below the levels needed to support our volumes. One of the most important things we plan for as a company is having the right resources in the right place at the right time. Our ability to flex our employee resources up and down with volume is critical to this planning effort. For BNSF, we never want to be in a position where we don't have enough employees to support the volume and growth that our customers bring to us. However, we are also very mindful, to Matt's point, that we can't bring on new employees with the flip of a switch, and especially given the training times associated with many operations roles. So we work very hard to meet the right number of people resources in place for current and future demands. In order to do that, we have to do a number of things. Across our network, we look at our current employee levels and consider historic employment trends, including attrition rates and expected retirements. We consider our operations trends like crew starts and geographical areas. We also look at the customer and commodity forecasts across our network. Using all this data, we use that to forecast the number of employees we will need to have in each of our locations. When volume forecasts play out as expected, our network remains fluid and we meet our customer expectations. When we see unexpected changes in those forecasts, we see impacts to our people resource planning. For example, in the last 2 years, we have seen quickly shifting employment markets as well as significant shifts in customer demand. The pandemic has radically restructured labor markets for all industries. As Matt described, there are many things we need to balance with forward hiring, including the human element for our current and future employees. However, when we see more volume materialize than we planned for, we quickly resource up to ensure we have the employees in place to support it. Our historical records reflect that, as do the recovery plans for 2022. We made the decision in the last quarter of 2021 to pull forward some of our 2022 hiring. Sitting here in April, we have an aggressive plan to hire, train, and put into service an additional 3,000 employees across transportation, engineering, and mechanical, and we are on pace to meet that goal. On the crew side, we plan to hire more than 1,700 additional crew members. That number reflects an increase to our plan that we made in just the last few weeks. We currently have 300 TY&E employees in training, which takes about 13 to 15 weeks to complete. We continue to review our crew numbers weekly and adjust with increasing volume and/or attrition. Even before these additions, our TY&E headcount is up more than 3% compared to this time last year, even though our volumes are down. We have also recalled all train crews in the Pacific Northwest, California, Montana, and Twin Cities, and have called back the vast majority of the 3,000 employees we had furloughed last year. I would like to take a moment to describe the current challenges we are seeing on the hiring front and how we are responding. The reality is that we're facing the same headwinds as many other U.S. businesses. In this very competitive labor market, we are seeing a smaller pool of applicants, lower levels of job acceptance, and more candidates falling out during the pre-employment screening and training process. We are responding to this challenging environment with new programs to support our recruiting efforts. For example, in our hiring process, we are making job offers to a larger number of candidates to respond to the lower acceptance rate and higher fallout rate we are seeing during training and onboarding. We have also used our regional applicant and acceptance data to put in place incentives tailored to attract future employees to high-need areas, including Montana and Washington State. These incentives include sign-on bonuses, adjustments to total compensation, and enhanced relocation benefits. We have also taken steps to streamline and rework the application process to ensure that we have a broader applicant pool for the openings we have. On the onboarding front, we started training as soon as we can, rather than making some employees wait for we can assemble a larger training class size. I would like to note that while we have streamlined our onboarding process, we have not in any way reduced the amount of training that our new employees receive through our FRA certified training programs to ensure that they can enter their roles safely and empowered to work. We have also increased our recruiting and job sourcing activity across our system, seeking new levels of engagement with local schools, colleges, and military communities. We continue to evolve our culture and our employee experience to make BNSF a place where employees want to come and want to stay, and where all of our employees have equal opportunities to achieve their full potential. We know that this has been and will continue to be a challenging year for our railroad and our employees. We are committed to turning this around for our customers, which means working on every front to get new employees on the ground and keep our existing employees in their jobs and safely serve our customers' needs. I'll now pass it to Steve to talk about our customer engagement.
My name is Steve Bob, and I'm BNSF's Chief Marketing Officer. I appreciate the opportunity to be with you today and describe our ongoing customer engagement in relation to our current service. As I mentioned in my testimony at the reciprocal switching hearing last month, BNSF fully acknowledges that our service has not met our customer expectations over the past several months. Matt outlined the aggressive operational steps we are taking to address that, and I will talk about what we are doing to support our customers during this time, including our efforts to ensure that they stay fully updated on our service recovery process. We're committed through all levels of the organization to be direct, transparent, and frequent in our customer communications. This allows us to work collaboratively with our customers to improve service during times when service is challenged, like today, and also to facilitate our customers' growth, to say yes when our customers approach us with growth opportunities. Before I talk about our communication efforts, I want to briefly highlight a few aspects of current rail demand that have impacted BNSF a bit differently than the rest of the industry, and I think provide some helpful context for our discussions today and some of the concerns you have been hearing from our customers. Last month, I talked to you about how BNSF is a growth railroad and how our growth disproportionately comes from our ability to succeed in highly competitive markets. Competing with innovative service offerings and market competitive rates has made, I believe, BNSF the largest intermodal carrier in the world and the largest carrier of agricultural products in North America. Over the past 25 years, BNSF's volumes have grown significantly as a result of this growth strategy, even while volumes for the rest of the industry have shrunk. The growth in our agricultural products business has been particularly pronounced. Today, BNSF is carrying 20% more agricultural products freight annually than we were just a decade ago. And while we have added 160,000 units to our ag network over that time, the rest of the industry has added less than 5,000 units combined. I know there have been particular concerns expressed by some of our agricultural customers and the USDA about the impact that rail service issues are having, particularly with respect to feedlots and availability of fertilizer for the planting season. BNSF feels a great responsibility to the American farm community, and we have a long track record of focusing our efforts as needed to meet the challenges presented to our network. This year will be no different. In 2021, volume demand exceeded all forecasts and resulted in record volumes being moved by BNSF. Despite the supply chain issues we are facing, BNSF rose to the challenge and moved a record amount of agricultural shipments last year. And we did so across a broader geographic area with longer lengths of haul to serve further grain producing origins than we have historically. We accomplished that by proactively doing things like pre-positioning locomotives and crew at key locations to allow for quick deployment and making sure all mainline track maintenance projects were done before harvest. We have built on those successes and continued our proactive approach this year. We're currently running the largest system grain fleet and the largest system fertilizer fleet ever this spring peak period. We have allocated over 800 locomotives to our agricultural network, including recent increases to support fertilizer deliveries in the critical planting window. With those assets deployed, we were able to move 11% more volume in the first quarter of 2022 than the same time last year, and continue to see more significant volume to support the planting season. We're also planning for another surge fleet of locomotives for fall harvest. We've also asked the Federal Railroad Administration for approval to inspect our track and equipment in a more efficient manner, leveraging technologies which have been shown to deliver superior safety outcomes, while also reducing track occupancy time required for such inspections, thereby increasing capacity to handle more freight. Given what we were able to accomplish during harvest last year, we are confident that our service will be ready to meet demand again in 2022. One of the ways we support growth is through our capital investments. This year, we will spend $3.55 billion on capital, which is the largest in the industry. You can see the breakdown here, which includes significant amounts to equipment acquisition, capacity expansion, and efficiency. Our communications goal is to ensure that all our customers have the timely and accurate information they need about their rail service to make informed decisions for their businesses. We have always held the belief that we should be as transparent as possible with our customers, and that is never more important than when our service is not meeting their expectations. Every week, we distribute network updates that contain an overview of a service performance for the prior week, including the same key performance indicators that Matt mentioned earlier, and our service expectations for the week ahead. We had previously only provided those updates every other week, but have increased the cadence to every week during our service recovery effort. We publish 5 different versions of the update each week. One with information specific to the agricultural, auto, coal, industrial products, and intermodal networks. In addition to these weekly updates, which are cataloged on our website, we communicate in real time with customers concerning notable other issues on our network, providing specific information on that issue, the areas it affects, and our plan's expectations for resolution. In addition to this information about our network, our customers can access specific information anytime or day or night about their shipments and service through the myriad tools on our online customer portal. For example, our Track My Train tool lets customers track the trains on which their shipments are moving across our network. We provide geofence notifications to inform our customers on a car-specific basis when their shipments pass into geographic boundaries that have been set by the customer. Local service notifications are generated every day once a daily plan for local service in an area has been established, and those are sent to subscribing customers within an hour of the local crew going on duty. Our railcar management tool allows our customers to view and manage all cars that are either at or inbound to that customer's facility with real-time status updates as cars are released. Last, our Message Us tool gives our carload customers a real-time interface to escalate issues within BNSF and see a record of any requests they have previously made. Of course, all of the information sharing I just described is supplemented by the direct personal interactions people across BNSF have with our customers every single day. Our customers develop relationships not with just their marketing representatives, but with our local operations team and our customer service group, which is available 24 hours a day. Our senior leadership is also directly engaged with customers about our service recovery efforts. 2 weeks ago, we held our agricultural products annual summit, where Matt Igo, our Executive Vice President of Operations, and I provided an overview of our service recovery effort, and members of BNSF's leadership teams have already had direct interaction with most of the shippers or shipper groups that are scheduled to appear at this hearing. BNSF is committed at all levels of the organization to transparency and engagement with our customers throughout a service recovery effort. At BNSF, we take tremendous pride in delivering safe, efficient, consistent, and reliable service to our customers. We know we are not currently meeting our customers' expectations. I want to reinforce our commitment to restoring network velocity so that we can deliver the quality of service our customers have come to expect and position ourselves to grow with our customers long-term. My colleagues are happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
We will now move to UP and then we'll have questions. Who's going to speak first? Eric or Elizabeth? You're on. There you go. That was me.
Afternoon, Chairman, Vice Chairman, and members of the board. My name is Beth Whited, and I'm an Executive Vice President at Union Pacific. And my responsibilities include sustainability, strategy, and human resources, including labor relations. I know that you are concerned about employment levels at Union Pacific, and I thank you for the opportunity to appear at this hearing to discuss them. In my testimony, I'll describe our approach to setting employment levels, our response to recent dramatic changes in traffic volumes, and our plans for growing a workforce that is prepared to meet future challenges. First, our basic principle in setting employment levels is to staff to the work so that our employees have fulfilling and productive roles. We do not want employees with so little work that they become disengaged or so much work that they become overloaded. Of course, we recognize the nature of our business means we experience disruptions and surges that are difficult, if not impossible to predict. We do our best to staff so Union Pacific can meet customer needs despite those challenges. I understand that the board is particularly interested in employment levels for train crews. There, when we staff to the work, traffic volumes are our central focus. When traffic volumes fall and work opportunities drop, our collective bargaining agreements encourage us to manage employment levels through furloughs, placing employees on inactive status until the work returns and they are recalled to active service. As you're aware, 2020 was a period when we reduced employment levels in response to a significant reduction in traffic volumes. As COVID-related shutdowns significantly reduced the demand for rail transportation, we increased the number of furloughed employees. And later, as volumes started to return, we started recalling those employees. While our initial return rate was promising at around 70%, that rate decreased as we recalled employees in greater numbers. Like other businesses that recalled employees after COVID-related shutdowns, we found a significant number of employees, in our case around 50%, were choosing not to return. Currently, Union Pacific has no furloughed train service employees. Even before recalling all of our furloughed employees, we began to hire new employees in locations where our furlough numbers were small or non-existent. But while our volumes grew close to pre-pandemic levels, we, like all employers, faced significant headwinds in meeting our hiring goals. Those hiring headwinds you've heard a lot about, and they are a particular problem in certain parts of our network. The latest labor market reporting shows that the U.S. unemployment rate is at 3.8%, with a near record level of job openings. Union Pacific operates in some of the nation's tightest labor markets, with unemployment numbers below the very low national average. Our employment numbers are falling short in locations that generally have the most work and the lowest unemployment rates. With 2020 hindsight, I would say we should have started hiring in the more difficult markets sooner. But we did not foresee the change in expectations for the labor market as we came out of the pandemic shutdown. Job seekers now want more flexibility, better hours, set schedules. We're working to create jobs that are more appealing and meet the needs of the future workforce as well as the workforce of today. And we will need to work closely with our union partners to address those needs. We are planning for the future, positioning ourselves to continue hiring as we grow and retain the employees we hire and train. Our plan is to hire 1,400 train service employees this year to offset our expected attrition of 1,000 and grow our workforce. Increasing the breadth and diversity of our recruiting pipeline is a critical way that we will meet our present and future hiring needs. Our demographic data indicated that there are segments of the population that aren't part of our candidate pools. We've responded by adopting aggressive diversity goals so that by 2030, our workforce will better reflect the communities we serve. We are progressing towards these important goals by broadening our outreach, improving our recruitment technology, and making our recruitment and hiring process more welcoming to all candidates. Also, we've strategically partnered with Jobs for America to include students near high school graduation, and Second Chance to include candidates that may have taken a different life path and are now looking for stable, well-paying opportunities to join the workforce. We've partnered with the National Association of Manufacturers to connect with high school students interested in industrial arts, and we're working to ensure young women have the confidence and desire to work in fields where women are underrepresented. Great People Know Great People, which is our paid employee referral program, has led to more than 5,000 referrals and 550 job offers. Additionally, we've increased the speed of our employment and training pipeline. In January, we began offering candidates the option to submit a pre-recorded interview, which saves time by avoiding scheduling, and it creates more access with no appointment. More than 1,000 pre-recorded interviews were completed in the first quarter of this year, which is a 50% increase in the completed interviews over the fourth quarter of 2021. We've also streamlined the candidate evaluation process, removing administrative steps between the interview and an offer. The result has been a 31% decrease in the time from an application to an offer and a 44% decrease in application to a release to start time in the first quarter of 2022. Our greatest challenge is moving candidates from offer acceptance to fully trained employees. For a trained crew employee to become qualified for the position and learn how to do the job safely, they must complete 14 weeks of classroom and on-the-job training. To meet our current hiring demand, we've added 25 instructors, increased the new higher class frequency, and increased class size while maintaining student-teacher ratios. We have also encouraged new hires to start in hard-to-fill locations by offering financial incentives and covering expenses to bridge the gap between the first day at UP and the first paycheck. Once we hire and train employees, we do not want to lose them. We are working to minimize attrition by supporting an engaged workforce. That support ranges from departmental diversity, equity, and inclusion action plans to our 10 active and engaged employee resource groups, including groups that work with veterans, women, and those interested in a sustainable and innovative railroad. In addition, Union Pacific has long recognized that members of the United States military are dedicated individuals who bring a unique set of skills to the railroad. We engage with transition offices on military installations and veterans offices at universities, community colleges, and technical schools. Once on board, we support our military employees and their families when the employees are called to duty. To support our employees in personal and career development, we've launched a partnership with the University of Nebraska at Omaha, UNO, which creates an opportunity for the professional development of all employees with free tuition at a nationally ranked university offering online and in-person learning. Nearly 500 employees have become UNO students. Union Pacific is confronting the hiring challenge by focusing on candidate needs, both present and future, to make Union Pacific the future workplace of choice. Thank you. I'll turn it over to Eric Geringer, our EVP of Operations, for information about our service.
I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak regarding Union Pacific's current service issues. Union Pacific understands the severity of the situation and is working hard to restore service to the levels our customers expect. By the close of my testimony, I will have addressed the following key points. Network congestion is causing progressively poor service on the Union Pacific network. Union Pacific's actions to reduce inventory will improve the overall health of the rail network, and our increased network resources and adjusted transportation plan will assist in easing mainline congestion. I need to start, though, by describing some terms and metrics we use internally when evaluating network congestion. Gross inventory is the total number of cars on the network, including store card and cars at customers' facilities. You may be less familiar with the term active inventory, which is gross inventory minus the number of stored cars. And this finally gets me to the key term, operating inventory. Operating inventory is active inventory minus cars placed at customer facilities. The key metric for understanding what is happening on the railroad right now is our cars per carload. Cars per carload is the operating inventory divided by the average daily numbers of revenue carloads. Put more simply, cars per carload is the number of cars it takes to support moving one daily carload across the network. When cars per carload goes up,
That means Union Pacific is taking more time to move each car across its network. Right now, Union Pacific is seeing a significant surplus in operating inventory, which causes a much higher than typical cars per carload count. This operating inventory surplus is one of the contributors of network congestion. To put this in perspective, our operating inventory from January to April of this year has increased by 30,000 cars, or 18%. This rate of increase is extremely high compared to previous years, where the rate of increase would have been about 2,000 cars in the same period. That congestion is impacting our crew and power availability, which feeds into a cycle degrading network fluidity. We've also seen congestion like this in November of 2014, where there was over 218,000 cars of inventory on the network with 8.2 cars per carload. Also in November of 2017, where there were over 210,000 cars of inventory on the network with 8.3 cars per carload. In March and leading into April of 2019, cars per carload on the Union Pacific were at 9.1, with operating inventory hovering around 200,000. The network was congested. We were able to work through that 2019 congestion by reducing the number of cars on the network, thereby increasing velocity and train speed. We know from experience that reducing operating inventory alleviates congestion. And though we know that getting cars off the network is one of several immediate actions that we can take to reduce inventory, we cannot do this overnight. With the amount of congestion currently on the network, it will likely take us the better half of the year to decongest the network, assuming minimal variability on the network, in addition to our customers' crucial help in taking private cars off the network. This brings me to the current Union Pacific network. Mr. Chairman, I'm not going to use euphemisms. I'm going to give you the numbers as we see them this morning. Operating inventory this morning is 195,000 cars. Our car velocity is 179 miles per day. And our TPC, which is our primary service metric, is 58%, followed by the last one, first mile, last mile, that we've talked about today, is at 90%. Network congestion is the result of a combination of factors. First, a series of unanticipated service interruptions caused delays across our network, which created unanticipated demand for our crew and locomotive resources. In addition to the unanticipated resource demand, like many other companies, our ability to onboard new train service employees in some locations has been challenged post-COVID. As a result, we have modified some of our talent acquisition and new hiring onboarding strategies and processes to timely acquire new talent. The cumulative effect of crew shortages and difficult to hire locations and increased inventory led to greater resources imbalances and further slowdowns to our operational performance. So, what are we doing today to solve the problem? We are pulling on several levers at the same time. First, we are taking an aggressive approach to reducing operating inventory, more aggressive than in the past. We are in the process of reducing the number of Union Pacific controlled cars on the system by 2 to 4% within the next 30 days. Second, we are exploring whether to meter our traffic in the near term. Third, as Beth mentioned, we are working hard toward our goal of hiring 1,400 train service employees in 2022. Since April of 2021, we hired over 700 train service employees and charged the pipeline with an additional 500 train service employees in training. This aggressive action has resulted in us graduating approximately 400 train service employees since implementing this plan. In addition to the aggressive hiring, we continue to focus on judiciously using our crews and injecting the appropriate number of locomotives into the system. We are also working closely and collaboratively with our customers to reduce private car inventory. This multi-front approach will help expedite recovery for us and our customers from this period of congestion and ultimately grow our network. Let me address quickly the concept of metering traffic, which has been a concern expressed by a number of our stakeholders. Metering traffic will allow Union Pacific to control the number of cars on the network while simultaneously serving all customers by resolving the congestion. As you know from conversations we had with you a few weeks ago, we've reached out to 7,000 customers, but only engaged directly with those customers who have the highest impact on the network. During those conversations with our customers, we described what we are trying to accomplish and that we were considering metering their traffic to help improve network fluidity. When implemented, metering will get inventory to an appropriate level on the network and allow customers to reduce their cars in the network. Some of our customers have agreed to reduce excess cars from the network, which will help reduce operating inventory on the network in the near term. So our work with the customers is showing positive momentum. Our plan includes strategically deploying additional resources where the current operational congestion has created crew and power shortages, and the addition of crews and power can help alleviate congestion. We've added 150 locomotives since January of 2022, including 100 locomotives in the last 30 days. We've also relocated approximately 80 bar route train service employees to enhance crew supply within specific network areas where we are seeing increased demand. With these key measures in place, we anticipate the train speed will increase while terminal dwell will decrease. With 2020 hindsight in plain view, a global pandemic and supply chain problems, we acknowledge that these abnormal external and random events have interfered with our operations beyond what we anticipated. We set out to hire at the appropriate rate based on our projections, but the labor market in certain locations proved challenging. Reflecting on that, we acknowledge that we were more fragile than we initially realized, and we recognize that this is an opportunity for us to improve. Once we became aware of these events, we were not isolated and more enduring. We started taking the necessary measured steps to quickly improve the overall health of the rail network and our workforce. Let me close where I began, by making clear that we understand our current service is not meeting our customers' expectations or our own. Union Pacific agrees with our stakeholders that an efficient rail system free from excessive congestion and delay is vital to a robust supply chain and the national economy. We know that to restore our service levels, we must recover the system by charging the employee pipeline and being judicious with our crews. We are now at the right number of locomotives on the network to handle the current and future projected volume. Finally, our transportation plan specifically targets eliminating excess inventory off the system, and we are asking our customers to partner with us in this effort. We are confident that doing this will get the network to a place where it is moving smoothly once again. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Eric. I've got a lot of questions. I'm going to ask a few and then I'm going to circulate around with my board members and come back. So let me start here. And I've gone through this with the other class ones. BN. You went in December of 2018, you had 19,636 T&E employees. You dropped 3,853 of them by the beginning of the pandemic. That's a 20% decrease. Before we knew there were any pandemic problems. When the pandemic hit, you dropped another 3,100 or another 20%. So that by May of 2020, you were down to 12,600 people. And you're not quite back. All right. You had, thank you, Patrick, 18,698. By March of 2020, you dropped 3,164. You were down 17% before the pandemic. And then by June, you dropped another 3,300, 22%. Now, at the time, the railroads dropped these thousands of people in the between March and June of 2020. I assume, like the rest of us, you had no idea when the pandemic was going to end. But what you did have an idea was to get people back and to hire new people was going to take 14 weeks minimum. Now, I heard Ms. Whited say that the collective bargaining agreement, did I understand you to say required you to furlough people when traffic dropped? Did I mishear that?
Said encourages, not requires.
Well, you didn't have to take
Oh.
Okay.
I thought no euphemisms.
Sometimes I try to be nice. I'll use BN's word. They're choppy.
Okay.
So encouraged but not required. I mean, I'm really having a hard time understanding the sort of corporate planning that's throughout both are the same. Now, my predecessor, Ann Begeman, had the foresight sometime in mid-2020, as I recall, to write letters to all the CEOs saying, what are your plans to staff up to be able to handle the return of traffic? And traffic was already returning. We saw it. You know, we don't run railroads here, but we saw it. And we got assurances. And I became chairman a year and a half ago. And I followed up in the spring. And I'm having trouble, to be honest, accepting what I'm hearing here today. So I wrote a letter to Ms. Farmer. And I got an answer on June 9th of 2021. The pandemic was already underway for a year, and the traffic had already returned to a large extent. I know it's still growing. And Ms. Farmer wrote me on June 9th, with regard to our employees, I'm quoting, we have sufficient train crews and yard employees for current volumes. She went down. Our 2022 hiring plan is highly dependent on volume levels in determining the timing of bringing on transportation, maintenance, and other personnel to support growth. And she concluded, BNSF has and will continue to take the steps to ensure that we have the right resources to meet new demand levels while providing consistent and reliable service. BNSF has demonstrated our ability to increase our resources with great speed in response to changing circumstances, and I am confident in our ability to do so now. I sent a letter to Mr. Fritz, same letter. I got his answer June 11th, 2021. Quote, Union Pacific is well positioned to deal with the nation's economic recovery in 2021. As demand has increased across our network, we have quickly identified those growth areas and strategically placed crews to serve customers. Our pipeline of train, crew, yard, and maintenance employees is robust. And these employees are qualified to fill future positions throughout our network. Now, you know, I've only been chairman for a few months, been around for a long time, so maybe bad on me to be so naive. We felt, I thought, reassured. We didn't implement a weekly reporting, which we've been urged to do now. But I just have to tell you that I hear what you're saying, and I've seen your charts. But I'm taking it with a heavy dose of skepticism. The CEOs aren't here to defend their letters, but they sent you. And I'm trying to figure out what is it that's changed. The CEOs are still there. PSR is still there, which is what I don't blame, but many people blame. The OR is still there. Wall Street's still there. So what is it? You know, we sit here, we're not just some entity that rides herd on you because we like to hear ourselves talk. We're the public. That's why we exist. And I think all five of us do our best to represent the public interest up here. So this is not, what your balance sheet looks like. As I said yesterday, this is the price of bread going up. This is ethanol not being mixed with gasoline, and the prices are high at the pump. So I'm having a lot of trouble with this, that you dropped thousands of employees when the pandemic began, apparently without any notion that you might have to gear up. Eric, you said that the current congestion was due to unanticipated demand just this last spring. Well, what was unanticipated about it? I mean, weren't you watching the trends in the summer of 2020 as the economy recovered? Now, maybe you couldn't hit it with precision. So you just said, somebody just said, I think it was you, Eric, we have enough locomotives. The April 8th, 22 numbers have among the highest level of trains held for power in the last 5 years. And they've been going up for the last few weeks. They also have among the highest levels of trains held for crews. And BN's in the same. So how do you say you have enough power? You got thousands of locomotives in storage someplace, and you don't have enough power to power the trains that are sitting out there on the tracks and that are not delivering grain trains to chicken farms, 20% cut in the fertilizer shipments, which I guess you rescinded. I mean, what are we supposed to expect here? And just to take your word for it, don't re-regulate? So I'm having trouble with it. I'd like to ask you, take your turns to respond to these points. Thank you.
Let me start on the Union Pacific side. So let's go back to your comment about trains held for crews and locomotives. If you take that back and you look further towards the end of last year, we came into November and December and really through the beginning of January and really actually continually progressing and improving position. Then we hit February, where we got hit by about 36 different incidents, from snowstorms to other events. That's when you saw, to your point, Mr. Chairman, a large increase in both trains held for crews and locomotives. Those are absolutely linked to the congestion. If you look on the Union Pacific right now, that congestion it's not in our terminals. Our terminals remain fluid, a dwell of around 24 hours. Where we have the congestion is on line of road. We've got effective line of road. So trains that are out between terminals, and that number, although it fluctuates day to day, is about 70 to 90 too many trains for the volume that we're carrying. That's what translates into that additional 20,000 cars that are excess on the network right now. And so it feeds on itself.
I don't see it. February 11th numbers, the trains held for power and for crew are considerably lower than they are in April. So I don't know how they went up in February. The numbers don't bear up what you're saying. And velocity has gone down steadily from January to today. So I don't see the blizzards of February reflected in the numbers here on our data.
So because the events were in the end of January and February, you don't see the immediate impact until we start to get that inventory on the railroad. Typically, a normal car cycle is 30 days on average. Some customers are faster, some are longer. So you have to get through that car cycle where you'll start to gain that inventory. And that's effectively what we did through the month of February, which, to your exact point, drove the holds up and the velocity down.
Marty, we can't hear you online.
I'm sorry. You're the ones who are supposed to be expert business managers, and I think you are. I think you are. I don't think the people at BN and UP are too stupid to run a railroad, just to be clear and to not mince words. I've been impressed with the rail industry since I've been in it for some years. There's something else at play, and I think we've heard a lot about it in the last 2 days. And so I expect the executives at this table to be able to plan for the future. That's one of the things you're hired for. And I don't see it in the results. Now, I've been talking for months now about the lack of a cushion. So, you know, the pandemic was unusual, but we've had 2 years to begin to grow back from it. The blizzards are not unusual. The forest fires are not unusual. And I don't see the planning there. If the planning is there, I don't see that you're being allowed to implement it. That's where my real concern is. And I think through this board needs something more, frankly, than the testimony we've heard. I appreciate having to. I think we how you railroads would feel about having weekly reporting. Yeah. That's what we've been urged to do by just about every speaker here. What would be your reaction to every week? How many have you hired? How many started? How many finished training? How many you know, the machinists say they don't have enough people to fix the locomotives. Maybe that's why you can't get them out there. So respond to that, Mr. Garland.
Yes, sir. So from BNSF side, and I won't speak for UP, but we would definitely welcome the transparency and the additional reporting. I think that's something we can provide on a weekly basis, and we'd be happy to do so. I think if I could just make some other comments in relation to your questions. So outside of safety, I really think crew and hiring are some of the toughest things that we do on the railroad. We have to match the forecasted demand that's going to come onto the railroad. And then we also have to look at where we need people. When we entered this year, we had 3,000 furloughed employees. And as we saw winter conditions start to degrade, we started to recall our employees in certain locations. The challenges that were unexpected are what we're seeing in the tight labor market. And Judy addressed that in terms of there's other opportunities, and that is a bit unusual from what we've seen in the past. Our locomotive plan, we have a solid plan to return locomotives. You know, we are seeing higher than normal trains held for crew. But again, I think this is just like Eric said, it's related to service interruptions driven higher car inventories onto our network, which has further slowed us down. And then, you know, I do understand and appreciate the comment that winter happens every year or fires happen every year. But when roads are closed, when I can't get employees from their houses to the depot to get on trains, I could have 1 million employees and that won't matter. So, I mean, as I mentioned, just last week in North Dakota, we were the ones plowing the streets.
On this point, and I'm going to hand it off to Patrick. Let's assume that hiring was more difficult because hiring is difficult in this country. You got to pivot. You know, Walmart just raised their truck driver salaries. It was all over the media, so it's easy to talk to $110,000 from 87. They pivoted. So whatever it takes. You know, when a grain user can't get their grain because your trains don't come through, they pay more to trucks. Whatever it takes. So that's what I think the public interest requires. And it's not like you can't afford it. So let me hand it off to Patrick.
I was just going to respond in terms of that comment. So we have pivoted And we've offered additional incentives to get employees to the right locations. We are looking at increasing that amount because the amounts that we've paid have not been as successful as we want them to. So I see us continuing to do that and increasing the amount to get the right employees in the right location. However, also this industry is governed by broader collective bargaining agreements that take time to work through, and they're currently in the national negotiation. And that is what we can't pivot on as quickly. So as the teams work through that, that is something we absolutely want to give our employees a raise. We think it's fully appropriate. And we've made offers, but obviously that's a confidential process. So thank you.
May I, Mr. Chairman, may I add just one thing? In terms of what Matt said about the pivot, I hope you did hear us talking about our 30-day plan, 60-day plan, 90-day plan. Those are plans that we've had working in the background prior to this hearing, and we'll keep working them. And Matt mentioned looking at the opportunity to engage with you all more. One of the things that we've done historically when we had our service issues in 2014 and 2015 is the RCPA process was extremely useful for all parties. And what we did there is we had weekly calls. Now we do those monthly still, but stepping up the cadence of those to weekly, and we can expand the folks who participate in those from the railroad side. And we'd also welcome having members and other participants from staff. It's an opportunity for you guys to ask us very direct questions about where we are in this process and hear from the people who are implementing it every day for the company.
Well, I appreciate that, Jill.
Yeah.
Katie Farmer saying everything's under control. And today I hear the next 30 days are going to be choppy. That's the problem I'm having. Patrick.
I'm glad you mentioned 14 and 15. As you all know, in 2014, the board directed BNSF to submit a detailed description of its contingency plans that you all would use to mitigate the acute coal inventory shortage. And then also in 14, the board directed BN and CP to also publicly file plans to resolve backlog of grain cars. And I've had the opportunity to review your submissions in that docket and presentations that both Joe and Steve, you've made in 2014 and 15. You've heard calls from customers and labor about reliability metrics and service assurance plans. You've agreed to proactively offer them. I want you to, if you could, elaborate on your experiences with those plans in 2014, 15, share with us any lessons learned and how plans might be adapted to the current situation to provide the transparency and insights that customers, labor, and the public are calling out for.
I can start, and certainly others can add to it, including Steve, who was in that process. Number one, I think starting point is we understand the board's concern here, and we understand the need and desire to be educated, involved, understand, and create accountability. And so I think some of those mechanisms are very effective for that. In terms of the contingency plans that were created, I think a couple things about that. One, the board created the sense of urgency, but they allowed us as the railroad to come in and say what our plan was. And so that allowed us to take in the entire context of our service challenges, the needs of individual customers, the need of the collective customer, and design something that we thought that was going to be effective in response to those current circumstances. And look, circumstances change quickly on us at the railroad, and we know that. And so being able to evolve those as we go along and explain why we think what we're doing is effective and have an engagement when we need to adjust those plans to be more aggressive, to be responsive to individual circumstances. I think that a lot of the things that we were doing in 2014 and reporting on, especially on the coal side, are things that we're doing now in terms of monitoring the levels of stockpiles for individual facilities. And we're managing to I use the term collective customer, but we also know that when there's urgent situations, we need to be able to respond. And we know we have a significant amount of scrutiny on that front and expectations and obligations, and we take those seriously. And so I think as the board thinks about those types of focused actions, we'd ask to be given the opportunity to be the party that designs that. And then also we'd caution in terms of creating priorities among different customers. It's one of the things that we're constantly thinking about is how we meet the expectations of all of our customers and balance that. And that doesn't mean that we don't respond to truly, significant experiences our customers are having. But when we respond to a single occurrence, that means we're taking a resource away from someone else. And we don't do that lightly. And we're very happy to have conversations with the board about how we're doing that on a weekly basis and individual circumstances, because we know we need to get that right. And so the engagement from the board is something that we, welcome may not be, may be a little too strong, but understand and we'll absolutely fully engage in that process with you all.
Comment on the idea of service assurance plans and reliability metrics.
Thanks. Well, one thing I would add.
Oh, sorry. Thanks.
One thing I would add to what Phil talked about is play every month where we have conversations with the Surface Transportation Board about what's going on in our network. We talk to your consumer assistance group in terms of the issues that we're dealing with and give our perspective on what's going on. And likewise, if that staff brings issues into that conversation, then we do deal with them. So you see that going on yet today. And that's one of the things we learned coming out of 2014 was to be informative upfront. And again, we talked about that cadence is always subject to change if necessary as well.
So ours may not mimic the BNSF's exactly, but as we put our plan together, we're still focused on the same critical elements. And to your point, those change depending on the situation. Where we are right now is adding in operating inventory as one of those critical elements. And you're seeing us take those multiple actions, both internally to Union Pacific and with our customers to drive that number down. That's the one that has to continue to move down to the appropriate level. And us sharing that plan with you and updates on how we're doing and progressing with that, as well as the lagging indicators of less dwell, less trains hours held, improved velocity. There's no concern with sharing that.
Weekly reporting. What about weekly progress reports on employment, hiring, and so forth? Are you comfortable with that too?
Sure how informative weekly would be, but I think we can certainly talk to you about a structure. We're typically starting training classes every other week, so maybe bi-weekly would make more sense, but I don't think we have any concerns with sharing what's happening with our pipeline, how we're seeing people graduate from training, where they're going to work, where we're having trouble.
And one more follow on from me on this. One of the things that I saw in the 2014 coal order was the term enforce. And I sort of was thinking about what that means in terms of our specific statutory authorities and the like. But I'm also reflecting on what a number of people have said about there's transparency and then there's accountability. And hopefully sharing it to the public provides some public accountability. But I'm wondering, besides just sharing the information, do you all view, in light of that enforced language in the 2014 order, is there a role for the board to further increase accountability, if plans were to be submitted to us?
You're asking a legal question, and I think from a business perspective, hey, we're going to do something, we're going to do it. And so to the extent there's continuing accountability to the board in that kind of posture, that's what we did in 2014. And that's what you'll see us do as well. I confess, I'm not 100% sure what language you're referring to. Yeah.
I'm referring to language in the 2014 order suggested submission of coal-specific service recovery plan and for the board to review, approve, or revise and enforce the recovery plan. And so I'm sort of wondering, and I know that you all have found that process had utility for the public, but that language stuck out to me. And, so I'm wondering what it meant to you, at the time, and, whether or not anything came to bear on that language as you all were putting together your plan. And it could otherwise be that just the public transparency creates the accountability that people are seeking. But I saw that particular language and I just wanted your view on it.
Honestly, for us, it was the public accountability that motivated us, and also just following through on our commitments. And part of that was reporting to you on our commitments. So when we were not tracking those, we would have accountability around that. And that's not to say we're perfect. You know, what was it? The bumpiness, choppiness. It's something we're going to see, which is why we would encourage you all to think about when Matt talked about expectations, 30 days, 60 days, 90 days. And then when you have a snowstorm in the middle of the weekend, that does set you back. We're talking about losing a full week of progress in 2 days. And so I think what I don't want to do is have folks be anxious about communicating to you guys about plans because there's some kind of draconian fall off the cliff consequence. I understand there are consequences to this. We're going to keep engaging with you all in the way that we do in terms of defining our intentions and following through on them. We don't intend to ever get to the enforcement stage.
Appreciate that. And because I know your views on how that those processes were helpful for the public, and because of your all experience with them, we would very much value your insight with your engagement with us personally, as well as our RCPA team, on what that type of service assurance plan would look like to provide that transparency and drive public accountability. So thank you.
Robert, you have some questions?
I do. Like you, I have many. I don't think we'll get them all in today, but I'll say a few now, and hopefully we can have another round. Once again, I'm going to start the same way I started off yesterday with NS and CSX, and that while I appreciate everybody who's at this table now and who has presented testimony, and it's been tough testimony, and you guys are definitely before the firing squad, both of you are missing the key player. BNSF, you guys are missing Katie, and UP, you're missing Lance. And I think it's disappointing, a little disheartening, and I hope it doesn't show that they're not taking this seriously, because I think, again, by the appearances of your labor force and your shippers and your customers and others, that we do take it seriously. And this is, I think, the most serious issue before the board in quite some time. And I am disappointed that neither of them are here. I think it's worth taking time out of their schedule to come here and be seen. And I would love to have asked the questions to them and not necessarily to you, because I believe, again, the buck stops with each of them. And I think we deserve to hear from them personally, their views on the way forward and how they're going to lead their railroads moving forward. So having said that, I want to focus on BN on this round, and I'm going to come back to UP if I have a chance, Marty, on the second one. And just a couple things, actually, during your testimony, you had said that in sort of countering the high vis, when you said you polled 300 employees who left as to why they were leaving. You said that they hadn't worked in 6 months. Why hadn't they been called back to work in those 6 months?
Okay, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, great. So what I was referencing was the overall attrition number at 300. That's the right attrition number that we've seen. Yep. Okay. Is that better?
I can hear you.
Okay. Are you hear me, Robert? All right.
Yeah.
What I was referencing was the 300 number was the total attrition that we've seen since the start of this year in TY&E. And what I was trying to counter was some of the false narrative that thousands of employees are leaving BNSF because of an onerous high-vis policy. That just is not the case. What we are seeing, though, right now is the employees that we're recalling from furlough are failing recall at a pretty high rate, right about 40%. Now, part of
But
that's
you-
because
I guess I want to just be clear because you said that you polled 300 who had left and said that they hadn't worked in 6 months.
right. So that was part of out of the 300 that have left that portion of attrition, we sampled the size of, let's call it 70 or 80 employees. And we found that a large majority of those had not had a productive start in close to 6 months. Now, part of that.
That's different. I'm sorry. That's different from what you said because you said you said 300. Now you're down to 78. So I just want to be clear because that 300 was significant if you're saying that they hadn't worked in 6 months, especially when you need to hire employees. So, even the 78 haven't been working in 6 months. How come they weren't called back?
Okay, so let me go back through it one more time. So we've had our attrition level has been right at about 300. We sampled the size of those 300 that have left or resigned. And we couldn't do every one, but the ones that we sampled, the vast majority were not highly productive. I think that's the best way to put it.
Okay, that's a little different than how you spelled it out in your testimony. And the reason why I asked that because I also don't. I sort of take issue with the idea that it's rhetoric when we're hearing from your employees, and these are current employees. So these aren't people who are furloughed or people who have left your organization. They're still there. So it's hard for me to see that as rhetoric when they're talking about what they're enduring and going through right now. So I hope going forward that you don't look at it as rhetoric, as maybe signals that, you need to sit down and talk to these folks and figure out, is there something we can do better to alleviate the problems that they have. I think it's real. I think the people have talked about communication in the past that there's a lack of, and I think that's, we have to get beyond that where we're saying, well, it's just a few. I don't think that it is just a few, and we've gotten letters and we've gotten, you've seen these articles from family members, explaining that, and I don't see that as rhetoric. I see that as an issue that needs to be focused on. So I hope going forward we can look at that. And staying on those employees. I know everyone's talking a lot about new employees and what we're doing to incentivize, and everybody's across on this panel too. They're thanking their employees for gutting it out during COVID. And I know you're in the midst of a negotiation right now, but has there substantial pay raises? Has there anybody talked about substantial pay raises last year during the COVID recovery and acknowledging all that's going on? Has anyone got that substantial pay raise that they so deserve? I know, on the higher end, I see the bonuses are high, but where's that in terms of a substantial pay raise for the existing workers? I mean, what's the discussion there?
Yes, we certainly do agree that our employees, they are very valued and they deserve a pay raise through this process. The collective bargaining process. Yeah, the collective bargaining process was delayed a bit for COVID, so that has caused some delay in the process. But our labor relations team and everyone continues to work on that negotiation. We hope to complete that as soon as possible. If I could just go back for a second also in terms of our employees, because I think it's important to really understand high-vis in the context of just ensuring that we have the right availability for our customers and we provide the right visibility for our employees. So we do talk to our customers. We are deeply engaged in conversation with a lot of customers on a daily basis. I myself spend anywhere from 2 to 4 days out on the railroad per month talking with employees. I fully understand that this is an emotional change that our employees are going through. As I mentioned, we have not had a substantial change to our attendance policy in over 2 decades. So this is going to take time to adjust. It is a bit of an adjustment. So I fully understand and appreciate what our employees are going through. I will say in terms of impact, and I'll just use an anecdote, but I think it's impactful. In terms of what we saw happening specific to weekend availability, we would see our availability for employees drop into the 40s on some weekends, called an NFL playoff weekend in January. where we are into the 48% range for employee availability, and we are not staffing our crews, and it is delaying and impacting service in a significant way. So this all ties together with service, but I think it's important to understand that we do communicate with our employees often and frequently.
And again, I appreciate that. I'm not saying that's not, whenever someone says rhetoric, I don't want them to think that the folks who are coming forward and they're doing on their own, they're exposing themselves. And again, they're not furloughed, they haven't left the company, and they're raising legitimate issues. I don't want to be seen as that's rhetoric and dismissive. I think that's something that's going to help, that conversation has to happen to help, move forward. They're your employees and you want them to stay your employees. The quickest way to get rid of employees or to see that retention rate decrease is to claim that all they're saying is rhetoric, and it's not true. I think that we have to go look past that. Let me ask one last question, and I'm gonna, go ahead. I'm sorry. Did you want to respond?
Sure. Just on that point, when we had our employees who were going through the change management of high vis, we did have many of our employees reach out to us and express concerns. And so we had a process that we worked with leaders in LR, and even Mr. Garland's general managers across the system would engage with those employees to understand exactly their points, their concern, and have a face-to-face conversation with them about that. And we did hear things across the, coming out of the pandemic. This is a very hard 2 years for all of us, especially frontline workers. And we understand and appreciate the commentary around thank you's fine, but it's not enough. So we have wellness and employee assistance programs and all those sorts of things that are both in the field with our leaders to assist when our employees say, this has been a difficult situation. I've got a family member going through something, their sickness or whatever the case may be. So we do our very best to listen to our employees, take their concerns seriously, and then use all of our programs to address those as they come up.
Okay. I hope that'll include the pay raises in the future. Marty, just one more, and I'll move on for this.
Go ahead.
I've been talking, we talked about how to alleviate some of the capacity and congestion. And my question is sort of adding, for BNSF, adding utility jobs or extra switching crews. Do you think that will alleviate bottlenecks at the first mile, last mile?
That was directed to BNSF.
Yes.
Okay.
Get the UP hopefully on the next go round.
Yep. So I think as we look at our last mile service, that's something we measure, we look at on a daily basis in terms of how we're performing. In the locations where we're not performing to our expectations, that's certainly something that we do. We add resources, we over-resource, and we try and get that service plan back on par. So I would say yes, to answer your question directly, that we do that, and we'll continue to look at that.
Okay, because for me, it's that crew management issue again of how well we're doing that and how well that it's impacting that first mile, last mile, and we can, happy to talk about that, later at a later time. So thanks, Marty, and hopefully I can get that round two with UP.
Michelle?
We've heard a lot of testimony during the last 2 days about the current service situation on the network. It seems as if farmers, food manufacturers, the agricultural industry, and the fertilizer industry have been significantly affected. And I wondered if you've given any specific consideration as to action that your organizations might be able to take during the next 30 days that could assist those industries.
So as we think about the actions that we've lined out, they would benefit those, but we're focusing on trying to resolve it for all the customers. So the additional locomotives that we added in, for example, those are down in the southeast portion of our railroad between basically Little Rock to Houston to Avondale, which would be on the destination end in most cases. Those are absolutely designed for those customers, both on the bulk side and the manifest side, to improve our train speed down there. And that's a great way to get inventory out of the system. And with that is the inventory that we remove benefits the rest. If we look at where we've done the borrow outs, The bar outs, which I'll just remind the board, bar out is somebody, when we look at the system, we may find at a very local level, a surplus number of crews. And as we've discussed today, I'm not leaving you with the impression that we have a lot of those areas, but there are some. So we'll actually take an employee through a voluntary process and ask them to relocate. So right now we're relocating bar outs up into the P&W. In total across the system, we have 80. It's those type of activities that drive up the crew base that allow us to support those customers better than we were before. So all 7 benefit, but those are 2 that benefit those specific subcategories of customers.
Well, from a BNSF perspective, relative to fertilizer, which is the critical window right now for us, it's executing the plan that we put in place. And like we did last spring, this time we have even more resources against it, and it's execution. That's what we have to do in the next 30, 60 days relative to fertilizer. And then just to emphasize something that Matt talked about, over the next 30 days, we are addressing the incentives we have to take employees that are in one geography and get them to move to where we need extra employees, and we don't want to wait for the hiring process to produce those. So that's in progress as well.
Patrick had a follow-up and then Karen.
To follow up comment. A quick follow-up comment, because I want to circle back on the enforcement point, because I think Joe was right on the money. The enforcement point was argued by Western Coal, and for the board approval, they cited our emergency authority under 11-123, which is of course what we just issued the proposed rule under. And then they cited, as Mr. Rosenberg did today, our penalty authority. And the board did not include that in the grain order and rejected it in the coal order, in part because there is so much contract movement and there would be no differentiation between contract movement and tariff movement and recovery plans, that it would create, in part, they noted a statutory issue in that domain. So I just offer that up as a way of complimenting Joe for her recollection, but also to clean up the record so that people know what the board ordered and the issues the board found as we're considering the service assurance suggestions. So the board in that case, in our precedent, suggests that it was a public accountability that governed. Thanks.
I just want to say it's not fair for either Jill or Patrick to do so much more homework than the rest of us. But I thank you for bringing these things up. It's very educational. Karen?
Thank you. I have to do some homework too. And I realize I still have a lot to learn about the railroads, even though I spent 4 years at FRA. Just basic vocabulary sometimes escapes me. When I was called last week to be given a heads up that you were going to be reducing service to some of your customers, talking to UP, the term used was metering. And I said, what does metering mean? And it was explained, it means you're not picking up cars from your customers. Why don't you just use English rather than a euphemism? It's sort of like Putin's term, special military operation. Maybe this is a special railroad operation. But when you did that, did you take into account the impact on the ability of certain of your customers to deliver really critical products like chlorine, like fertilizer, and allocate whatever you were doing among customers based on really the criticality of what they are doing?
It's absolutely yes, but the answer is absolutely yes, but let me back up and walk you through everything that's transpired in that process. So that process really, which started as a discussion about 4.5 weeks ago, was a recognition of, with 30,000 excess cars on the system relative to January, we knew just doing the old inventory reduction playbook, we'd be months and months and months. And very much in line with some of the questions you guys asked yesterday was, are you doing something different? And this is one of our difference. Now, when we started that process, it started with looking at inventory and customers back in January. And then it looked at inventory the second half of March. And what we were working to identify was customers who may have more cars in the system when their loads, their outbound loads have remained relatively flat. And you heard it yesterday, and I've got to be just crystal clear about this. There's nothing that I'm saying that is meant to villainize the customers. What the customers are doing is logical. As we slow down as a railroad, like any railroad, they see their car cycle get longer, and their response, if they are, that's right, they're going to put more cars into the system. So this is not a blame the customer. This is more like we're all in it together. We can all either make it better together, or we can all make it worse. And you even heard that in a couple people. They said, well, I've seen my cycle times go up 15%, and they would say, and I've added 15% cars. So, I mean, it's almost a 1-for-1 ratio. Now, what we did then as a result is we looked at the customers that had most impacted, at least on the surface, and we started a conversation with every single one of them. Our marketing and sales commercial team reached out to every one of them with first our assessment, which we left wide open as it may not be correct. There are clearly details. A perfect example of what you're mentioning is potentially it's a customer who transports chlorine. In those conversations, that was their opportunity, in some cases more than one conversation, to come back and say, well, maybe one, we don't agree with the math. Two, you don't recognize fully the sensitive nature of some of our shipments. Let's go back and forth and try to find a place where we can land, where together we're still contributing to resolving the issue, but to your point, not blindly just going forward. And so where we sit today is we've completed those conversations with 60 total customers. We understand that some of them are not going to be able to make adjustments, yet we've also had customers who say they can make adjustments. It may not be to the level that we initially asked, but it's a step in the right direction for us. So we've going to continue that communication because it's critically important, to your point. We're not doing it in a vacuum.
That the congestion now is it's not in the yards, it's out on the line. What kind of impact is that having on Amtrak that you host?
So as you're very aware of, we have our Amtrak score, especially in light of the legislation that was passed last year. We have what we would say is our 10 primary corridors of Amtrak. 7 of them are compliant with the thresholds that we established. 3 of them are non-compliant. The ones that are non-compliant will not surprise you. They're our longest haul Amtrak corridors. And it's because we have those excess trains that are out sitting on the main line, in a sense, acting as a hurdle to fluid train operations. So this inventory work, it doesn't just benefit the customers. It doesn't just benefit Union Pacific. It benefits Amtrak. Much like the BNR commuter operations remain strong, but we still want to make sure that we're delivering on Amtrak. It's critically important. Not sustainable at all. And to the 2 that are ours, those are our longest haul lines. Absolutely.
Again, totally unrelated, but it goes to your planning. And maybe this isn't the right place to talk about it. But I'm worried about the next crisis, and it may be a cybersecurity crisis. And are you incorporating those concerns into your planning?
Concerns really seriously. And we have a chief information security officer at Union Pacific who has a team of specialists who are constantly looking for threats, staying in very close contact with the government agencies that provide us a heads up about chatter of anything that might be a threat to the freight rail industry. And from time to time, we do get those warnings and we take action. And I would say on a daily basis, that team is engaged very appropriately to ensure that we're doing everything we can to ensure that none of our critical systems are compromised so that we would go back to the days of notebooks and, pencils trying to run the railroad, which would be unsustainable over any length of time. So yes, it's a focus.
Very quick follow on from Karen's metering question. Eric, I know you have been here all day and heard the testimony from the gentleman from Pilot Travel Centers. And it strikes me that what he was describing in terms of not an overall increase in volume, but just a change in the identity of who the person is. Not asking you to comment on a particular shipper in a public forum. I don't know the status of your relationship, contractual or otherwise. But I'm asking you to respond to that type of situation where it is not driven by an overall increase in volume, but on the identity of shipper. Is that the type of thing that's possible under your system? And is that the type of thing that UP would seek to correct if it found out about it?
Yes, the answer is yes. And rest assured, we shared that feedback. I asked the question even this morning and was very much in line with your comment about, okay, we sat down, we had the conversation. That's not a customer that's committed yet because we're still working through those details. So we're not pressuring them into saying you have to be at this level by this date. We're still in the collaborative phase of how can we do this together, even if doing it together means it's a compromise in the middle of what we're asking them to release on a daily basis. So that's a perfect example.
Mr. Garland, I have a few more questions for you and then for both. Yesterday, a couple of working engineers told us that they're generally speaking, under orders, and they handed them in as exhibits to keep their throttles at 40 miles an hour. And then they gave us a copy of an order dated April 15th that says that limit's off for 2 weeks. So why do you limit the trains to 40 miles an hour? And what caused you to take it off, but only for 2 weeks?
So in conjunction with our fuel conservation efforts, that's really what drives it. It's about making sure that we're really focused on fuel efficiency and sustainability and burning more fuel unnecessarily. And I think Cindy did a good job providing that testimony yesterday in terms of how we use Trip Optimizer. We use it in a similar fashion. We've always used this lever. So it's a recovery lever that we can put on or put off. And so historically, I mean, it's something we look at from a data perspective. And I know the gentleman yesterday just provided anecdotes, but we look at this on a subdivision level, on every subdivision where we have fuel conservation measures to see, is it negatively impacting velocity or our relief crew percentage? And so we sit down weekly, we look at that from a data perspective, and by and large, typically it does not impact overall train speed. But when the network is congested, it running in a faster speed only get up to a stop signal that much more quickly. That does not help our efforts in terms of fuel conservation, sustainability, or the overall environment.
I'm looking at your velocity. It dropped from 26 in October to 24 in March. So it did affect velocity. It does, something is affecting velocity. And, we're all here probably, as much as anybody on this board, concerned about the environment. I think we all are equally, but I certainly have voiced my views in other settings. But don't think it helps the environment if your trains are running so slowly that they're not delivering service and the customers have to put their stuff on the highway. Whatever fuel you save by running at 40 miles an hour is going to be way offset by all those trucks. And in a time that I think we're in now, crisis, and I'm not the only one who calls it a crisis. Our friends from Wall Street call it a severe crisis. I'm just wondering if this is not the time to run the trains a little faster and to figure out how to do that. And what I'd really like to ask you, and then I'd like to ask Eric to respond to, and unfortunately, I think the engineers couldn't stay any longer. Maybe they had to get back to work, but they said yesterday that if you let them run the trains faster than 40 miles an hour and let them run all the power they have, that some of this congestion, not all of it, they weren't saying it would be a miracle, but it would be a way of making a dent in it, and they're not allowed to do it. And I'd like to, these guys run the trains. They see what, probably more than anybody else, what's going on out there. So I'd like to hear why that isn't happening for both of you, but you.
Sure. So as mentioned, that is one of the levers that we pull. And as you saw in the notice yesterday, that was one of the things we enacted to help speed our network. The reason that we have that in terms of a short-term lever is we want to go back and make sure that we reevaluate to make sure we're making progress, so we're not burning fuel unnecessarily. So we'll continue to deploy those action levers in addition to all the different actions that we talked about today, with the additional locomotives or the additional crew resources, and also getting our active inventory down to decongest the network.
And is that the kind of metric you could report to us weekly as well as where you are on locomotives and, using the power and the velocity restraints, the speed restraints?
So I think we need to consult with Jill and probably the board and various others on what we want to report. We have access to millions and millions of metrics, but I think deciding on what the right metrics are will be important.
I appreciate of you be comfortable with what we require, but we may require things anyway. We need to be on top of this. There's no decision's been made, but we are, I think, all interested in exploring this. Eric?
The best idea is definitely come from those that are closest to the work. As we went out and look at the railroad, specifically of any broad blanket 40 mile an hour or any number of speed restrictions. The two ways we do put restrictions out, the first one is based on the geography. If you're going up a steep grade or curvature, we'll restrict the speed for all types of trains. The other way that we would restrict the speed is, and in fact, you heard it from one of the union leaders yesterday. He had mentioned taking a coal train from Clinton to Missouri Valley. We reduce the speed on loaded coal trains to 40, but that's because of our safety risk profile. We know from our historical performance, loaded coal trains greater than 40 miles an hour pose a risk that we're not willing to accept, so we restrict them to 40. Otherwise, we will go back and look just to make sure that there's not another train type, but we have no blanket restrictions, at least on the UP.
Let me say one other thing. What we've heard from a number of representatives today was not new. I've been hearing this for a year about signalmen covering territory that they can no longer physically cover, carmen being limited to 1 minute a car for inspections. Before we meet again, I'd like to invite one of the people in the C-suites here to contact these guys, meet them in the yard, and you physically watch them, what they're going through, and then come back. So we have the same database. I find it very frustrating. Either a minute a car or they're not. I didn't hear any deception from these people. And if you don't know, as you said, Eric, seeing what's going on out there is one of the best ways to keep track of it. And I know you're all busy, but based on the level of reports I have heard about this, and I may visit one of your yards myself sooner rather than later. But I think somebody at this table ought to walk around the trains with these carmen and see what they're seeing. And then you see if that's the way you want your railroad to operate. And then you tell us, and we'll hear back from them as well. I think
we certainly value our employees as our greatest asset. And just as Eric mentioned, those that are closest to the work are typically the ones that do have the best ideas. And some of the best ideas that we have come from our employees. I welcome the opportunity. We would love to host you, and also we can show one of our operations. But back to what I provided in my testimony, I do spend time out there. I spend anywhere from 2 to 4 days per month out on the railroad, looking at it, inspecting it, working with employees, looking at our yards. That's very important to us. So we welcome the opportunity.
The C-suite have one view, but it sounds like the direct supervisors in the yard are under some other kind of incentive. I don't think they're trying to derail trains, but they're in some kind of incentive that is telling these guys, move faster and don't complain. And we're, as one said, we're in the car moving business, not the car repair business. So don't send a car into the repair shop. And that's troublesome. And there seems to be a disconnect someplace here. And I invite you all to get to the bottom of it. Robert has some more questions. We sort of probably ought to try to wind up this panel. I'm sure you guys would like us to.
I do.
Go ahead, Robert.
Thanks, Marty. And Eric, I appreciate you being here. And again, you're in the firing squad. We've always had good conversations. I appreciate that. Like I said, I wish your boss was here as well. I take the pressure off of you, but since he's not, I have to put it where it is. So I want to talk real quick about locomotives once again. Can you tell me right now how many locomotives you now have out in the field?
So in total right now, we have an active locomotive fleet of 4,300 locomotives. And then we have approximately 2,200 that are in storage, member Primus.
Okay. And would you say that the 4,300 right now meets the need?
Right now, based on the way they're operating, we had to add in 150. And with those 150 in, it meets the need for us to be able to recover the system. The remaining 2,200 will help us to meet the need as we grow.
Okay, so do you now have a power plan for sort of loaded and build trains? So one of the big things that I've been working with your customers and actually with Prince on your team here in DC is the fact that we're getting complaints that there are a lot of trains that are built and ready to go, and they're not picked up, and between 7 and 14 days, they're sitting there without a locomotive. And so what we're trying to do is I'm trying to gauge whether or not, again, those 4,300 and the 150 you just pulled out or 100 you just pulled out, we're not going to have that problem anymore.
So it's the first step in working towards the solution of not having that problem. And the way to think about that, at least the way I think about it, is when I mentioned to you that we have 70 to 90 excess trains on the network, the average train across the system will have 3 locomotives on it. So in that, you have 210 to say 270 locomotives. It's those locomotives that are continuing to be on manifest trains predominantly. That's where we have the excess inventory. As we work those off, they become available or more available to go to the bulk system that you're referencing, so we can not have that many trains holding. So it's all connected, and I believe you're seeing that the correct way.
Okay, so but in the end, so when are we going to get to the point where we're not going to have this, like I said, the sort of delays that we're having now?
When we get our active train count, which has been in the 690 to 720 range, every train that we reduce will help us. But to make a meaningful difference to your question, we need to be able to get back into the 630 number where we can free up those additional locomotives.
And how long do you think those 70 to 90 trains will need to be off the network?
I think that's largely a function of how successful we are collectively at reducing the operating inventory, the excess operating inventory that's out there. And as I mentioned earlier, we're seeing progress on that. I see it internal to our decisions when we reduce 2 to 4% of our own fleet. When I see our operating inventory over the last 10 days drop from 205 to 199,000, that's encouraging. To see some of our customers voluntarily agree to reducing inventory, that's encouraging. So that's the momentum we need to keep up. I realize you probably would prefer that I tell you it's going to be on this specific date. I think it's in the first half of this year, but we've got to see continued progress across the board as one collective effort.
No, I don't need a date. As long as we're moving forward, and that's the most important thing. Next subject is the embargoes, and I got to tell you that and I know we're going to differ, but I take a different look at that embargoes. I mean, it's sort of it's for me it's put in place to sort of keep yourself out of trouble, if you will, or to protect yourself. And it's unfortunately for you guys, it's more common than anybody else. I mean, to date, you guys are far and away the most embargoed railroad of all of them. I mean, so far this year, at the end of March, you guys had over 299 embargoes. There's nobody closer than that. I think the closest one is 12. Embargoes last year, 662. I mean, to me, that just shows a great inefficiency in the line and what's going on, and an inability to really deliver, honestly, for the customers. And I think it's any embargoes, metering, whatever you want to call it, that's penalizing your customers for the inefficiencies on the network. That's how I see it. Because you're telling people that, look, we have a business to run, and we sign a contract with you to move our freight, and even though our productivity and our cars, what we're saying is not going up, it's going up because the inefficiency of the line. So we got to pull cars out of our own storage to keep our productivity around. But you're telling them now that, okay, well, we're going to penalize you for doing that, but it's not their fault, as you just said. I appreciate you when you said that hey, that's not their problem, but you're making it their problem because now we've heard from oil producers and saying that they can't just turn the lever and shut down production because that's going to increase gas prices. We've got grain folks and others who've been, who are delayed, and that's raising the price of, as Marty said, of food. We've got Ukraine overseas that the wheat, their wheat is not going to be on market. So, our American farmers have to be able to take advantage of that. That may not happen for reasons. So, I gotta, like you said, and the fact that you guys are doing it far and away more than any other railroad is frankly beyond concerning to me. Like I said, you're averaging 100 embargoes a month now, this year, which will put you way over 600 where you were last year. And if you talk how last year was a tough year, it looks like this is even tougher this year. So, how do we get out of this embargo phase? I mean, I see that as the wrong way to go, but how do we do that? How do we address that?
Sure. So if you will, I'm going to differentiate between the two ways you talked about embargo and make sure we talk about both of them. So let's put aside the current conversation around metering at this moment, and we'll focus on, to your point, the embargoes year to date. I'll remind you, and I'm sure you're aware of it, but for everyone else, we go through an exhaustive process way in advance of an embargo where we engage the customer through our customer care and service group, where they're talking to them about why are you accumulating inventory? Now, those may be private cars or they may be UP cars, but they're asking the question of why do you continue to accumulate inventory at your facility? And then also at our serving yards. You heard today in the testimony, somebody mentioned minimum inventory thresholds. Those are thresholds that are designed to establish a certain number of slots in a serving yard for a customer. So they actually have, in most cases, in fact, the majority of cases, they have two places to park. They first have their facility to hold cars, and then they have our serving yard where we allocate those spots. That process, we, to your point, do not take that lightly. We ask them in advance of the embargo to say, can you provide us a plan to be able to work out of this, right, without an embargo? We also look at our own service. If we're not delivering on first mile, last mile above 80%, then we can't embargo them because it's just as much our fault, maybe even all of our fault. But then only after the plan that they provide doesn't work would we do the embargo. So kind of period. On the metering / embargo that we're talking about here, that you heard what I said, and I won't even reinforce it more than to say that you were absolutely right. We are asking the customers to partner with us on this. And the reason is very straightforward. In the absence of collective partnership, as well as the 6 items that we have to do really well as part of our recovery, we'll continue to either perpetuate about the same operating inventory or we'll grow that inventory. And as we've clearly shown, and as you've seen, and I think even commented on before, the railroad will slow down. And now what we consider to be, that's been described as a crisis now, it will only get worse. So our effort right now, our new thing to try to focus on getting out of this faster, Member Primus, is to have those conversations and see if we can drive it. I'm sure we'll learn a lot of other things as part of the process, but that's the one thing that makes us unique. We are not trying to just grind out of this with the old way of doing it. We're trying to identify new opportunities to get out of it faster for the benefit of the customers.
I appreciate that. I mean, I look forward to sort of following up and working with you on that. And so, and I know the day is late. So my last issue is about long trains, and we've all been talking about that. Now trains are getting longer. And you know, and people have talked about reducing the size of trains. Do you see the growing number of trains? I mean, these trains that are 10,000 feet and longer, most don't fit in sidings, most block right of ways, so you can't get around these trains. And so if there are crew issues with these trains, if there's power issues with these trains, it doesn't just affect that train, it affects every train behind it and even in front of it. And I think the issue is, you know, how do we, and you look at the sort of the, it turns into the outlawed, trains, that go past the hours of service. And so you run into crew issues there, and it just, sort of exacerbates and sort of next thing you know, you've got a waterfall of events where, the crew shortages and everything adds up, and that potentially, goes to the capacity issue. So, have you guys thought about that, the idea, because everyone's talking about longer and longer trains, but, is that really the best way to reduce capacity? Should we be looking at trains that do fit in sidings that aren't outlawed, that we can move a little bit more efficient and effective for all the network?
Yep. So I'd share 2 perspectives with you. The first thing I'd share is this is the 4th year when it's completed of our work to continue to invest in siding and siding extensions. In total, we've invested $400 million. We've increased the siding or installed new sidings at 50 different locations or 52 different locations. Now, why is it critically important? It's important because when we build our transportation plan, we restrict train length on certain corridors. So we don't take, for example, a 12,000 foot train and put it on a corridor that only has 8,800 foot sidings. We want to continue to make the investments in the areas where we can run longer trains and be able to then run those longer trains on there. That will not be over the entire railroad. There are places that geographically it just doesn't make sense to do that.
So are you saying that Joe, you don't run long trains on routes that don't have sidings to handle?
It's a matter of how many long trains you run. So you've got your balance on every one of your corridors. So for example, we can go and look at the corridor from El Paso to, say, Kansas City. That's designed to run a certain number of trains that are longer than, say, 8,000 feet. That would be true of every single corridor, but that doesn't mean that we do it every case just because we can. It depends largely on what we're transporting and what we can build that train to.
Right, but that longer train on that network does slow the network down because it can't go on siding. So if there needs to be a crew change, if there's a power issue, that train has to sit in the right of way, and other trains can't get around it.
I think you could find examples that would be across the whole spectrum, from trains that make that part of the network go faster because the corridor can handle that, to others where it, in some cases, it may make it a little bit slower. So, but it's the whole spectrum. I wouldn't say definitively it's going to make them slower.
Yeah, I would suggest that again, you guys spent that $400 for those 50. I think, there's a lot more money that you guys have that you should spend on those projects. I think it's more than 50 you need. I think you got, there's a lot more. If you want to reduce capacity, if you want to increase velocity, you got to do all those things. And if you're doing 150, there's more than you can do. And there's plenty of money. I know you guys have plenty of money to do it. You're spending more on buybacks or on capital expenditures. So I think, you should seriously look at that operations in terms of how you want to expand that network and grow that network so you can in turn grow velocity.
Well, and this year is an example to that exact point. Last year we had $300 million in our capacity and commercial facility budget. We increased that 100%. So there's $600 million in there this year. It does not just include siding extensions. That's about 25% of the spend. It also includes portions of double track, to your point, in certain areas that are bottlenecks or that we believe, based on our volume growth, could become bottlenecks. So I agree with you.
Okay, good. We'll tell Lance that. Give that buyback money back.
I do think we want to be clear, though. We do spend more in capital than we do on stock buybacks. We were clear about that in our earnings release.
How much did you spend last year in capital expenditures?
3.1 billion.
How much did you give in buybacks last year?
It was 1.2. Is that the right number?
No, it's total. I got it on your, which total is almost a little bit more than that. It's a little bit more than that.
I was quoting a quarterly number. I apologize for that.
Okay, because I was around 7 billion. So wasn't that from that? I mean, I've seen the press releases on it. So, I mean, that's a big difference.
No, I apologize. I was quoting a quarterly number. That's my mistake.
Okay, a mistake taken. But I think the idea is that you're spending a lot more and giving it back to your shareholders and putting it into investing it in there, especially when you have, these service issues. Like I said, I'd rather see that money going to, pay raises and expanding of the infrastructure. I think that's more that's used, or even rebates for your customers who are getting screwed on service right now. I think that's a great way to put it. But anyway, I appreciate you guys, Eric, under fire. We've had our conversation before, but and I appreciate that as well. So thank you. And thank you to the board for indulging me.
Just follow up with a couple of points and then we'll try to wrap up this panel. Just according to the reports that we have, and this is just to follow up on Robert's point, in 2021, UP had about $7.5 billion in stock buybacks and about $2.75 billion in dividends. So you're somewhere close to 10 billion back to the shareholders. But here's my question, and it really is a follow-up dealing with the long trains. We got a report from KCS, who are not here, but they weren't asked to be here. And I don't know if you've seen it, but in terms of an immediate alleviation of a problem, let me just read a couple of excerpts. Other carriers have made operational changes such as operating longer trains through the Houston area and shifting work from closed yards into the main yards in Houston. These changes have caused their trains to sit on the main line instead of in sidings because they no longer fit in the siding, or to be assembled and broken up on the main line because they're too long to clear the main completely without being split to move into and out of the yard. They then say, to help resolve the Houston congestion problems, KCS has actually offered its crews on several occasions to move BNS F, and UP trains that lack crews off the main line so KCS trains can pass. Can we do something about to ease the congestion in Houston? At least in the immediate future as a temporary measure, if not a permanent one?
Okay, so let me start. When we talk about Houston, we're talking about Inglewood and Settegast Yard. And we talk about where the KCS comes in, where the BN and the Union Pacific are. I haven't seen that report, so I will take away the follow-up of looking at that. My initial okay, I'll pull it up. My initial reaction would be one of surprise. We've put $250 million into those 2 yards in the last 3 years. Those investments have focused on the extension of tracks in the yard so that we can yard trains. It's also fed by our toll road, which is a triple track section of track. So the idea that we would have 3 tracks blocked all the way across, I don't see that very often. But rest assured, we'll follow up on the question.
So, Chairman, for comments, Eric, I have not seen the report, but I will say the Houston complex is something where we collaborate on an almost daily basis really well with the UP. That's an area that it's a joint type operation, and we look at train speeds on a daily basis. We have multiple service reviews every other month, so we'll definitely look at that report and get back with you.
Report. John Orr wrote the report. Pretty well-established railroader. What are your fellow class ones? You guys got to talk to each other, but I'm going to ask you both to follow up with him and get back to us. Anywhere we can get some immediate congestion relief by temporary operational changes, if not permanent, we need to do it. But really, you need to pull out all stops. I think that's clearly the message from this hearing. That was all I had. Thank you all. Your endurance is appreciated and well noted. We will be in communications, I'm sure. Thank you. It is 4:40 something. We're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we're going to finish up with CP and CN. All right, everybody, we are back in session. We have CP and CN. Let me just make sure we have everybody we're supposed to have. Rob Riley, Kathy Gainey, I see. David Meyer. I thought I saw you over here. Oh, wait, I skipped ahead. Matt Warren, sorry. You all look alike. And James Clements. You two railroads have the distinct advantage of being at the end of a very long day. So let's move quickly. CN, you're on.
All right. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. All right. Good afternoon. My name is Rob Riley. I'm Executive Vice President and Chief Operating Officer at CN. I testified at last month's hearing on reciprocal switching, and I welcome the opportunity to speak to you again today about service. As I mentioned in my last testimony, I'm responsible for CN's operation in Canada and the U.S., with responsibility for the company's transportation, engineering, mechanical, network operations, and safety functions. I'm also responsible for resource planning for crews and maintenance, as well as locomotives. With me today is Kathy Gainey, our Deputy General Counsel, Matt Warren of Sidley Austin, and Tom Sullivan, CN's Director of Labor Relations in the United States. The board is understandably concerned about rail service in the United States, and the board's weekly service data that it collects from railroads provides that transparency in service trends. CN welcomed the invitation to participate in this hearing to provide the board with information about CN's service and employment efforts in the U.S. during these unprecedented times. From a global pandemic where demand for rail transportation dropped more than 20%, to supply chain disruptions in ocean shipping, port throughput, truck driver shortages, to a war in Ukraine, to inflation and more. One shock can have ripple effects in other areas, and challenges on one railroad can impact others on the interconnected rail network. CN is facing a landscape that could not be predicted, and while CN is forecasting low single-digit volume growth this year for 2022, uncertainty remains and fear of recessions are not uncommon. I'm proud of the way CN has navigated through these challenges, and our recovery at the end of Q1 2022 from recent external shocks is a testament to the resilience of our network and reflects the benefit of the historic capital investment CN has made in our network. In the last 3 years, CN has invested upwards of $10 billion, just over 20% of its revenues. CN's historic investment in its network is based on our growth mindset. For example, in the past decade, CN has grown its intermodal volumes more than 80%, leading the way in converting truck to rail. It is a testament to our railroaders who work hard each and every day to provide safe, reliable service for our customers. A significant challenge for CN in particular has been the unprecedented severe weather in Western Canada. Catastrophic rains in British Columbia at the end of 2021 caused significant highway, track, and bridge washouts. CN worked around the clock to return our tracks to service, restoring more than 50 outages that had portions of our main line out of service for approximately 3 weeks. These major disruptions were followed by extreme cold temperatures in Western Canada. For 85% of the days in January and February this year, temperatures triggered what we call Tier 2 operating freight rail conditions. That's when conditions are minus 23 degrees Fahrenheit and colder. At these temperatures, train lengths must be reduced to maintain safe braking functionality. Running more trains that are shorter requires more locomotives and crews, and Tier 2 restrictions essentially reduce available freight capacity on those corridors, and the end result is CN moves less traffic while these are in effect. This occurred at a time when demand has been strong, and as a result, traffic to and from this part of our network became backlogged until the temperatures improved on a consistent basis. We saw that break towards the end of February. These challenges at the end of 2021 and first quarter of 2022 coincided with the surge in COVID cases from the Omicron variant, during which we had a significant number of employees out. Thankfully, those numbers are now trending down, but there still is uncertainty about future variants as we continue into 2022. With the weather moderating at the end of February, we were able to regain fluidity on our network in the month of March and catch up most of the backlog traffic. We saw all of our core operating metrics on our network rebound in March and continued to improve in April. Our daily GTMs are up 24%, train speed improved 18%, train length up 9% from January lows. And our car velocity is up 35%, which is a system-wide metric of how many miles a car moves per day that CN publicly updates every week on our website. CN's metrics reported on a weekly basis to the STB tell a similar story. As of April 20th, our average train speed and average terminal dwell have improved since February, even as traffic levels have continued to increase. In fact, CN has handled all-time record volumes on our U.S. portion of our network in March and in April so far. Last Friday, in fact, CN broke an all-time record for volume moved in the U.S., and then that was followed by Saturday, which was just slightly behind the volumes we moved on Friday. I'm pleased these metrics are trending in the right direction, but we're still cognizant of the challenges facing the transportation sector and are taking proactive steps by planning for demand. Today, I'll focus our plans for crews and locomotives. Starting with crews, I'll address CN's train and engine or T&E employment. As I understand, the board wants to understand whether railroads have sufficient crews now and sufficient plans for staffing demanded anticipated in 2022. Because it can take a minimum of 6 months and up to a year to recruit and train crews, CN must begin the hiring process months in advance if there is anticipated increased demand or traffic mix changes. To determine the appropriate T&E employee levels, CN evaluates a number of factors, but one of the most important is forecasted traffic demand. Our planning for crews depends on frequent and up-to-date forecasts from our customers. Unfortunately, it's been very difficult to reliably forecast the demand for 2022 with the pandemic, various external shocks, such as the war in Ukraine, chip shortage, high prices of natural gas and lumber, and supply chain disruptions in vessel schedules. We review and update our forecast at points in time to compare our plan for staffing and change the staffing plan if needed. The trends in those forecasts have suggested that our plan for crew hiring in the U.S. would be adequate for the month of March 2022. Actual demand in March 2022 came in unexpectedly higher on those forecasts. CN has hired more than 120 T&E in the U.S. in 2022 through mid-April, in addition to hiring engineering and mechanical employees. In some locations of our U.S. network where CN is needed to unexpectedly and quickly increase T&E headcount, we have offered signing bonuses and retention bonuses of up to $10,000 as an incentive to hire experienced conductors or engineers who can start sooner than someone new to the rail industry. CN's hiring efforts are reflected in the data we report to the STB each month. Compared to July of 2020, we've hired more than 516 more than what we had at that time. And as of March 2022, our T&E employee level is higher than it was in 2021. There are some regions in our network where demand has been unexpectedly high with the war in Ukraine, including shipments of grain to the Gulf for export. Typically in Q2, we see grain shipments in the U.S. start to decrease as some customers shift to barge shipments on the Mississippi River, but that typical decline has not occurred thus far this year. With the unexpected demand in grain and strong demand in other commodities, and based on our forecast for the remainder of 2022, we are continuing to hire in preparation for Q4 2022. Through the end of 2022, based on projected demand for later this year, we have a plan to hire over 300 T&E employees in the U.S. I've heard concerns about the railroad's ability to attract and retain talent given the low unemployment rate and the Great Resignation. CN is investing for the long term in our talent and developing the next generation of railroaders. Focusing on T&E in the United States, our conductors are paid based on an hourly system rather than the mileage-based system of other collective bargaining agreements. Yesterday, rail labor raised the quality of life for T&E employees. CN generally does not use pool assignments for our scheduled trains or our over-the-road trains. Our philosophy of the scheduled railroad allows CN to offer day-on, day-off schedules for our train crews. The general pattern are 6 days on and 2 days off for scheduled over-the-road assignments, 5 days on with 2 days off for local and extra board assignments. All days off run consecutively. In addition to the scheduled days off, the hourly pay agreement also provides CN-T&E employees with attractive compensation, where entry-level conductors in the U.S. can earn more than $90,000 annually. Changing to locomotives, there has been a lot of interest about whether railroads have sufficient locomotives in place to handle the demand in 2022. We work hard to ensure that we have the locomotives that we need on our network, and we've taken various steps to increase the available locomotives in 2022. Because acquiring new locomotives typically take 9 to 12 months, CN must plan acquisitions of new locomotives well in advance. Since 2018, we have acquired over 260 new locomotives. In 2021, in the first quarter of this year, we acquired an additional 75 high horsepower locomotives and an added additional 13 low horsepower locomotives from the secondary market. The secondary market can be made available sooner than new locomotives. As shown in our weekly service metrics reported the STB, CN's weekly average of trains held per day for locomotives has been extremely low, and in the most recent week, it was 0. On customer demand, I'll give you a perspective on our customer demand in 2022. CN's recent recovery from the washouts and extreme cold in Western Canada has occurred in the context of strong current demand across multiple commodity groups and unexpected changes in traffic mix. For one thing, there have been surprising shifts in demand in certain industries, including increase in exports from the Gulf of U.S. grain, iron ore originating in Minnesota, crude oil terminating in the Gulf, and coal originating from the Illinois Basin. In addition, forest products have seen volatile demand since the pandemic started. Prior to the pandemic, volume for forest products were trending down as much as 20%. This trend was followed by an unexpected surge in demand in response to new home construction, home improvement, do-it-yourself projects during the pandemic, which triggered higher lumber prices. Today, high inflation levels and rising interest rates could negatively impact the housing market and the price and demand for lumber. CN has also taken steps to respond further. To accommodate the current unexpectedly high traffic demand of the Gulf due to the war in Ukraine, CN has adjusted its track and other infrastructure maintenance work block schedules so that maintenance work blocks between Jackson, Mississippi and Memphis, Tennessee have been rescheduled for later in the summer rather than in the spring, while maintenance work near Memphis Yard and Fulton, Kentucky are planned for the spring. We're also focusing on hiring, as I noted earlier. I'd also point out some of our efforts to improve safety and increase track capacity will also be beneficial should demand remain high. For example, CN's autonomous track inspection program, which we call ATIP technology, is mounted on a rail car that operates on a train in revenue train service and provides real-time geometric data without interrupting our railroad operations. The data we collect supports predictive maintenance capabilities and reduces the time required for manual inspections, which increases network capacity and fluidity. Our use of the ATIP technology in the U.S. has resulted in a 51% reduction in delays from engineering-related slow orders on our key Chicago-New Orleans freight corridor since its introduction in 2019. And maintenance and repair workload has increased 16% through 2020 as more conditions were identified by this technology. This is critical on CN's mostly single-track network with passing sidings in the U.S. Additionally, CN has responded to unprecedented challenges resulting from the disruptions to international and domestic intermodal supply chains. The volatility in the flows of international container traffic through CN's inland intermodal terminals and increased container dwell times have made it difficult to plan for resource allocation and then move shipments as quickly as we'd like. However, CN has taken creative and decisive action to help alleviate these impacts, including offering rebate incentives for customers to pick up containers and leasing additional off-site storage locations in Chicago to relieve congestion. CN also initiated a new priority intermodal train service between the Port of Prince Rupert and Chicago, cutting the overall transit time from Shanghai to the Midwest significantly. The war in Ukraine has significantly shifted global trade patterns with regard to grain and crude, and these patterns might further shift moving forward. and COVID continues to impact the global supply chains, the most recent example being Shanghai going into lockdown starting in late March. Although there's uncertainty when it will fully reopen, with the exception that containers in Shanghai will continue to resume moving in 2022, we are taking steps now to promote fluidity in our terminals and working with our customers to plan for demand late in 2022. CN has remained relatively congestion-free at our intermodal terminals in the U.S., including the Chicago terminal. Looking ahead to the rest of 2022, we carefully are monitoring the uncertainty around demand and proactively communicating and meeting with our customers. We take pride in our ability to communicate with our customers, especially as it relates to their expected service. Therefore, we have implemented several communication tools and resources to help keep our customers informed. The CN One website is a comprehensive platform that allows customers to track and trace their CN shipments in real time, review updates to planned service, and make changes to their scheduled service, just to name a few of the features. This resource complements our 24/7 service delivery team, who are available to assist customers with more complex requests or situations. The service delivery team can be contacted via toll-free number 1-866-926-7245 or via a direct email. With respect to our customers, I do want to address one thing I heard from yesterday's conversation. CN does not retaliate against its customer. CN promotes the highest business standards, including integrity and respect in everything we do and everyone we deal with. This includes our employees, our customers, and more broadly, all of our stakeholders. I'm proud of how CN has navigated the tumultuous times during these last 5 months. We will continue to take proactive steps to address present challenges and plan for the rest of 2022 to provide reliable, safe service for our customers. Again, thank you for the opportunity to speak and welcome your questions.
Thank you. And by the way, even though I said the hour was late, nobody's going to be cut off. We'll hear everything you want us to hear. So, CP, you're on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and esteemed board members. CP appreciates the opportunity to be here this afternoon and give you a little bit of an overview in terms of how we approach our operations and our resource planning. I'm James Clements. I'm the Senior Vice President, Strategic Planning and Technology Transformation. I have a 28-year career at Canadian Pacific that's covered many different departments, from finance, sales and marketing, car management, and my current corporate responsibilities. Within those current responsibilities include what we call our Network Service Center that does much of the transaction processing and customer service for the company. So I have a direct perspective in terms of what's going on the customer service side. I'm going to provide you a few brief remarks. I'm going to overview how we approach resource planning, go through a few of our key metrics. I will review our workforce and our hiring plans and approach, and I will close with some finishing remarks on how we execute on PSR. Going to the first slide on resource planning. We have what I would call robust approach to resource planning. The goal of that resource planning approach is to put the right resources in place to meet the demand that we're seeing in the marketplace. I would describe it as a bit of an art in terms of resource planning. When you look, it's easy to eliminate resources and respond in a downturn. It's much trickier to respond in an uptick in demand. And a lot of that comes from the lead times. I think you've heard from others around locomotives that depending on what type of locomotive you're looking for in the market, that can take over a year. Hiring and training crews is a 6 to 8 month process for us. And the other one that's important to network operations is adding infrastructure. And when you look at things like permitting and lining up construction with order lead times, and depending on where you are, the length of a construction season, that can be a 1 to 3 year process to put significant assets in the ground that would allow you to expand network capacity. So when you're looking at your resource planning, you have to have those effective processes so that you can see and make estimates about what's out in the future and make assumptions and adapt your network and your resource plans to that. And one of the things that really is a challenge, and I heard the Canadian National talk a little bit about it, is when you have that unforeseen variability in demand. If you have been looking out and you think that the grain crop is growing at a traditional improvement in yield and market share and what your customers are doing from their feedback, and then you suddenly have a bumper crop or you have additional demand from another line of business moving through that area, and you've made assumptions, that's where the responsiveness gets more challenging. In order for us to address that, we have a process that looks 3 years out. We do update that annually. And you can imagine when you're trying to look out 3 years, a lot can change in the world and many events happen. So that's why we refresh it annually. We then take it down to a more granular level on an annual basis. That's where you really get into, and I think others have described it, how many crew starts do I expect in a territory? How much volume do I expect? What operating plans do I have? And you go through all the mathematics to estimate what resources you need in terms of capacity, locomotives, rail cars, crews, maintenance employees, et cetera. But again, that's something that's a point in time and the markets change. So we then also have a monthly cadence where we are trying to collect information. We rerun the plans for the balance of the year and continuously calibrate our resources within that shorter term period. And then obviously, once you come down into trying to execute, you need to be very tactical. And so we have weekly planning and if needed, daily resource allocation and tactical planning sessions to continue to drive the resources to the demand and react to the dynamics in the market, plus events that occur across the railroad. One of the things we think that helps us there is we've designed the organization structure to really focus on this activity. And we have a vice president of market strategy and asset management. He reports directly to our CEO. And I would call it his role to create constructive tension in the organization. As an example, the salespeople are going to have all sorts of ideas and huge, if I can get extra box cars or grain cars, I could then go after this opportunity. And so they have one view of the world. The operating team is going to have another view of the world. The job of that person is to be the meat in the sandwich between the operating team, the sales team, and try and figure out what the best approach to meeting the demand, doing it with the right resources, getting them in the right place, and being successful and efficient at the same time. And so that organizational structure allows us to be nimble and dynamic in terms of how we manage the resources and find that balance between operations and sales and the customer demand. And so when we look at that model and how we've applied it, I think on the next page, if you look at our performance metrics, it has resulted in, we think, success. There are certainly what I would describe as episodic issues that have affected the network from time to time. We too saw the cold snap in January. And that does, in Minnesota, North Dakota, and part of the western part of our Canadian network certainly result in shorter trains, slower trains, and reduced capacity. We saw a wave of Omicron in January that affected crew availability. So those are examples of episodes, and we've had others. But when you look across from 2019, where our train speed has been, our terminal dwell, and trains held for crews as examples, there hasn't been what I would call a systemic degradation in the metrics. But certainly I will admit there has been episodic events that have affected them. The other thing I wanted to point out, I know that grain has been certainly a specific concern that's been raised in these proceedings. And so on the right-hand side of the chart, I've put a little bit of a focus on US grain. Where we sit today, our orders that are greater than 11 days as we report to the STB is better than it was at this same time in 2019 before the pandemic. We did have a bit of a spike that had some episodes in there, but I would also point out demand in US grain is 50% higher than it was in 2019, at least for movement on CP. And we've had a very unique situation. And while your markets, the CN's markets were flowing to the Gulf, we saw a huge demand increase of flowing corn for feed into Alberta from Minnesota and North Dakota because of an extreme drought that occurred in that part of the country. And we've had a 2,100% increase year over year in the demand in that lane. And we were looking at supply chains that were built for small volumes and small block shipments turn into unit train movements overnight into infrastructure not designed for that. And so we did respond. We've been moving that successfully, but I think some of that, as we adapted and responded to that huge spike in demand, is part of what drove the delays in grain car orders in late last year and early part of this year. So that's just an example of how our planning process works. And again, what we think has been successful performance in 2022. Moving to the next slide, I will segue to another important issue that's been sort of the focus of inquiry here is about the employment and resources that we have available to move freight. And we have been, through our planning process, trying to maintain a appropriately sized workforce. We certainly see demand increase in the year. We think we will have single-digit carload volume increases this year. And that means this back half of the year is going to be quite strong. And so we have a robust hiring plan process to respond to that demand that we see increasing. At the very bottom, I'm showing you what I would call our pipeline and the funnel of how we have been seeing applicants come into our hiring process. We've had over 23,000 applicants come into CP this year. As you go through the process, we're currently screening about 4,000. We're in the process of interviewing another 2,000. We have to go through pre-employment security checks and drug tests, et cetera. We have 600 in that step on the process, and 400 we're working on finalizing the offers and bringing them on board. And to date this year, we've hired 662 people. I apologize for the eye test, but about 500 and some of those are frontline unionized employees that maintain track, maintain locomotives, fix signals, and operate trains. And so from that perspective, our target is to hire a total of about 2,000 people, 1,500 in the frontline unionized employees this year. And that is designed to meet both the growth and the attrition that we're forecasting across the company. Where we sit today compared to the pandemic, unionized labor in 2020 to now, we're up a couple hundred in the US. We're down a little bit in the US on the management side. And we're continuing to hire as we go into this. I will reiterate the concern. We have certainly seen record low unemployment as the labor market has rebounded. And so that is certainly going to make it more of a challenge for hiring for every employer in both Canada and the United States. And so what are we doing about that tougher labor market? Certainly one of the things that we look at is we talk about what's the applicant experience. So you talk about customer experience on one side. We want the applicants to have an efficient, clear, effective hiring process so that they don't go, are they going to hire me? Where am I at? You know, and keep them moving and have them have their first touch with CP be a positive touch so that it encourages them in what it might be like to work for us as they get the job offer later in the process. We've also focused on the types of candidates. You've heard about washout rates. So we look at what are the experiences that the candidates have in their backgrounds that would tend to suggest they're going to be more successful in the 724 railroading type job where you're out on the property and working. And so we've tried to screen and assess candidates based on experience to maximize the success. We're leveraging technology to improve the hiring process. We're doing virtual interviews. We're doing social media campaigns now where if you're going to run, let's say, a job fair in Davenport and you have somebody that's searching for jobs in the Davenport area, you can actually now with hiring, paying for pop-ups in the Google searches, et cetera, get pushed to the top of the results list on those type of searches. So we're enabling that through various social media campaigns. We're applying automated processes to the recruiting workflow to both speed up the experience and improve the experience for the applicant, as well as maximizing the capacity of our HR team. We're also using data and analytics to drive our recruiting, target our recruiting, and enable our hiring decisions. And then we're expanding our tools in terms of how we market and attract applicants. Why do you get 23,000 applicants? And how can you get the best quality of applicant that maximizes the number of employees you can productively put into our workforce? So we've, again, taken many steps to be proactive to respond to a changing labor market. And, it doesn't guarantee success, but we're very focused and working extremely hard to meet the employment needs and work for the demand on our network. So finally, I'm going to pivot just a little bit more here and talk a little bit about PSR. And I think we've been successful in PSR. We implemented it in 2012 and have been working at getting better at doing it ever since. And one of the critical pieces that we would say, and I think we've heard a little bit of commentary about siding lengths, et cetera, is you need the network to be configured to support your approach, your PSR approach to operations. Next slide. I missed the cue there. And so when we think about that, there's a couple pieces that are part of that PSR operating model. You need the yards configured to be able to efficiently handle the trains that are being targeted into that yard. You need the yards to be able to handle the blocking and other work that you're asking them to do. And then you do need the sidings and the infrastructure between the terminals so that you can efficiently move the trains over the road. We have spent about $750 million over the last decade creating the infrastructure that is needed to support our approach to PSR operations. This has included many new sidings, many siding extensions. We have put in more centralized traffic control on the network than we had a decade ago. And then we have reconfigured various yards. One example is that the St. Paul yard, we had many of our tracks that were positioned at 68 to 7,200 feet in length. And we've extended those from 98 to 10,300 feet. Obviously, some of that's a basis of the real estate that you have available in the yard. And so we have built what I would call the foundation upon which you operate the PSR model. And again, that goes to our ability to deliver those metrics that I described and the success that we've had in the last few years. And when we look at that as a couple of examples, customer satisfaction, which we started tracking in 2014, we've seen it rise from 6.5 using the same survey methodology up to a 7.3. And we actually do make commitments in our annual reporting for ESG towards customer satisfaction. And the other metric that I think is very critical here is you have to do all of this safely. And we've heard concerns about the ability to operate long trains safely. And we have had the lowest train accident frequency in the industry for 16 years. And in the last decade, we've improved from a train accident frequency of about 1.8 down to 0.99 at the end of 2021. So through the implementation of PSR with the right infrastructure, we've been able to continuously improve on our safety record. My closing comment would just be this, is that we will continue to be focused on running an operation that meets the needs of our customers. And if we do that, you provide service, you have what I would call a virtuous circle, and you will see the other metrics improve in terms of velocity if you execute on that service plan, asset utilization. And what the outcome of doing all of that, of providing the service and driving the asset utilization, is that you also do produce returns for the shareholders. But that's sort of the output of doing PSR well. It's not the reason that you do PSR. And with that, I'd like to close my comments.
Thank you. Patrick had questions. I'm not sure who else does, but let's go ahead.
Well, I want to start off by just highlighting that your two railroads were not required to be here, and you showed up, and we appreciate that. And I think the reason for that, and you both have identified challenges, whether it's flooding or strike, but we're not quite seeing the same. We're not quite seeing and hearing the same issues with your network. You know, I know that dwell and velocity has gone in a negative direction, but you know, we just heard the other day from a large number of agricultural shippers that, you know, CN's north-south route and their agricultural lanes are actually doing well. And I think, Rob, you spoke to the demand that you're handling. And, you know, I think, James, you spoke to some of the infrastructure investments you made in the past. So as a general question, you know, looking at, I think, what may have manifested to be some additional resiliency, you know, is there something in your incentives, say on sidings or on assets or pay practices, that is different? Or is it that you all have adjusted to this operating model for longer? And you know, whoever wants to take it first is fine.
Yeah, maybe I'll start. Just from an incentive standpoint, and I'm not sure I can speak for all of the Class 1 railroads, but all of our senior leaders actually have part of their incentive compensation tied to customer service. So we have a thing called a net promoter score that actually goes out and surveys the customers we serve, and they rank us. And that is part of all of our senior leaders' annual compensation. So I can't speak for the rest of the railroads, but that certainly is one of them.
Rob has mentioned incentive. We do have incentive on trip plan compliance as a portion of our annual bonus compensation calculation. But in terms of, you know, does that contribute to why we put the sidings in? We believe that as I said, the PSR model is the virtuous circle. It provides service, and you do that by executing your plan. Your plan is focused on doing that by spinning assets and controlling costs. And so just running the model well is how you grow. I think we've had some of the strongest growth in the last 4 or 5 years of any of the Class 1 railways. And then it does result in the return as well. So we think just executing is the incentive itself. And then you see the growth come out of that.
Robert Primus had some questions. Robert?
Thanks, Marty. I too want to thank both of you on the panel for coming again. You guys weren't on the, you know, you were on the firing squad list to be here, and yet you came, and I do appreciate the presentation, especially being so late in the day. Mine is relatively quick. Hey, Rob, you talked a little bit about sort of operations and sort of like maintenance. During the sort of Hunter Harrison years, you know, they sort of, you guys sort of went away from like sort of the maintenance curfew and having that sort of planned, you know, maintenance away window. Do you see that coming back at all? And both of you guys can answer that. And it's not just for CN, but CP also.
Yeah, so I can't speak to Hunter and that he left CN 13 years ago, but you know, how we do it's very robust in terms of how we plan our maintenance and how we plan our capital. And it's actually daily, weekly. We plan it out actually for the year in terms of our capital gangs, whether it's ties, rail, undercutting, and then we adjust it. And when I spoke about that in my prepared comments, we're adjusting it because of the unforeseen. When we set that capital plan up, we didn't necessarily see the demand for grain that it is right now. Our ag products going to the Gulf, mainly corn and soybean. So we adjusted it because we needed to increase that throughput for our customers. And that's what I'm speaking about. It is a very robust process where we include our engineering team, our network operations, our transportation team, and we adjust our plan as needed.
So sorry, sticking with that. So as you adjusted because of sort of the grain issue, so where do you pick it back up? So, you know, how do you adjust it to continue to meet that demand or that need for maintenance?
Yeah, so we still plan to finish it, right? It isn't deferring it. But what I mentioned there is that we've adjusted some of our main line work that would take capacity out of our north-south route because the demand is so strong, really across all commodities, north-south on our railroad. We've adjusted that till maybe later in the third quarter and move some of that work into the yards where it doesn't impact that north-south freight. So that's what I'm talking about when I'm talking about adjusting. And it's really getting the work done, but doing it in a different time frame to adjust to where the demand is right now.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And I would say sounds like we have a very similar process in terms of a robust planning process. When you talk about looking out, we do know what the major maintenance projects need to be. And again, our service design team, engineering team, and the operating center all collaborate on figuring out the optimal way to deliver the capital plan. And Member Primus, to your question of adjusting, one of the things that we did is in the summer of 2020, you did have some lower volumes as a result of things like auto production and plants curtailing with the pandemic. And normally in the declining revenue space, the reaction may be to also reduce your capital plan. We saw that as an opportunity to pull forward some capital because you had more track time that you could make available to the engineering gangs. And we spent a little extra to get ahead of it in anticipation that volumes ultimately would respond and that we would then want to use some of that track time to respond and move volume when it returned. So we took the opportunity when we saw the window to get in. So it goes both ways. If you need to clear out some capacity to move a surge, you can do that. If you see a bit of a lull, you can take that opportunity to deploy extra capital.
Thank you. And I got one more question. Since I got you both Canadian companies at the same table, I got to ask this. Now, I'm interested to hear your perspective on how regulatory requirements in Canada might have impacted, have made the impact of PSR different in Canada as it did in the United States.
That's
Don't jump at that answer. I know. I had to have one before you guys leave.
At the end of the day, when you look at it, PSR is an overall operating model. It's not driven by the regulatory environment in which you operate. And so I would say there's very little, if any, difference.
I guess what I'm saying, I mean, we look at it in the American side and you see how, and it didn't happen exactly the same way in Canada. I mean, you guys have to admit that. I mean, the amount of labor cuts that happened on the US side for those who implemented PSR, the cuts in capital expenditures, this sort of race to that OR and a lot of the issues. I mean, you just talked about the maintenance and deferred maintenance. So it is a philosophy. I get that, but there's also an implementation. And I think that, I want to see, I know everybody praises Hunter Harrison for this as this guru. I don't. I think, his failure showed more on the US side than on the Canadian side. And I think part of that is due to the regulatory body that's there and the different regulations that exist in Canada. And just want to sort of get that perspective. And if you don't think so, you don't think so. I mean, I got to put you on the spot somehow today, Rob.
Yeah, so I would just give you my perspective of 33 years in this industry, and most of that was with a different company. So I would just say from what I saw with the CN experience in terms of implementing PSR, it was done probably over a much longer period of time than maybe what you've seen in the States. I'd probably say the same for CP as well. I think it was probably implemented over a longer period of time.
The only other thing I will jump in and say is that Canadian Pacific before PSR was not exactly financially healthy. We were issuing shares, we were issuing debt. We had made decisions to downgrade line between Portage La Prairie and Edmonton from mainline to branch line status. We were struggling to have sufficient capital to deploy into our network. PSR or the operational changes that came when Mr. Harrison became the CEO freed up capital resources for us to reinvest in the network and make it stronger and more robust and deploy the sidings, the extensions, rebuild the yards, and put centralized traffic control in that we otherwise would not have had resources to be able to do. And so I think that the resiliency that we've maybe shown in the last 2 or 3 years would not necessarily have been there if we'd continued to operate the way we were operating prior to PSR.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Fair to say for both of you all that not only would that free up capital to invest, but as you're evaluating specific projects, if you are operating more profitably, you can evaluate the ROI on those projects differently, and that also makes you more likely to invest. Is that a fair assessment?
Very fair assessment. And not only in terms of how we put capital back into the railroad, but also I talked about autonomous track inspection cars, and some of the technology frees up cash for that to do those things that actually make us safer and more efficient.
Yeah, I would agree as well. And also it allows us, we talk about getting sticky with the customer. We built a import facility in partnership with Maersk in Vancouver. And certainly we wouldn't have necessarily been able to do those sort of things that have allowed us to build supply chain solutions in collaboration with our customers.
Just in part answered the question that I was going to ask, and that is, we've heard a lot of testimony earlier, I think, in this hearing about how the problems with the ports in the United States have driven traffic to Canada, to Vancouver and other Canadian ports. How have the railroads reacted to the increase in volume coming through the Canadian ports?
Yeah, so we have seen volumes coming into both the Port of Vancouver and Port of Prince Rupert, which is just kind of the south tip of Alaska, think about it. And, by no means are those ports equal in terms of capacity to what the LA Long Beach, I worked 6 years out there in that place. So, but they are playing their part in terms of that. And one of the examples I used in my prepared remarks is that during the supply chain crisis, which I recognize is still going on, but last year during it, our intermodal team worked with our customers to actually create a service from Shanghai to Chicago. And it comes across the ocean with a solid Chicago train, loads up at Prince Rupert, and next stop is our Markham Yard on the south side of Chicago. What we saw during that time when there was tens and tens of vessels queuing up in the Port of LA and Long Beach, it was actually cutting 2 weeks off the supply chain. So Prince Rupert and Vancouver stand ready to the extent they can to handle surges in terms of volume.
And could you describe your relations in general? And I realize this could be the topic of a very long discussion. But how you relate to the interests of the First Nations in Canada. I think it could be a good learner for some of the issues that we're having in the United States.
Yeah, First Nations in Canada is a critical stakeholder to what we do. We actually have a First Nations Advisory Council at CN right now, where we meet on a regular basis. In fact, they just met yesterday in Montreal with our board of directors. So we work with them, partner with them. Obviously, as we add capacity in Canada, a lot of that we need to consult with First Nations. We want them to be part of it and be on the front end as we see growth opportunities. So, they're a vital stakeholder to what we do, and we recognize that, and those are the steps we take.
Spent a little time over the last couple of years working on a potential high-speed rail project from Seattle to Vancouver, and heard a lot about the importance of early coordination with First Nations. The process in the United States is more at the back end, unfortunately. So, but really appreciated the tremendous work being done by the folks in Vancouver on that project, and the leadership that the Canadians have taken on that. So thank you all for that.
Michelle?
I'd also like to thank all of you for being here today voluntarily, and especially at the conclusion of a long 2 days. I heard a lot of testimony from a wide variety of shippers during the course of the last 2 days. And one issue, many issues repeated, but one that stood out to me was the value of communication and effective communication between shippers and the railroads. And I wondered if each of you could speak to, what is the ability of your customers to track their shipments and to know, when they're going to be receiving their shipment, as well as what you have in place in order to further good communication.
So I'll start, and I mentioned some of this in my prepared remarks. We do have a track and trace on our website that all of our customers can get on and actually see where their cars are at and what the ETAs are. We have the 1-800 number that's available 24/7. Those are the basics, but where we've taken this even further in the first mile, last mile over the past few years is we've actually put technology in the hands of our conductors that actually service that last mile. So as they're coming to the plant or the industry with the cars that they're requested, they're actually communicating with the customer on an ETA just to take it one step further. Having that actually the face of CN with the customer at the most ground level is, I'd say we're on the cusp of really creating a better system for the customers, adding that to it with what we already have. So the other thing I'd just say is that, when we go through things like we did with the winter of January and February, and, just you create this backlog because of the cold weather, communication becomes more frequent because changes happen pretty rapidly because you don't know exactly how trains are going to navigate through some of those cold areas during the course of a night or the morning when you see your deep cold. So, we go to extra levels and create war rooms where we have people extra support in there communicating to customers. Yep.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
Yeah, a couple of comments I'd like to make to that question. One, when we do survey our customers, actually one of the pieces of feedback we get from the surveying that stands out as a strength is the availability of CP staff when a problem arises, and also the level of contact with the CP sales team. So we pride ourselves in making ourselves available to our customers, and we believe, based on their feedback, that we're doing a good job. We can always do better. But the other process that we've initiated is we have something called the Customer Advisory Council, and we rotate membership over time, but we bring a variety of customers together and we ask them, what are your priorities? What do you want us to do for you? And so on that basis, we've been developing technology. The real ask is, improving the technology to give us visibility, not necessarily having the 1-800 number to call. They want that when they need it, but on day to day, it's, can you push notifications to my phone? Can you give me APIs, application programming interfaces, so that I can just go and suck in the data into my system that I want? And so we're marching down that path. We've started to make available data through APIs on track and trace and some other areas. And we're going to continue to expand our API offering. And we have started push notifications as well. Where we're going to go with push notifications is things like if you have a derailment and there are shipments that are planned to go through where that derailment was, we'll be pushing out and saying that your shipment has been affected proactively, and giving them status updates. The other piece we're working at is with our local crews as they're doing the delivery. We're calling it next customer. So when the crew reports that they're at one customer and they're doing the work, we send a notification to the next customer that the train's arrival is, imminent, and they're finishing up at the customer before you. So again, we're moving into that realm. I would say we're not, mature in that space, but certainly advancing quickly into that area. And we think that's where the next level of customer service comes from.
Is that it? Well, thank you all. I will add my thanks. I would only comment that others said we appreciate your being here voluntarily. I do add that, but everybody was here voluntarily. We don't have I don't think we have the railroad police to send people out to bring them in here. Obviously, our concerns were directed at the 4 major US class 1s. And we certainly wanted them to be here, but we do appreciate your being here and appreciate the fact that you're not in the line of fire and you're not, at least for the moment, creating the kind of problems that we had here. So thank you all. And I will just add, I think, again, the crowd is thinned out here. I understand there's still people watching. We really appreciate everybody's efforts. We know it's a lot of work to prepare and come here. And of course, I really want to give another shout out to our staff. There are a lot of staff members on this meeting, which you can't see, and they're working, they're sending memos, they're writing memos. You'll be happy to know they're preparing follow-ups for us. And the IT people particularly have just done a spectacular job. And we've all learned that we need to fix these buttons on these microphones. So I really want to express the board's appreciation for everybody concerned in having these hearings. And you will hear from us and we'll hear from you. So thank you all. We are adjourned.